call a photo finish. Very close to not happening. Mrs. Killsdog, Walmart Teacher of the Year. She let me carry Singer sewing machines to her car. And because of that, I got a C. And then I was off to community college.
We always make sure Simple Ben can pass on because I don't want Simple Ben to turn into Big Angry Ben.
Yep.
Well, I, on the other hand, was valedictorian.
There was 12 people in the class. Doesn't count.
Hey, if there are 12 people, hey, you know the top 10% of the class? You know how many people that was? 1.2. It was me.
It was you. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Casey Anthony, she was not graduating. It was the day before the graduation. There was nothing to do here. But Cindy went along with the lie. She told Casey to keep it going. Go through the motions, have the graduation party, take the gifts, but do not tell anyone that anything is wrong. In fact, when Casey's grandparents asked why Casey wasn't going to be walking in the ceremony, Cindy just brushed it off by casually saying that, quote, the school had messed up.
But it seems like they don't, which I think is also going to go forward. There's things about family where things don't have to be spoken about in specific terms. I think when it came to light, how I imagine it went down was that they got the call. Cindy registered it and said, okay, fine, talking to the high school. I mean, obviously this is all conjecture, but I can, in character building here, which is the thing a lot when people put together the evidence of the Casey Anthony case, they don't think about the people involved. So it's like when Cindy is sitting there, there's not like an overt, we're gonna, like a meeting. There's like how they talk about with conspiracies happening. They're not sitting and talking, this is what we're gonna do. I feel like it's we're just gonna keep pushing forward silently. And everyone in the room is all gonna acknowledge each other slightly with their eyes, but we're gonna keep moving forward and acting like everything is fine. And no word will ever be said, because if a word is said, the lie is then acknowledged.
Like the Kennedys.
Yeah.
Yes. Keep moving forward.
Now, as Henry said, this is the start of a long-standing pattern with Casey Anthony, but it's also a long-standing pattern with the mother. Again and again, Casey takes a lie to the absolute edge, then only admits to the truth when she has no choice. And even then, when she has no choice but to admit it, she still tries to take the lie to the next level. She always thought that somehow, some way, she would figure out an answer. In other words, she's a narcissistic idiot who thinks she's smart. For another example, let's go to the pregnancy of Casey Anthony. And that's when she was pregnant with Kaylee.
We really yada through a lot there. Right to the pregnancy.
There's not a lot to go on.
Yeah, there's not a lot there.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
What we do know is that she lived with her parents forever.
Yeah.
The whole time, she never left the house. She just stayed there, which is another example of weird emotional stagnancy because they never asked her to leave.
Right.
She just stayed there in the house and kept living, and then mysteriously got pregnant. Not unlike the Virgin Mary, which was, again, a very, very interesting story.
Yeah. That's a very common comparison. Casey Anthony and the Virgin Mary.
Well, she had to get her GED, you know?
Okay, sure.
So she was, she did get her GED, but,
Okay.
you know, she wasn't going off to college or anything like that.
A good enough degree. Yeah.
And when she was 19, her mother, Cindy, noticed that Casey had put on a little bit of weight, particularly in the belly area. Her parents confronted her about it, but Casey denied even having sex, claiming to still be a virgin.
You can't even believe how empty my vagina has been, Mom. It's like I went looking up there to put a tampon in. First of all, no period cam. And I was like, what? And second of all, there was a mouse living in there. And I named him Frankie, and he's my friend. And he's the only person I ever speak to.
After 7 months, Casey finally admitted she had gotten pregnant. But when she and her parents went to a family gathering and people started congratulating her on her pregnancy because she was obviously pregnant.
7 months, yeah.
Both Casey and Cindy denied it, saying that it was, quote, water weight.
Yeah, but I imagine Uncle Phil has ever been like, yeah, 25 pounds of water weight. Was she some kind of water cooler in the office?
I'm gonna like that, Uncle. Maybe she was training to be a competitive eater. You gotta chug gallons and gallons of water.
You do.
That's the technique.
It's water and
you can actually
cabbage.
die doing it. You have to be very careful.
Oh, yeah. Well, to this day, we still have no idea who Kaylee Anthony's father actually is.
Really?
Yeah. Although
That's shocking.
Yeah, we have no clue. Yeah. Although we do have a couple of suspects. At first, Casey told her mother that the father was a man named Eric Baker, guy she'd had a one-night stand with. But wouldn't you know it, not too long after Casey told her mother this, Casey called her mother completely distraught because Eric Baker had died in a car crash.
What?
Actually, I think I remember really who the father of Kaylee was. It was Philip Glass. He's in Canada. He lives in Canada.
The composer.
No. A guy also named Philip Glass. He's the composer, but tweets. He's a very funny Twitter comedian.
Oh.
But unfortunately, let me check my phone, he just died of cancer. Oh, boo.
And the other suspect was an ex-boyfriend named Jesus Ortiz. He did actually die in a car crash, though.
How many people died in a car crash?
Two. It's Orlando. Wait, it's fucking Orlando. Remember, this is also before Uber. So people are just hammered and driving.
So that is all true. So both of the people she said, or 2 out of the 3, who died in a car crash.
Well, Eric is not real.
Well, Eric is not real.
Actually,
I'm already
Eric
confused.
Might be real, but
that's ridiculous.
Eric, but that's the thing. It's one of the things that Casey Anthony does. She just plucks shit out of reality to use for her own purposes.
Okay.
Is that I think Eric Baker, a guy named Eric Baker, did die of a car crash, but we don't know if Eric Baker ever actually knew Casey Anthony. And she might have just looked in the newspaper, saw the name Eric Baker, and just was like, yeah, that's my baby father.
This is why we often laugh at Maury Povich, but what he does is a massive service to society. Who is the father?
Well, these people, Jesus and Eric, they're the only 2 people that have never been DNA tested. And that's if Eric even existed as a presence in Casey's life during the time of the conception. That DNA testing, though, it was a few ex-boyfriends, even an ex-fiancé. That DNA testing also included her brother and her father.
Oh, God.
But that whole saga is best left for the trial, which we'll cover in episode 2.
We'll save it. We'll save that juicy berry for next week.
Oh, God.
Speaking of which, let's get into the parents just a little, George and Cindy Anthony. Profession-wise, Cindy was a nurse, and George was a former cop who in 2008 was working as a security guard at a movie theater.
Okay.
Exact same timeline as my father. Honestly, my father went from being a cop in New York to working for Wackenhut, the security agency, because they give higher rates to former cops.
We go Wackenhut?
Yes.
Wait, was this a place that Pee Wee Herman might have visited in the 90s? What the hell is a Wackenhut?
Yes, I think technically it was founded by Dave Coulier.
Oh, my God.
Now, George, he seems like an all right dude, but hopelessly hapless. His first wife described him as a quote-unquote nothing outside of his uniform. His own father fired him from the family business, and George's greatest aspiration in life was to be a character at Disney World.
Oh, I like him.
I like him too.
I also can just imagine coming home and be like, "You're nothing without the uniform. You're nothing." Like that's
yeah, and he's just like, I know. I just one day I'll be Goofy. But they said I'm not tall enough. But honestly, with George, I'm gonna go on a limb here. There was a bit of overseeing that need to have been done in this family, and it should have fell on George.
Right.
But George was owned by Cindy and Casey.
Yeah.
The 2 women in his life ran his life very deeply. And if you see these interviews with him and Cindy, he mostly stares forward, patting Cindy's hand, while she's saying shit being like, maybe elves took her. like it's just like she's just saying random ass lies, and the whole time it's like, yep. Until later on, where he snaps into action, but it's too late.
Yeah. So controlled by 2 women in their lives. And how triggered are you right now, Henry?
I am fine with it. I feel good. I feel positive. I don't need to make decisions.
No, it really does just seem like George Anthony, he just kind of fell into a life he never wanted. Like, he didn't want to be a cop. He wanted to be Goofy. You know, like
But that would actually make. I want all cops to want to be goofy because cops who want to be cops are very dangerous.
I'm just saying, cops that want to be goofy are not going to handle what's coming up soon. It's like they can't handle the deep issues that are here. Their jobs are to find who stole the butterscotch. And it's like that's
a
there's
good
not a lot
mystery
of
for
crimes
a
like
cop.
that.
No,
they can't stop a school shooter.
Well, that's true.
Goofy can't take a bullet for the president.
yeah, I want a cop that wants to be a cop, but wants to be a cop for the right reason. A cop
That
that's
likes Goofy.
Yeah, that likes Goofy.
Okay.
A cop that doesn't want to be a cop and actually wants to be goofy. That's a skittish cop. That's
Anybody that wants to be inside of Goofy shouldn't have a gun.
Well, Cindy Anthony, on the other hand, she is a different story other than George. Let's just say the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree here. See, it's theorized that the Anthony family was a narcissistic household, or at the very least, were narcissistic enablers. If you'll notice, every whopper that Casey told was backed up completely by her mother, and these lies were effortlessly backed up. Cindy had no problem lying to her whole family about the missed graduation or the pregnancy. Sure, the answers she gave each time were stupid, but she gave them with relative ease.
She was a real Scottie Pippen.
When did Scottie Pippen ever lie about?
Assist!
I mean, he's
Oh,
the
I
assist,
see.
the assist
I
master.
get it now.
This is my
Maybe-
sports reference. You like it? That's a new person.
I mean, more
That's
of a
big.
John Stockton to her Karl Malone.
Sure, yes. Yes. Or whatever. All the basketball men. They're all playing in a team. But a part of it, our narcissism is a very difficult syndrome to even talk about because they're not really sure all of the different attributes that fold into a narcissistic family or a narcissistic personality type. They just know a couple of things. One is that everything needs to look good on the surface, outside whatever's happening on the inside, and everything has to then cycle back to very specific members of the house, where the whole house has to be obsessed with either the mom or Casey, and it will eventually become Kaylee, where essentially they all put their own bullshit onto this child. And then also, I mean, again, nothing can reveal the secret inner life of what's happening.
Just for an example, in this family, when Kaylee Anthony was born, Cindy was the first person to hold her. Like it was the baby was like, oh, we need to give it to the mother, and Cindy was like, no, I'll take it. And she was actually quoted as saying like, it was like having Casey all over again.
Weird. I don't know if that's not normal. Right?
That's not normal at all. No. That's a terrible. That's a horrifying thing to say about your granddaughter.
Strange.
So, many times in a narcissistic family, every smaller lie centers around a single unifying lie. Everything is fine. There are no problems here, and even if there are problems, we can make them go away if only we just wish hard enough. Psychiatrists call this magical thinking.
Yeah, I was going to say, it reminds me of the Lost Boys and Peter Pan. It really is magical thinking.
But I will say, remember, when it comes to actual magical thinking, it requires ritual and discipline. A part of, if you go back to the Chaos Magic episodes, it's different than just being like, I think it and then it happens. You're supposed to put practice into it. Narcissists just believe they'll just step out and the whole world will take care of them because they're just so important.
Well, it's something that children do. To greatly oversimplify it, like a narcissist is essentially like a shitty kid in an adult's body. Like they have only a sense of self. They have no sense of what's going on outside of their own little world. These people, they rarely ever think that they need to plan ahead for anything. They believe that they are so important that the universe cares about them so much that everything will just work itself out in the end. And Casey Anthony lived her entire adult life by this belief. All she had to do was keep moving forward and things would all work out. The awful thing here, though, is she was kind of right.
Yeah, it completely worked. It completely worked. And also, we have our president the same exact way. Because you know why? When all you do is lie, everybody in the world, every quote-unquote responsible member of society, their jobs are to either prove that you're lying all the time or consolidate their reality to make it match up with your lies. So essentially, we all move towards the aggressor. Everybody moves towards the aggressor because everybody wants to be a part of their magical story for some fucking reason. And Casey Anthony is now, we'll get to that.
All right.
And with that, let's get into the 2.5 years of Casey Anthony's life after Kaylee was born and the month that shocked the nation.
All right.
After Kaylee died.
Okay, here we go. Shocked the nation.
Oh, Marcus, can we put in some like Inside Edition music?
Casey Anthony was a normal, semi-hot Orlando woman in 2007, but in 2008, she just became a little bit more single.
That is not far off of how Inside Edition would cover this or did cover this.
Now, contrary to Casey's reputation as the worst mother in America, it seemed to outside observers before Kaylee's death, Casey Anthony was actually a fairly good mother, at least by Orlando 20-something club kid standards. They said she was sweet and attentive, never rose her voice, and the two obviously loved each other. Like that, Kaylee Anthony never showed any signs that her mother abused her or anything like that. It was always mama, mama, mama.
You did make Kaylee sound Italian.
Yes. Yeah.
I just feel like
Mama, why you got to put the meatball on my face and never mind me like it. The other thing, though, if you actually read the testimony from her friends, and a part of what they every one of the statements, like, yeah, she's a good mom. She's always got like a book, and she's got like toys. She's got toys and shit. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's always like Casey like never had any cuts on her face, and she like always had shoes on. So she's a great mom. She is great. It's like she just kept Kaylee alive, which is great, and they did seem to get along. But she's 20, and also the child is mostly being raised by Cindy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but for the most part, this is not the worst.
Yeah, she's great.
This is
No,
okay.
not at all. Like, and she'd bring the kid around, to like boyfriends' houses or like friends or anything like that. And she'd never let anybody like smoke cigarettes around the baby. And for the most part, she was not the party girl that the media and the prosecution made her out to be.
Yeah, that was a big narrative.
Yeah, I mean, she got trashed at her 21st birthday.
Got to.
Sure, but everyone does.
Right, you're legally allowed to do it.
Yeah, that's what everybody
I was
does.
dropped into a fountain. I'll always remember how in Florida State the traditions on your 21st birthday is to drop you into a fountain, this big main fountain in the center of campus. And I got so fucked up, I don't remember everything. Apparently, I was carried to the fountain. Everyone's just like, yeah, dump him in. And then they slid me into the water, and I just laid there face down in the water, like such motionless.
Wow. You have a history of bathing in fountains.
Yes, I do. And then they just fished me out. They're like, he's gonna die. Yeah.
Well, furthermore, Casey's friends say that most of the time she was the designated driver. And she even she's that shitty friend that like yelled at you for smoking pot like it was the worst thing in the world.
She's a mother.
Even before she was the mother, she was still
She's a
that
pre-mother. Okay.
But
so she was a
You'll
little bit
understand once you become a mother, being a mother is a job that's 24/7.
Yeah, interesting.
But underneath that sweet facade, there were layers upon layers of lies. For 2 years, Casey told her parents that she was employed at Universal Studios Orlando as an event planner.
That's so close to what her dad wanted her to be doing.
Yes.
Yeah, and this one was when she was living with her parents, so they knew her comings and goings. In reality, though, there was no job. Now, maybe it was one of those things where she said that she only got called in every once in a while. We don't know. But she was still getting dressed for work and leaving for hours, doing God knows what.
I think we're going to see this a lot. This is what we see a great deal, is her keeping up these extravagant lies.
Right.
Nobody really understands. Like, think about the size of that lie.
So
2
weird.
years, 5 days a week, 8 hours per day. You just go somewhere and you tell everybody that you're going to work. If she was a 45-year-old man with the suitcase, this would be a tragic story. This would be one of Robin Williams' last movies when he did a drama. But because it's a tiny hot girl, there's a little bit of like, I don't know. And everyone's like, oh, Casey, you crazy. Which means like, that lie is insane.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's more difficult than getting a job.
I mean,
Yes.
yeah, what do you think she did all day?
She puttered back and forth. She would say stuff to her friends, being like, "Oh, work is just killing me right now." And then "Oh, I have to drop Kaylee off at the babysitter because it's just too much. I'm so overwhelmed." And then God knows what she's doing. She's just sitting playing video games or just sitting in her boyfriend's apartment for hours.
Yeah, and,
So weird.
Yeah, and we're not implying that she was like doing anything nefarious or salacious during that time.
Going to the beach,
You don't
maybe.
have to.
Yeah, because as we said, like the party girl image was greatly exaggerated because it made for a better story. But still, like 2 years of leaving and coming back, she even did like fake work emails that she drafted herself. Like she would write emails to herself with different email addresses that she would create to show her friends and family. It's like, no, look, it's work. I work.
As with every one of these episodes, this is the point where I kind of have respect for the monster. That the amount of commitment in this situation is, I'm a little bit in awe of.
Yeah.
I just also want to point out real early, we've been doing some research for Ted Bundy for another project, a thing we're going to do. Look, but a part of it is like, again, I think with where the prosecution made a whole big deal about her being a party girl, which we'll get into, and how all of that is essentially fake, and she was another one of her personas. This shit is a thing that Ted Bundy would do all the time. This is the idea of a pathological liar this large is to me the central issue of just being like, this didn't raise a million red flags. Like this wasn't like the thing where it's like, well, she's never stopped lying, even ever once. I don't know.
Well, the Universal Studios thing, like, I don't think people wanted to believe the lie.
That she would lie about something like that.
She would lie about
Yeah.
something that big because she was doing other shit besides just drafting work emails. Like, she even took her mother out to a meeting she was supposed to have with a fellow employee that she gave, the name she gave, no shit, Juliette Lewis. But Juliette never showed up.
Ah, that's too bad.
Yeah, it's just another example of like Casey just plucking shit out of reality for her own use. She probably just watched like The Other Sister the night before. It's like, yeah, I'm going to meet Juliette Lewis.
So you thought that she was going to a meeting with the Juliette Lewis playing her character from The Other Sister?
Maybe.
Today's last podcast on the left is brought to you by Blue Apron. Blue Apron is the leading meal kit delivery service in the United States. While many people know what Blue Apron does, many don't know about the types of meals you eat when you cook with Blue Apron. Like quick bucatini with broccoli and pecorino cheese, and Italian-style shrimp and sweet pepper. With incredible ingredients and chef-designed recipes, Blue Apron lets you see what the power of food can do. Blue Apron delivers fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step recipes right to your door. Many recipes that can be cooked in under 45 minutes. The menu changes every week based on what's in season and is designed by Blue Apron's in-house culinary team. Blue Apron offers 12 new recipes each week, and customers can pick 2, 3, or 4 recipes based on what best fits their schedule. Even though us here at the Parks Hidalgo household are busy as all hell, we still have time to cook at least 3 Blue Apron dinners each week. We had an awesome, Korean chicken tacos the other night. Also like steaks and fish and all kinds of stuff. We're big fans of Blue Apron. Right now, Blue Apron is treating Last Podcast on the Left listeners to $30 off your first order if you visit blueapron.com/LEFT. So check out this week's menu and get your $30 off at blueapron.com/LEFT. Blue Apron, a better way to cook.
So let's get down to the day in question. On June 16th, 2008, Cindy Anthony left the house where she, her husband George, Casey, and Kaylee shared at 7 a.m. to go to work. George left the house that afternoon. Different timelines put forth by different people conflict here, but the last time George saw Kaylee alive was either 12:50 p.m. or 2:30 p.m. But somewhere between the time that George left and 7 p.m. that night, Kaylee Anthony died. We know it couldn't have been later than 7 because that's when Casey to call Casey's boyfriend. But anyway, Tony Lazzaro.
All right.
Tony was not surprisingly a Long Island native going to college in Orlando at the University of Central Florida.
Oh, it's all Orlando. It just made all of the hairs on the back of my neck stand up because him with the pictures of him with the backwards hat, no sleeve shirt on, just being like, babe, it seems kind of early for you to move in. Well, what do I know? I'm from Long Island.
I don't know.
Okay, you want to watch me spin records? Just here alone in my apartment? Yeah, that's sexy. Didn't you just have a kid?
Well, Henry, in us talking about this, like you seem to always have something like you used to like, or you were always saying like, well, yeah, well, it's UCF. Like, what is it with UCF, with University of Central Florida?
He's just being an elitist. He's been an
No,
FSU
I'm not an elitist.
elitist.
I'm with the Florida State University.
It's a very good school.
No, it's that Orlando is one of the darkest cities I've ever been in. The nature of Orlando is such a dark, sinister place that it's because only time I've ever been to Orlando, it's been people pulling like the mirrors off of bathroom cabinets in order to do fucking crushed up Adderall on it.
Is it
like that's those are
possible-
all of my memories of
Is
Orlando.
it possible
and
that
Disney
it was
World.
just you and your friends that made
No, that's
Orlando
just
so horrible?
College life in Orlando is like that. There's a lot of pills. There's a lot of weird
well,
drugs.
I believe that.
and especially back then, because
Yeah.
this is like in 2000. I guess 2008. Maybe that was past my time. But in 2005, when Orlando was rocking, it was disgusting.
Okay.
Well, Tony Lazzaro and Casey, not surprisingly, had met on Facebook and had struck up a romance just a few weeks before Kaylee disappeared. This guy had only been around for a few weeks when all this shit went down. Oof. And on the night that Kaylee disappeared, mere hours after the disappearance, Tony and Casey went to Blockbuster Video and rented 2 movies.
What'd they get?
Untraceable, starring Diane Lane, and Jumper, starring Hayden Christensen.
I remember Jumper.
Stinkers both.
Yeah, well. Remember those
So
days?
is that on your
Block?
Okay, all right, guys, let's pick it. You've just killed your son. Kiss, I'm going to say your son. Marcus, you've just killed your daughter. I've just killed my daughter. What's your bucket list movies to watch? What are you going to watch?
As good as it gets.
Oh,
Yeah, good one. That's a good one.
What's a movie where a kid kills their parent so I'll feel like I just saved my own life?
The Good Son
The
is
good,
close.
maybe The Good Son.
The Omen.
The Omen.
The
I would get
Omen.
The Omen and be like, whoo,
That's a good
thank
one.
God I dodged that bullet.
Yeah, mine's Son-in-Law with Pauly Shore.
Oh, well, of course. That's just a classic. That's actually a fun movie.
It's a fun, I mean, all of those Pauly Shore movies are fun.
Thank God I'm a country boy.
Well, both Tony and his roommate, Roy House, a.k.a. Clint, said that...
Wait.
we got the name. I didn't know how we got the name
AKA a
for it.
totally different name that is also a real name that would require
That
a
is his
nickname in
nickname.
order to be an AKA?
Oh, my name's Roy, but my friends call me Clint.
That's not right.
Why though? They say they call me Clint because I wear nothing but blankets for shirts and my face is all scrunched up. It sounds like you're homeless and insane, Clint.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Well, they said she showed no signs whatsoever of anything bothering her. In fact, she seemed to go back on her previous anti-marijuana stance and suddenly wanted the guys to teach her how to smoke weed.
I gotta say, that is, weed messes with the mind, and I cannot imagine doing, if she did it, smoking a bunch of weed. I mean, you just feel like you would freak out.
My God.
Even if she didn't did it, technically,
Her kid's still missing, right?
even if she didn't do it,
Sure.
you are now the baby is gone.
The baby's gone.
You
Right.
are now reliving a college experience like nothing had ever happened.
Yeah.
Right.
You're living with these 2 Long Island hot boys in a primo Orlando college dorm.
Not
And
even a
you
dorm,
were-
a primo Orlando apartment complex.
Yeah, either way, smoking a doobie wouldn't be on the top of my list of things to do that day.
You think it'd make you kind of paranoid?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, back when I smoked weed, like I couldn't even like enjoy myself if I'd had like a shitty interaction with someone that day.
Right.
But you're on a lot. We got to get you some CBD like tinctures to mix with everything. I'll gig you up in a weird way if you
You know
want.
what, Henry? I
Thank
say we let him not have any.
Yes,
I've been doing good for a few years now. I think
Yeah, you're doing good. I'm not going to enable you.
there's
I'm not
a
gonna-
fragile balance that's happening here that we do not need to mess with.
It's a very delicate soup.
Well, 4 days after Kaylee disappeared, and we can go ahead and say Kaylee died. Like, no matter what the story is, in every story that's told, in every narrative that's put forth, on in the mid-June 2008, Kaylee Anthony died.
Okay.
4 days after that, Casey kicked it up a notch by participating in the infamous Hot Body Contest. See, Tony, in addition to being a college student, was also a sometime DJ and party promoter with his roommate, Roy, a.k.a. Clint.
Okay, and this is the time in the show where I say that's the least shocking information of all time.
Question about this. Is there anyone who's not just sometimes a DJ and a party promoter? Are you always, is there ever like a permanent position? Like, is there like a W-9 that you fill in a 401k program that you have to be a part of to be a DJ and party promoter?
I would say Skrillex is a full-time DJ and party promoter, to use a reference from 2008.
And Pitbull. I like Pitbull. Remember him?
Yeah, I remember him.
He's a DJ.
He's still doing it.
Yeah, Paris Hilton, a DJ as well, by the way.
Those two guys went by the DJ names DJ Anonymous, and that's anonymous with the O, cleverly replacing the Y. And
why? How is it clever? I want to ask, how is it clever?
Obviously,
it's DJ Clever.
He thought it was clever.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the other was DJ Beatty?
Yeah, the other one was DJ Beatty. And unfortunately, the designation of DJ names is unclear.
Okay.
So, all day long, Casey Anthony's hanging out with these DJs. The bam, ticka, 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 bam. She's like, that sounds great, honey. You're getting better, actually, at it. She's taking over everything, the whole house.
Yeah.
So, remember, during this time, Casey Anthony is now living with two DJs. Up until this point, she was living with her parents with Kaylee. Kaylee and her just disappear. She's been there for a long time. They don't know where the hell she went. Casey Anthony has only told her friends several weird things. Leading up until Kaylee's disappearance, she was saying these weird things in text messages to her friends that her parents were going to get divorced and leave the house to her and then leave her. Out of nowhere, she texts her friend saying, hey, I got to actually get out of the house. My mom wants me to find a place to move in. And then she just moves in with Tony Lazzaro, which happened. They met a month before. Now they're living together. She's now living a whole new life. She's taking care of the house like a den mother, is the way they put it. She's washing all the dishes. She's
DJ's
cleaning
den
all the
mother?
clothes.
Oh, my goodness.
Which I don't know what that requires of you. I don't know what outfit that is.
No
I'm
idea.
trying to put it in my mind.
So on the night of June 20th, DJ Anonymous and DJ Beatty.
But why would you want to be anonymous?
I
don't
don't
you want to be like
It makes
well
no
known?
sense.
I just don't get
It should be DJ well known. Oh, DJ, everybody
that makes
knows
sense.
me. Everybody
Maybe
likes
make
my
some money,
DJ
you have
music.
a career.
So on the night of June 20th, Anonymous and Beatty were hosting a hot body contest at a place called the Fusion Ultra Lounge as a part of That's Dope Fridays. 2-for-1 drink specials for top shelf mixed drinks. Girls are free and guys are half off till midnight. Presented by Seduction Productions.
Oh, my God. Very
Also-
Orlando.
Remember that Tony Lazzaro called it all of those things. He was a part of Seduction Promotions. He called it That's Dope Fridays. And he chose the location of Fusion Ultra Lounge, which also does not exist anymore. It was closed in 2009. And apparently the sushi was not very good.
Oh, they
so
had
it was
sushi?
a sushi restaurant.
It was the whole. So it's free drinks for gals, half off for guys, and sushi. So the bathroom.
Well, but that's on That's Dope Fridays, and guys are only
I
half
see.
off till midnight. After midnight, it's full price. Got to get them boys in there.
You should go there for Super Sad Sundays, where you really regret everything that happened on Too Dope Friday, and then it rolls right into Monday.
Super Sad Sundays is if you go in with a newspaper and a picture of your kids, you get 5 free beers.
Now, for a little bit of perspective, because I was completely unfamiliar with the hot body contest.
Sure.
Oh,
So,
Marcus, you didn't go to Florida State University, man.
Yeah, this is by the way, I'm from Wisconsin. We didn't have these kinds of competitions.
We did not have these in Texas either.
We had competitions
No.
where like, how hot are the nachos? Let's see if you can eat a plate of them. And then you got them for
Wisconsin
free.
has the physically warm bodies competitions where we could see which body emits the most heat. And Marcus has the most scary scarecrow-like bodies because everyone has to blend in with the trees of Lubbock, Texas.
Florida's a different beast.
Well, for some perspective, let's listen to just a little bit of the 2015 Miss Budweiser Hot Body competition held at the Leesburg Bike Fest in Florida.
I gotta say, Miss Budweiser does not give me an image of like beauty. Like
You shut up, Kissel. You would marry Miss Budweiser in a fucking second.
I did marry Ben Kissel, and we were having a wonderful life. And I say, I love my Miss Budweiser.
Then you did not watch the Miss Budweiser 2015 Hot Body contest.
No.
These women they're hot.
Okay.
They got hot bodies.
All right.
But keep in mind that these are the big leagues of hot body contests. Casey Anthony, that was
What's the minor leagues?
Casey Anthony.
Yeah. No, Casey Anthony she looked good. Well, I won't mention it again.
All right, let's listen to this clip.
Contestant number 2. Come on up here. Number 2, this is Helena Rotundi, and she's from New Orleans, Louisiana. Sponsored by Gator Harley Davidson. Her occupation, she's a bartender. She stands 5'6" tall. Her measurements, she said she's got a cute face, a little waist, and a big behind.
That's not a measurement.
She's got blonde hair and baby blue eyes. And something special about Helena, she said, don't let the mascara fool you. I can go from makeup to mud in 3 seconds. From New Orleans, Louisiana, that is number 2 today. That's Helena.
That is unbelievable, and wow! We really got transported to the Orlando bar, Miss Budweiser Rotundi.
Well, let's listen to one more, because we just have to listen to one more to really put this in Florida.
All right, number 6, come on up here. Let's welcome Maddie up here on stage. She's from Tallahassee, Florida.
Hey, all right.
Sponsored by Hot Leathers. Her occupation, she's a bartender. She stands 5'4". She's got blonde hair and blue eyes. And something special about Maddie, she said, I have an FSU obsession. Go Knowles.
Go Knowles! That got the crowd going. Go Knowles!
That's Maddie.
Oh, it got the crowd going, but in the opposite direction because they were in Gator country.
Oh.
And coming to the stage is number 57. His name is Henry. He is 33 years old, and here's something special about Henry. He'll go from pizza to his underwear in 15 seconds.
Go Knowles!
No matter what happened to Kaylee, Casey was participating in that kind of shit just 4 days after her daughter died.
Red flags.
Most likely conked out on Xanax, just like a lot of the other 20-somethings in Fusion Ultra Lounge that night, according to another one of the roommates.
Now, just to be a devil's advocate, everyone mourns in a different way. Mm-hmm. Is it possible that she was, in a way, just trying to deal with the grief of losing a kid?
You know, that's something that a lot of people bring up. And, you know, it's like everybody grieves differently. You know, when we talk about like the people that put forth the crisis actor narrative, you know, talk about the Sandy Hook parents, and they say like, oh, they should be more upset. Why aren't they more upset? You know, of course, the kid's not dead.
And Kissel, that's rock solid because she's completely innocent. So whatever, yes, of course, that is the truth. That's how she was mourning. This is how she mourned. But a part of it, too, is that this was cherry-picked by the prosecution. The reason why this became such a big deal is that they wanted to paint her moral character in a bad way during the trial, which we'll get into, but a part of that backfired. Because when it comes down to this is a relatively isolated incident. It just was a big old one. It was just like a really big visible one.
Right.
Because there were pictures, and she was having a fucking awesome
blast. Yeah, she was awesome.
These are the ones that set Nancy Grace over the moon with rage and anger.
Well, as far as everyone at the party who knew Casey was concerned, Kaylee Anthony was not only alive, but in the care of a trusted professional that Casey had given the cute nickname Zanny the Nanny.
Also, Zanny is a pretty common nomenclature for a drug called Xanax.
Which she was obviously hopped up on.
Which I'm sure a lot of our listeners already knew.
Yep.
All three of us knew that.
Yeah, I took Zanny the Nanny quite a bit because you know what Zanny the Nanny does? It puts you to sleep.
Yeah.
Tucks you into bed real easy, especially if you have 3 or 4 of them.
If you are looking for a babysitter and somebody says, I'm Zanny the Nanny, I'll take care of your kid, you just go with someone else.
Well, mostly it's because if they're Zanny the Nanny, they show up with sunglasses in the back of their head like Guy Fieri, and they're all frosted tipped, even if they're a woman. And they should be like,
Yeah, I'll put your kid to sleep.
it's like, all right.
Guy Fieri.
No, I will not.
The fictional Zanny had showed up in Casey's repertoire of lies not too long before Kaylee had gone missing, both in statements given to her friends and her parents. There are theories why, but we'll get to those later. The point is, Casey was the only one of her group of friends that was attached in any way, and certainly the only one attached in this new Fusion Ultra Lounge DJ Xanax crowd.
Cool.
None of her other friends had kids, and none of them were married. She alone had any real responsibility, but that was before June 16th. Now, she was having the time of her life. In a journal entry dated June 21st, the day after the hot body contest, Casey wrote this in her journal without mentioning any specifics.
I completely trust my own judgment, and I knew that I made the right decision. This is the happiest that I have been in a very long time. I hope that my happiness will continue to grow.
Now, one thing to keep in mind here, though, is that there was no year on this journal entry. The prosecution maintained that it was made in 2008, but the defense said it was from 5 years earlier, when Casey was still in high school. Now, this right here is the first of many pieces of circumstantial evidence that we're going to go over in this series. There is a mountain of circumstantial evidence implicating Casey Anthony in the death of her daughter.
Right.
But that's all it is.
Yeah.
Circumstantial. Hearsay. Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe not.
But what the amount of circumstantial evidence does speak to is logic and common sense.
Oh, whatever, Marcus.
Not in the U.S. penal system. Get those two things out of here.
Well, what we're going to find out is that this was a case made for a jury to completely misunderstand and misinterpret. So whether the entry was made in 2003 or 2008, it's still evident that Casey was living her best life in the interim between the disappearance of her daughter and the discovery that her daughter had been missing. On July 2nd, Casey went to Cast Iron Tattoos in Orlando and got an awful $65 tattoo of the words Bella Vita written on her back in feminine script, complete with shitty half-ass stars surrounding it.
Did she want to moonlight as an Italian restaurant? What the hell does it even mean? What does Bella Vita mean?
Beautiful life.
Yes, it's Italian for beautiful life. And again, what you put here, it's tasteless as fuck.
Yeah.
But it's not evidence of murder.
So she had a shamrock tattoo on the lower back and this on towards the top?
And that's in addition to the 3 cherry blossoms she had on her hip.
Well, we're not... Take everything else aside. We do have to confront her about the tattoo choices that she is going with here.
Well, she said later that she got this in honor of Kaylee.
Oh my
But
God.
that's going to
God.
conflict completely with another one of her stories.
Okay.
Now, Casey was having touch-and-go contact with her parents during this time, albeit criminal ones. On June 23rd, she and Tony Lazzaro broke into George and Cindy's shed and stole a few gas cans for her car, a late 90s model white Pontiac Sunfire.
Ooh.
I drove a Pontiac Sunfire for 6 months and it is fucking garbage.
Sunfires were a hip car in the 90s.
Well, Sunfire's like the official car of Florida.
Yeah, sure. I had a Thunderbird.
I had a Toyota Celica.
Cool, man. Cool kids.
George confronted Casey about the cans, so she threw a fit and gave him back, yelling,
Here's your fucking gas cans.
And this incident is also indicative of the family dynamic of the Anthonys. I seriously doubt this was the first time the Anthonys had a conflict involving theft with their daughter. Because George had even called the cops about the missing gas cans.
He did this on purpose. This was to learn a lesson, which we're also going to find out is a tactic they use a lot. What I found is interesting. So while she lived with their parents, they paid for everything. But the problem is she never wanted to ask them for money because so technically she had a high-paying job as an event planner at Universal Studios. But the problem is so she didn't want to ask for gas money. So the car would run out of gas over and over again while she was driving it. So often that George had to go out of his way and buy gas cans and keep liquid gasoline in his house so that he could go and bail her out. This happened 5 or 6 times where the car ran out of gas and they had to go fill it up and go do the shit. So this back and forth was a thing that had happened many, many, many times. And finally got to the point where it's like, you're going to leave without telling us where you're going. We don't know where Kaylee is. You're just gone. And now you're coming in and breaking into our house to steal the bullshit we had to buy for your irresponsible ass. Now I'm calling the police, going to teach you a real lesson. And they did nothing.
Right. I mean, I got to say, you get 2 run out of gas situations in your life. After that, it's like, unless you're on the final lap of the Daytona 500 and you're really trying to win the damn thing, you should not be able to drive.
Well, nevertheless, this encounter was one of the few times George and Cindy saw Casey in the interim between the disappearance and the discovery. The whole time, Casey was telling her parents that Kaylee was either at Disney World, SeaWorld, or Universal Studios, all with Zanny the nanny.
Jesus.
Now, why her parents...
Also, even for a 2.5-year-old, that's exhausting. That is just like too much fun. Like living like Hunter S. Thompson in Fear and Loathing. That's not a good time. No. At some point, it just becomes very tiring.
Yeah, it's extremely exhausting.
Yeah, what is this kid? Fucking Madonna in the 80s? It's like, is it Michael Jackson? She gets just go from theme park to theme park?
Now, why her parents didn't ask her how she could afford to pay for tickets to all these places if she's having to steal cans of gas, I don't know. But meanwhile, people are starting to notice something odd about Casey's Pontiac Sunfire.
Uh-oh.
Casey's brother Lee took a ride in the Sunfire during that time and noticed the car smelled just a touch like death. Casey's explanation...
It either smells like death or it doesn't. Like, it's not, like, just a touch of death. It's not an ingredient.
Remember, again, these are your family members. They don't want to fully incriminate their family. So every single time they say this shit, it's just like, the car reeked of a dead body.
That's what I'm thinking.
And he's just like, I'm thinking I'm getting like a whiff of like he's just like it's a Glade plug-in.
Yeah.
With a dead foot in it.
Meanwhile, he's driving the car like Jim Carrey in Ace Ventura after the window smashed out, just like desperately trying to not smell what's in the car.
Well, they don't want to confirm the lie because they also don't want to think that Casey is capable of something like this because they know that there's something wrong. They know there's something wrong with Casey.
I also posit that they were all scared of Casey.
Yeah.
I think that there is a part of this where Casey ran that fucking house with an iron fist. This is my own personal conjecture. Also, all these things but I believe that they just, because she would blow up every single time someone would say something about the inconsistencies in her life. She'd be like, fuck you, you don't fucking know me. And it's like, so when everything goes to 10, how are you supposed to bring up a dead body? Because that's going to bring it up to an 11, like in Spinal Tap.
Cindy is just down in the basement watching her stories. George is up there putting on makeup, trying to look like Mickey Mouse. And who knows what the brother's doing. I mean, yeah, I can see that.
Today's other sponsor on Last Podcast on the Left is Stamps.com. The U.S. Postal Service is an important tool for any business, reaching every household every day. And Stamps.com brings all the amazing services of the U.S. Postal Service right to your fingertips. Buy and print official U.S. postage for any letter, any package, any class. Easy. They'll even send you a digital scale, automatically calculating exact postage. And it'll help you decide the best class of mail based on your needs. There's no need to lease an expensive postage meter and no long-term commitments. Those of us here at Last Podcast on the Left have used Stamps.com because we're a small business. We know how important it is for a small business to save on postage, and Stamps.com, without a doubt, helps you do that by saving you time. And right now, you too can enjoy the Stamps.com service with a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Just go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage and type in LEFT. That's Stamps.com. Enter LEFT for a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Stamps.com. Never go to the post office again.
Well, Casey's explanation about the smell was that 2 squirrels had crawled up into her engine and died.
Okay.
Oh, so it's like that Disney movie.
Which one is that?
Sword in the Stone.
Okay.
So Sword in the Stone is when they died of murder-suicide. They did it in her fucking wheel well.
Another friend, Amy Huizenga, also noticed the death scent. Casey's excuse to her was that an animal had gotten stuck to the front of her car after she accidentally hit it. That animal was a squirrel. Why she would tell 2 different stories here when one would do just fine is beyond me. And it's strange that she kept the animal the same in both stories. What's also strange is Casey, today, is now said to very much enjoy taking pictures of squirrels.
Was it a jumping squirrel? How do you hit a squirrel with your car?
Kissel, you
and
don't.
have it go into
Kissel,
the grill?
you don't.
Oh, you
know
don't.
what you do? You maybe put a dead body in the trunk.
Oh, I
I'm not
see.
saying she's illegal. I'm not saying she's guilty.
Maybe. We'll say maybe.
But maybe.
Okay.
So about a week after the gas can incident, Casey stopped her car at a check cashing establishment at one of the busiest intersections in Orlando and parked it next to a dumpster.
She didn't go in and try to cash one of her fake checks from the job she didn't have, did she?
You know what? She actually did go around town writing hot checks that month.
Smart.
During that time. Because she stole a checkbook from her friend Amy Huizenga and wrote something like $630 in checks to herself. Over that time period.
You guys that are currently scumbags like I was too, you guys really missed the golden age of checks. Because I used to write bad checks all the time. That's how I got food sometimes. So when I was really broke and living in my car, you just write a fake check and it takes them a couple days to realize that it's not going to work.
Oh, absolutely. And back in the 90s and early 2000s, grandmothers had that on lock. Mm-hmm. My grandmother used to write so many fake checks.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Casey abandoned the car, claiming that she'd ran out of gas, and the car got towed. 15 days later, George Anthony got informed that the Pontiac Sunfire had been sitting in the impound lot since June 30th, so he went to pick it up.
I would have been so fucking pissed. This happens again and again and again. She's always running out of gas, because that's what she said, is she quote-unquote ran out of gas. That was her story.
Yeah. And this was weeks after both Casey's brother and her friend Amy noticed the death smell. And when George went to go pick it up, both he and the guy at the impound lot remarked on the smell. And the impound lot guy was like, I've seen a lot of cars. Like, I know the difference between garbage and a dead body.
Don't tell me what you know about bodies, all right? Because I was a cop with the Orlando PD for 39 years, and now I'm back in the game.
I also think we might have to question this impound guy. What's going on?
Yeah, like Henry said, George being a former cop, he was familiar with that smell. He'd run across dead bodies before. So George walked up to the car and opened the door and got hit with what he called an unmistakable scent, because he could smell it outside of the car, but when he opened the door, it was just a waft.
Right.
So George walked back to the trunk, said a quick prayer.
God, give me strength that I can do this on my own. Opens up the trunk. Is that my daughter? Is that my granddaughter? Opens up the bag. It was filled with old pizza.
Is that right?
Pizza and maggots.
Well, what the hell is she keeping the pizza in the trunk for?
We'll get to that.
Now, think about that, and I know for a fact, because this is what happened. George has been sleepwalking through life this whole time being a security guard. His life's been garbage. He's getting henpecked, both sides of him, by these 2 psychopaths. Finally, he could jump back in. She's been like, I thought I was out, and now I'm back in. And you know that the guy from the impound lot was like, oh, because he's played by Danny Glover. And he roans in, and he's like, yeah, we're getting too old to go around this old trip again, aren't we, George? Yeah, Danny. Your name's Danny in this. You're playing yourself, Danny Glover. Yeah, we're back in it, and it feels good.
Well, the impound lot guy actually had said, because, George and Cindy were like, they were looking for Kaylee. They're like, we haven't seen her. And George is like casually talking to the impound lot guy and just like mentions like, yeah, we're probably going to get divorced over this. And
Oh, my God.
Yikes. When you're telling the impound guy you're about to get divorced, you're about to get divorced.
The impound guy's like, this is above my pay grade. I am the impound guy. Can't really do any help.
Well, George, he opened up the trunk, saw the garbage bag. It's full of pizza and maggots, and he's like momentarily relieved.
Lucky maggots, though.
But yeah, pizza.
Oh, you disgusting.
Yeah,
You
it's a good day for a
disgust
maggot.
me. That's the first thing that you say.
But still, George couldn't get the death smell out of his head.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, and he drove the car home, all the windows down, and he called Casey to come over to answer for her transgressions. This was July 15th. When Casey finally showed up back at the Anthony house, Kaylee had been dead and gone for an entire month.
Wow.
But the Anthonys didn't know that. As far as they knew, Zanny the nanny had been taking care of Kaylee. But they'd still been worried sick for weeks, as this was the longest they'd gone without seeing their granddaughter.
Of course.
Yeah, because you miss it. They used to see her every fucking day. And then you think Casey Anthony thinks she can just disappear and lie her way to it. But also, they looked, but they didn't look. They didn't want to look at what was happening.
I don't think they wanted to find out.
So Cindy, in a nonsensical tough love bid, called 911. Here is an excerpt of that first call.
I have a 22-year-old person that has grand theft sitting in my auto with me.
So the 22-year-old person stole something?
Yes.
Is this a relative?
Yes.
Where did they steal it from?
My car and also money.
Okay, is this your son?
Daughter.
Okay, so your daughter stole money from your car?
No, my car was stolen. We've retrieved it today. We found out where it was at. I've retrieved it. I've got that, and I've got affidavit for my banking account. I want to bring her in.
And that's the weird thing, is that they don't call 911 before. Like, they don't do any of that shit before. Like, when the car has gone missing, they wait until she comes back.
Well, because this was just to punish Casey.
Yeah.
All of this is you could see the way she's formulating the words really carefully. She's looking at Casey, being like, I'm calling the cops on you to make sure you see how serious this is. And she's saying like nonsense strings while Casey's there pouting, because up until this point, no one's ever challenged Casey's worldview. They are letting her. This is the first time I'm like, well, now it's serious. Now that our granddaughter's been gone a fucking month and you stole the car.
I mean, also, I know this is an extreme situation, but never call the cops on your kids to punish them, because that is such a nightmare scenario for everyone. There's other ways to do it, but this is a little bit of a different case.
Yeah. So 2 hours went by and no cop showed up. And over those 2 hours,
Well, it seems like they solved the solved the case. They have the car.
well, it's like she's saying like, send the cops over so they can arrest her. We're gonna
They
charge
want
her.
them to do. They want to do a whole scared straight thing, which happens a lot.
Yeah.
They want the cops to come. They're going to put the handcuffs on her, put her in the back of the car. Then they say, do you really want to press charges? And then like, should we press charges, Casey? Or have we learned from this?
Until
Like they want to do that whole act.
Until the prosecutors just say, no, we're pressing charges regardless, and then your kid ends up going away for 5 years.
There you go.
Anyway.
Which she deserved to do.
Well, not for well,
not that she's
obviously.
guilty of anything
Not-
besides stealing a car, because that's
Well, we
all she
did-
did was
yeah.
steal a car.
Anyway.
Well, over those 2 hours, while they were waiting for the cops, the Anthonys started to put shit together a little bit more. Because remember, they hadn't seen Kaylee in 31 days. So Cindy called 911 again.
911, what is the address? What's happening? I have someone here that I need to be arrested in my home. They're there right now? A possible missing child. I have a 3-year-old that's been missing for a month.
A 3-year-old?
Yes.
Have you reported that?
I'm trying to do that now, ma'am.
Snippy. Very snippy
Yeah, it
phone
is
call
an
the way she
interesting conversation.
Well, also the 911 operator answered the phone's like, 911, what's happening?
Hey, what you hauling? The other thing is that, so during the first two calls, between them two, Cindy was like, now you will tell me this instant. Where is my granddaughter? And Casey's like, I don't know. She sicked her brother on her because she's like, she always will talk to her brother. So the brother went and said, like, Casey, look, what's up? Look, what are you doing? Like, according to the transcripts of what she said happened and in his testimony. And she was like, I don't know. It's like Kaylee's like gone. Kaylee's gone. She's gone. Which is like, they're sitting there and they're like, what? They're all just trying to like put it all together. And finally she's like, she's been kidnapped. And she just said kidnapped. And then was like, as soon as she saw everybody react in a, oh, we're sad, she's like, yes, she was kidnapped.
Yeah, well, after that call, the truth, or at least part of it, slowly started seeping out of Casey. And she finally admitted, yes, Kaylee has been missing for a full month. Taken by the nefarious Zanny the Nanny.
Wow, Zanny the Nanny took her, huh? Unbelievable.
But Casey, though, claimed that she said nothing because she was, quote-unquote, embarrassed.
That, you know what? That is embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
Yeah, like when I fell down the subway steps today, and I felt embarrassed, and I felt like I might have killed my kid. Like, I was so embarrassed.
Did you call the cops on yourself?
Yeah, I was like, I feel embarrassed.
And she also said that she was afraid that Zanny would hurt Kaylee if she told anyone. So this whole month that Kaylee was gone, Casey claimed that she was on the case.
Jeez. Meanwhile, she is hanging out with 2 DJs doing hot bod competitions.
She's building a career.
I see.
Because up until now, it's not because she can't do it. It's because she literally does not have a career or an event planner.
I don't know if she's a very good
And now
planner.
she's going to be a party promoter, Kissel.
Okay.
Well, after all that shit comes out, this is part of the third 911 call that day.
911, what's your emergency? I called a little bit ago. The deputy sheriff saying I found out my granddaughter has been taken. She has been missing for a month. Her mother finally admitted that she's been missing. Okay, what is here now? Okay, what is the address that you're calling from? We're talking about a 3-year-old little girl. So my daughter finally admitted that the baby's in the store. I need to find her. Your daughter admitted that the baby is where? But the babysitter took her a month ago that my daughter's been looking for. I told you my daughter was missing for a month. I just found her today, but I can't find my granddaughter. And she just admitted to me that she's been trying to find her herself. There's something wrong. I found my daughter's car today, and it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car. Okay, what is the 3-year-old's name? Kaylee, Caylee, Anthony.
You can the 911 operator is like audibly like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. With every call that they make to 911, like the operator's like, what is this?
So confusing.
Yeah. No, this is an extremely confusing and complicated case.
Right.
Yeah, because it sounds like it's all being conducted by a pathological liar, and all these people are forced to deal with it.
And then Casey gets on the phone with the 911 operator.
Hey, Sheriff, they want to talk to you. Answer the question. Hello? Hello? Yes. Hi. Well, can you tell me what's going on a little bit? I'm sorry? Can you tell me a little bit what's going on? My daughter's been missing for the last 31 days. And you know who has her? I know who has her. I've tried to contact her. I actually received a phone call today, now from a number that is no longer in service. I did get to speak to my daughter for about a minute.
Couldn't be more filled with shit.
Right? I know it.
And that is when the Anthonys found out that the way you get the cops to come to your house straight away is to mention the words dead body.
Ding, ding, ding. They figured it out.
Yep. And when the cops got there, Casey finally gave an actual name for Zanny the Nanny.
All right.
Zenaida Gonzalez. According to Casey, Zenaida was a friend of a one-time boyfriend named Jeffrey Hopkins, and Zenaida had supposedly sat for Jeffrey's toddler, Zachary. But when they found Hopkins, he said not only had he never met Zenaida, he didn't even have a kid.
Wow, that is amazing.
Oh.
Do we know, is Zenaida an actual name? And I mean that, like, is
It
that,
is,
that
yes.
is a
Yeah,
name?
it
Okay.
is.
Yeah. Well, I
It
think
is.
that
It's a great fake name, though.
Yeah.
At the same time.
So the next day, on the 17th, Casey took investigators to the Sawgrass Apartments where she claimed Zenaida lived. She gave them an apartment number and even described the apartment in detail as she was on the way. She's like, yeah, there's a drum set in there. And like,
Yeah, and Superman was on the television, and Superman was there as well. He's the butler, and there was a licorice staircase, and you could lick the wallpaper, and Gene Wilder would come over.
I think that's you're describing Willy Wonka.
You know, I can disappear, right? Like, I can become invisible.
But when the investigators looked inside the said apartment, they found that not only did Zenaida not live there, but the apartment was totally vacant and had been for months.
Wow.
And Casey pretty much gave it a, that's weird. And she switched the
That
focus.
is weird, Casey.
It is weird.
Strange.
It seems like it's like a gigantic, blatant lie that you just told us.
See, when cops asked her why she hadn't said anything to anyone, because they also talked to Tony Lazzaro and the roommates, and they said that she hadn't said shit. Casey claimed, like, no, I totally did tell someone about it. I talked to some of my coworkers over at Universal Studios about it.
God.
Listen to this, though, Kissel. Did you know about any of this shit?
I
This is
learn
where
with
it
the
becomes
audience.
like a
That
movie.
is my role on this show.
So Casey took the cops to Universal, but when they got to the front desk, the security guards had no record of a Casey Anthony on their employment records. But Casey just kept the lie going, saying, I do so work here, check again. And then finally, a supervisor was called, and the supervisor figures like, all right, so there's a missing kid, and there are like detectives here with this woman, so yeah, just let him in. And so Casey, with the cops in tow, just kind of wanders up to a floor, probably chosen at random, and just starts walking down the hallways.
Oh, I know this whole hallway. You've got there's diamonds on the rug, and there's a lamp here, and there's a lamp here, and that's Brad Douglas. Use your Douglas, Brad, or Steve. That's my boss, Douglas, Brad, or Steve. And I know all of this. This water fountain and I have stories.
Oh, my.
Yeah, she's
wow,
even-
the balls on this woman.
She's waving to people in the hallway like she
Hey,
knows
bitch!
them.
You know me, bitch! Don't act like you don't fucking know me, bitch!
Yeah, of course, like people are just giving her like the who are you?
What?
Look.
But
Hi.
then they have to be like so confused to be like, maybe I know you.
Yeah,
like
I know
it's
her.
like
and
she's
also there's two cops following
she
her.
is gaslighting the entire place at this
Yeah.
point.
This is what I'm saying, is that when you lie strong enough, people roll with the lies because they're just like, they can't even believe that you're lying like that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and then finally, she got to a dead end. She got to the end of the hallway. She had nowhere else to go. Oh my God. So she turns around to the cops and said, actually, I don't work here.
You can
Yeah, that's a
just
goof.
see her staring at
Sorry.
the wall for a moment, shoulders slump, just turns around.
Sorry. It's not a lie, it's a story. Would you call Harry Potter a lie? No, because in J.K. Rowling's mind, Harry Potter's real. So in my mind, all of this is real, and you're gone. You're away from me, cops.
Yeah, and the whole time, there's no sense of urgency. There's no concern. She's just taking it slow, and she just thinks something's gonna happen.
Okay.
Somehow the universe is gonna save her. And then the interrogation began. They ran at her from as many angles as they could think of.
So at this point, they did arrest her at this point.
Almost.
Almost. Okay.
Almost.
Not quite.
Almost.
They brought her in.
They
They brought her
Okay.
in. But I like the way they did it, too, where they said, like, listen, we know everything that you said is full of shit. The transcript of the interview is kind of fun.
Yeah.
So it's like, we know that you're lying. You've been lying to the fucking minute since the minute we met, all you did was lie. If your kid died by accident, you can tell us. It is much easier to just tell us right now, and we can deal with it. Like, a lot of people, shit like this happens. It's fucked up and
It
it's a
doesn't.
terrible, tragic accident, but we can deal with it.
Right.
And she's like, nah. No. Dr. Octopus took her. Like, it's just like, all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
She's stonewalling them at every turn.
God.
So finally, they arrest her for child neglect because they think maybe that's going to rattle her.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Not in any way whatsoever.
Jeez.
And that's when George took the detectives aside and told them that he had, quote, bad vibes about the car. But unbeknownst to George, the forensics team was already at work on the Pontiac Sunfire. They started with a cadaver dog named Garrus, whose real-world searches ran in the thousands. We're talking a very good boy here.
Hero dog.
Very good boy.
Garrus?
Good boy.
I don't know about the name Garrus for a dog.
It's either Garrus or Jarrus.
It's a professional
Garrus.
name. You can't have a cop dog with a name like Peanut Butter. All right,
not?
it needs to have a serious name.
I guess so.
Well, almost immediately, Garrus walked back to the trunk and sat down, signaling he detected decomposition.
Okay.
Interestingly, that's not the only place where a cadaver dog found something in the Anthony house. The other cadaver dog does actually have a very fun name, especially for a cadaver dog.
Ruffles, wrinkles, runkles.
Bones.
Bones is not. I would not say Bones is a cute name.
Well, technically, he was
Bones.
He was sponsored by the show Bones.
Oh,
technically,
I see.
they purchased him and they had to put advertising for the show Bones on his side.
We are in
That's how the cops
desperate
got
need
the
of
extra
money. How can we advertise for network television?
So Bones walked to the backyard and signaled the same way that Garrus had. But when Bones went back a few days later, there was nothing. And we still don't know what that was all about. So,
that's right.
After the dogs did their job, the police scientists went to work on the trunk. The most glaring piece of evidence was a big stain on the fabric, just about the size of a human child.
Oh.
So on top of the stain, they found human hairs. So investigators cut out a portion, took the hairs, and sent them out for testing. But since the 911 call, Cindy Anthony had changed her story to match Casey's.
Oh, my goodness.
According to both of them, Cindy had just used a figure of speech when she said that it smelled like there'd been a dead body in the damn car.
That is not a figure of speech.
Just because you're a nurse and your husband's a former cop and you've been around dead bodies before and then you specifically said the term smells like a dead body in there. I always say that.
Yeah, one in the bush. It smells like a dead body in here. You know how that is.
Well, the smell wasn't actually from a dead body at all. The smell was from the garbage, from the pizza.
Oh, it might be from the garbage if there's a child in said garbage.
Yeah, they said the pizza, it was from Tony Lazzaro's house because Casey was acting as the den mother. And so they had a bunch of pizza around because they're college students. So she put the pizza in a garbage bag, put it in her trunk, and forgot about it.
So it smells like a dead body is a euphemism for it smells like a dorm room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, the pizza had rotted and become infested with maggots.
She forgot about it for 19 days.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it had been in the impound lot. So it just sat in a trunk in the Florida sun for 19 days.
All right.
And still, there had been no sign of Zenaida Gonzalez, a.k.a. Zanny the Nanny.
Jesus.
And so the police called a press conference and alerted the media. And the media immediately gobbled this story up, sensing another John Bonet.
Oh, my goodness.
But the story of Casey Anthony had an added bonus, besides just the John Bonet angle. And I'm not meaning to speak ill of the Ramseys here, but Casey Anthony was young, single, and kind of hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and according to polls, men loved her and women hated her, but they were all fascinated.
Right.
Yeah, there was nothing fuckable about the Ramseys.
Well, there's no sex appeal there.
That's a big thing about this case too, specifically. I think, and originally we talked about we talked about the Ramseys, and I will always by the government because I think the obvious it's the saddest, funnest way the view how that crime panned out. But the fascination here really got jumped, I think, partially because we did not have a body for so long.
Yeah.
And that it's easier to be fascinated with just the facts and the salacious parts of the story if you don't have that footage of the kid being found.
Yeah, this is a perfect storm right here. Perfect media story.
Oh, yeah. And in response to the announcement that a little girl was missing, a company called XIII from Texas showed up on the scene and gathered a volunteer search squad of about 4,200 people. But they found nothing. They searched for weeks.
I remember all of this, yep.
It was crazy.
Yeah, but who had been found was Zenaida Gonzalez.
Oh.
Then 37 years old. She informed cops that not only had she never babysat for Casey, Not only was she not a babysitter, but she'd never even met Casey Anthony, nor knew anyone who knew Casey Anthony.
What are the odds that she would just get randomly made up? Her name was just made up.
Dude, we're going to cover that later. It's insane.
God.
The universe.
Now, cops believed Zenaida and officially named Casey as a person of interest in the disappearance of her toddler. And that is when the 911 calls we listened to earlier were released, and all hell broke loose.
You know, I just feel like when the officers release all this stuff to the media, when they do the press conferences, I don't think it helps their case very often.
No. I
don't know why they
doesn't,
continue
Kissel.
to do it.
Oh, the cops did not release this story by their own volition.
Our last sponsor on today's last podcast on the left is Just for Men. With 25 years of men's facial hair expertise, Just for Men knows beards. And they've got a full line of supremely fine products to prove it, including face and beard wash, beard conditioner, beard oil, and beard balm. The Face and Beard Wash helps prevent beard itch, unclogs pores, calms and moisturizes, and deep conditions. Meanwhile, the beard oil is light and non-greasy and smooths and softens without clogging pores. The beard conditioner deep conditions while calming and moisturizing skin underneath. And the Beard Balm offers superior hydration, fights itch and dry, flaky skin, and helps prevent ingrown hairs, all using soothing oatmeal, aloe, chamomile, and jojoba oil. So, kiss your average beard goodbye and usher in your softest, smoothest, bestest beard and skin underneath. Put your best beard forward. Visit jfmbestbeard.com and use the promo code BESTBEARD25 to get 25% off your purchase.
Now, this is already a huge local story, but when you added Cindy saying the car smelled like a damn dead body and Casey's callous response, you got something that can go national. Now, the reason why the cops didn't have any say in the 911 calls coming out, and this is very interesting. This is something that research assistant Rachel taught me. Florida has something called the Florida Sunshine Law. This law states that all non-confidential records, including law enforcement records, must be made readily available to the public. And that is the reason why so many of the wackiest news stories, like the ones we used to cover on Roundtable, come from Florida. It's not that Florida is so much crazier than the rest of the country. It's that reporters have more information on Florida crimes and can legally report more details. Florida made themselves a sideshow state, whether it was intentional or not.
The Florida Sunshine Law sounds so fun and nice. Like it's nothing but sunshine. You're not allowed to fry it on Tuesdays. It's the Florida Sunshine Law.
Yeah, it sounds like the Sunshine Law is like, yeah, you have to surf to work.
Yeah, but in reality, it's much worse than that. Oh, my God.
And around the time the 911 calls came out, Casey Anthony hooked up with the lawyer that ensured her trial will become possibly the biggest Florida sideshow ever. The inimitable Jose Baez.
Yeah, man, this is a fucking sharpshooter she got a hold of. This fucking guy, this piece of work.
He has been around.
Yeah. Now said to be, quote, one of the best trial lawyers of all time by Geraldo, as per Baez's website.
Very good.
Baez was, at the time of the Anthony disappearance, just another relatively unknown and unsuccessful Orlando lawyer. Casey Anthony changed all that. Baez was the perfect person to represent someone like Anthony, just like Leslie Abraham was the perfect lawyer for the Menendez brothers. And we'll see later just how much Baez learned from Abraham. Now, Baez was not the only publicity hound in the Casey Anthony menagerie. He was joined by a bail bondsman bounty hunter out of Sacramento named Leonard Padilla.
Uh-oh, Padilla's on the case.
Padilla. It's Padilla.
Is it like quesadilla or quesadilla?
Padilla put up Casey's $500,000 bail and sent her home with a team in tow because...
This is interesting. They're like entertainment managers.
Yeah.
They saw the whole the whole package.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, fuck, this is it. We're all going to make a fuck ton of money. And the prosecution's so full of themselves, what they're already doing, they are hanging themselves out to dry, airing all of this media shit, which we're going to see what the consequences of it
Yeah,
are.
they definitely...
But they're like, we're gonna ride this to our own personal fortunes.
She was like a YouTube star. It was crazy. That's nuts.
So now we've got the 911 calls coming out. The kid still hasn't been found. It's found out that Zanny the nanny was a lie. And now Casey Anthony's out of jail. And that is when shit really gets out of hand. Protesters and ill-wishers showed up at the Anthony house. Whole family showed up for this shit.
Ill-wishers is I wish you ill. I am an ill-wisher. I'm wishing you
naughty,
ill.
and I'm the naughty police telling you you're being naughty and you get a ticket for being naughty.
It's the opposite of a well-wisher.
Okay.
An ill-wisher.
It's an ill-wisher. You don't want to be around them.
Now, I saw footage of a couple of parents with 3 small children in tow, slamming on the Anthony's door, demanding they come out. And when the Anthony's didn't open the door...
for some reason, I just don't think we're going to go out because there is a mob out there wanting to tear us limb from limb.
Yeah, when the Anthony's didn't open the door, the mother stood outside. The mother of the family that came to yell at the Anthonys, she stood outside and read a statement from a poster board as if Casey had already been found guilty and it was time for the victim impact statements.
Wow.
George even started getting into fights with people on the front lawn. And there's footage of this where there's
It's brutal. And he's got like that old man strength.
Yeah.
Where he's like, he doesn't know how to really fight because it's been a while, but he's just grabbing at people. It's been like, get out of here. You get away from my family. It's really brutal. It's very like, you could see your family member doing
It's
it.
an insane scene. Yeah.
And day and night, the press camped out, waiting to see a glimpse of Casey Anthony. And according to a woman who was a part of the bounty hunters team in the Anthony house, Casey kind of loved it. Now
What? No way. Casey
Shocking.
likes attention? That's weird.
Now, this woman who was a part of the bounty hunters team, because the bounty hunters, as a condition of them posting her bail, they were like, we need a team inside the house because they were kind of angling for a reality show.
Yes, that's what the $250,000 would, because you have to pay half to put somebody up for bail. Then when they put you up, that's an investment. That's
see.
for a sizzle reel.
Yeah.
That is like, this is how this starts. They are now a production company.
Yeah, and they did still try to go for the pilot. I watched their sizzle reel. It is not impressive.
Well, it's one of my favorite shows right next to O.J. Simpson's Juiced. Good Lord.
So this woman, her name was Tracy Conroy. She lived at the Anthony house for 9 days and nights in August of 2008 so she could keep an eye on Casey. She said she witnessed the narcissistic behavior of Casey Anthony firsthand. One night, Conroy said that she thought she heard Casey crying in her room and thought, Jesus, finally, this woman is showing some emotion. But when Conroy opened the door, she found Casey was actually laughing.
Oh. God's creeping me out, man.
Casey, she was on Facebook. And she was just tickled pink at a message she'd gotten from a hot guy who said, Casey, you're gorgeous.
Oh, my God.
She even waved Conroy over. It's like, come here, look at this. Isn't he cute?
Look at that.
But the days of hot guys would soon be over for Casey, at least for a little while. The results were in on the car forensics. Cops had sent a sample of the fabric to a guy named Dr. Arpad Voss, who had made himself an expert in the chemistry of decomposition.
Arpad?
I don't like the concept of self-made chemistry expert of composition.
There are a lot of unique names in this episode.
Very
And
much
I don't.
so.
What is Arpad? That's a strange one.
It's Arpad with an A.
Huh. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
So this is Arpad Voss's, Dr. Arpad Voss's whole thing. When a body decomposes, it releases specific gases into the air. And Dr. Voss claimed that he'd come up with a method to detect those gases. And this is how it went. First, he'd seal the sample in a paint can. The vapor that... What?
Yes.
No, it's-
He's a self-made
I don't know.
chemistry
I
expert.
just-
He
okay.
did shit he had in his house.
All right,
This
all
is just
right.
what he did. He's DIYing.
I'm listening.
But it worked!
Okay.
The vapor that was released from the sample was then collected and tested, separating the chemicals in the air to allow each chemical to be addressed specifically. And boy, was there a whole lot of dead body chemicals on that trunk fabric.
Is that exactly what he wrote?
Dead body chemicals.
Oh, boy.
Dead body chemicals.
As Dr. Arpad, I can say, oh, boy, is there a lot of dead chemicals.
maybe Maybe I farted near the sample. But that's where I put farty body chemicals down. You see, 2% of the chemicals were farty body chemicals. There was a standard 75% of dead body chemicals. There was some residual foot smell chemicals, and then there was 5% more of fart body chemicals.
Towards the end there.
And then there was the hair they found. Those hairs, 9 inches long, light brown, and untreated, were sent to the FBI crime laboratory. The mitochondrial DNA in the hair was tested, and it was found that the only possible owners of the hair were Kaylee, Cindy, or Casey. The length and the fact that the hair was untreated, however, meant that it could only be Kaylee's. The hair also had a distinct pattern, a single band of brown discoloration around the root. This band is known as a decomposition band, and it's only found on hairs that come from a decomposing body. Dr. Voss had one more thing to mention. Decomposition gases weren't the only vapors detected in the Pontiac Sunfire.
Also farty body chemicals.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
There is also, I had a roast beef sandwich, and so
Thank
there
you,
were
doctor.
some roast beef fumes.
Technically, he's the only doctor in town, so we have to go with him.
They also found traces of chloroform, much higher levels than would normally be in the trunk of a car.
Yeah, no, none. No,
Some can be. We're
Some can be.
We're gonna have a whole lot of
don't-
discussions about the chloroform on the second episode.
More like bore. Okay, I'm not. That's an Adam Sandler. More like. I'm not roasting.
You're gonna have the opportunity to make that joke. You're gonna have the opportunity.
More like
You're gonna
bore.
have the opportunity.
Kind of a funny.
You're gonna have you're ruining it right now because you're gonna have like a straight, clear road to this joke on episode 2.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And so on October 14th, 2008, Casey Anthony was slapped with 4 charges: first-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, aggravated manslaughter of a child, and providing false information to the police. But still, there was no body. As far as Casey was saying, it was still Zanny the nanny, even though Zenaida Gonzalez had been found, questioned, and released, cleared completely. Everything would change, though, on December 11th, 2008, when someone finally paid attention to Roy Kronk.
Nobody ever pays attention to me. It's something about my attitude and the way that I dress. Or maybe it's my job, but people don't understand what goes into being me. A lot of effort to put on these shoes.
I like him.
Roy Kronk was a regular Joe utility worker who used the small wooded area near the Anthony house as a sometime piss break spot when he was out and about doing his job.
All right.
And on October 11th, Roy was relieving himself when he saw a suspicious trash bag. Knowing about the Kaylee Anthony search, Kronk called the cops, who forwarded him to the tip line, but nobody followed up on the claims of Roy Kronk.
Good Lord.
On Roy's next piss at the site, 2 months later, he noticed something was different. It wasn't just a garbage bag now. Some of whatever was inside had been dragged out by animals in the interim, and Kronk saw something small, round, and white laying on the ground. Stupidly, Kronk picked up a stick and poked at it. And it was pretty obvious by this time that Kronk had found a human skull, but still, he couldn't help himself and stuck his stick in the eye socket and lifted it off the ground. He jumped, dropped it, and called it in. Investigators showed up and found the remains of Kaylee Anthony less than half a mile from the Anthony home.
Good Lord.
Half a mile. 4,200 people involved in the search over 3 weeks, and none of them found this.
Wow.
And literally, it took a man who had to find it in the most Scooby-Doo episode way possible.
Yeah,
Where
interesting.
he's going out there to pee, and he finds it, and then just this guy, Roy Kronk, is now involved in the story.
Roy Kronk is now involved. He's not a hero. Absolutely
He
not.
found it.
He found it, but what he did after he found it is going to place it's just going to
I
put
think
a
he
big
was
old
just being-
stinking rose into the middle of the
was
prosecution.
He's the
ignorant
hero
decision,
we
but-
deserve. He's the hero we're
I
gonna
don't think he
get.
did it on purpose.
He did not.
No.
No. But still, when you find a skull in the woods, don't poke it with a stick.
What would you do?
Call the cops.
All right.
So Kaylee Anthony's body had been placed first in a garbage bag. Then, whoever dumped the body had carried the body outside the house in a canvas diaper bag and dumped it in this small wooded area, although we have no clear idea of when the body was dumped there. And this little area, it's like, you know, when you go around like to suburbia or in pretty much any town in America, you've got house, and then like, you know, maybe 100 yards of woods,
Right.
if even that, maybe even 50 yards of woods.
Yeah, small.
This is very common in Florida.
Yeah.
This is very common. A lot of times there'll be housing complexes. There'll be like little wooded areas. Then normally times they'll have like a water reservoir, like going through there, like little kind of like retention ponds or man-made little lake kind of bullshitty things that technically are put in to make the housing complexes nice.
Right.
Or they left them there. The whole point is to be like, look, it's like, so then they can call like the Shady Glen of Poinsettia Way, like all of those weird
Right.
housing complex names.
Now here's where things get interesting. Remember Juliette Lewis?
Mm-hmm.
Check this shit out.
This is interesting. This is good.
The small wooded area where Kaylee was found was between 4701 Hope Spring Drive and 4709 Hope Spring Drive. The Anthonys lived at 4937 Hope Spring Drive. And this is something that I cannot believe hasn't been more widely reported, because research assistant Rachel triple checked this on multiple sites and confirmed this after I found this theory on a Casey Anthony blog. The person who lived at 4701 was named Zenaida Almodovar. Over at 4709, that was the residence of a one Peter Gonzalez. And so the mystery of Zenaida Gonzalez is more or less solved.
Wow.
She Kaiser Soze did.
That's crazy.
She just did the ending of Usual Suspects.
She just took the first and last names of two of her neighbors, the two neighbors that lived in between the dump site of the body, and hoped that it was such an odd name that she'd be able to just ride the kidnapping claim indefinitely, thinking that she was too special for something like forensics to catch up with her.
Wow.
Also, I can guarantee I've been in many Orlando apartments. There was a Usual Suspects poster up in that apartment that she must have seen several times, many times, and
Possible.
have thought about it. And Usual Suspects probably was played several times a week in the apartment.
Oh no, those people did not watch movies like usual. They did not watch good movies like Usual Suspect. They watched Jumper.
We're getting into speculation here.
No, what's really mind-boggling is that according to the last census, there are only 22 women in the United States named Zenaida Gonzalez.
All right, so I'm not crazy for thinking it's a bit of an odd name.
It's only by sheer coincidence that one of those 22 women happened to be living in Orlando in 2008.
Wow.
Weird.
So in the 6-month period where the body had laid there, most of the flesh had rotted off the bones in the swampy Florida summer heat, and there was no sign of trauma to the skeleton. This made a cause of death impossible to conclusively determine. What they did have, though, was duct tape. 3 strips were found, and enough was still on the front of the skull, covering the mouth to hold the mandible in place when it should have long ago separated from the skull. Later, when an FBI print examiner tested the tape for fingerprints, the only thing she said she found was adhesive residue in the shape of a heart from a sticker that had long since fallen off and disintegrated in the Florida mud. And that's where we'll pick back up next week on Casey Anthony Part 2.
All right.
Whoa.
Wow. Very sad situation.
I wonder who
there.
did it.
Well, yeah, we still have to find the real killer, don't we?
I who did it? I hope that we can figure this out next week. Dogmeat did some good footwork, and he thinks he solved the case.
Well, not solved, but I've actually got a pretty good working theory here for what personally I think happened
All
with
right.
Casey Anthony.
Yeah, and you know who it was? Jack the Ripper.
Jack, really?
Yeah, somebody else. Whoever killed wonderful Nicole Brown Simpson. If the two of them, it's got to be the same guy.
Perhaps. You never know.
Well, they were pretty much the same trial. I'll say that much.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for listening. Let's see. What do we want to do here? We want to thank everyone for Patreon. Without you, none of this is possible, and we love you all very much, so thank you for that.
And I want to thank some people who sent us some gifts in the mail. I want to thank Britt for sending me an Israel Keys book and a couple of bottles of Iron Brew, because apparently they're selling it at Publix now.
No kidding. What doesn't Publix bring to us?
This is not good news for your Invisalign. I want to see what it does to your Invisalign. It's a good case study.
I want to thank Sarah Toomer over at Milk's Cookies for sending a fun little sci-fi book. I want to thank the people over at Spring Heeled Jack Coffee.
My goodness, lots of coffee.
We got a lot of coffee this week. I want to thank the people over at Spring Heeled Jack Coffee for sending us a few bags.
That's great.
Also want to thank the people over at Manbot Coffee Roasters for sending us a bag as well.
You know what, everyone who is sending Marcus coffee, do you think he needs to be awake more? Maybe send him some downers, something that can have him rest.
You're driving him insane. I'll take some coffee. P.O. Box 470, North Hollywood, California, 91603. That is the LA studio mailing.
Little too desperate for it, though, I think. So we'll
coffee.
see if it happens.
Little thirsty for that.
I just want coffee. And hot sauces. People were sending me hot sauces, and I've been hot sauce crazy.
I love good hot sauce.
Love a good hot sauce, too.
Oh, my God. Well, thanks so much for supporting all the shows here on LPN Top Hat, page 7. We really appreciate it, and we'll keep on bringing you
Wizard and the Bruiser.
Check
out Brighter Side.
Movie Sign with the
Check out all
Mads.
those motherfuckers.
You know where to find them.
Yeah, and if you want to listen to me do a music show, go over to kpiss.fm every Tuesday afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern to hear me play some music live. And you can also check out older shows on Mixcloud.com.
Real DJ Anonymous.
Marcus Parks.
Real DJ Anonymous over
real
here.
DJ Anonymous. So follow us on Twitter at Henry Loves You, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel. Follow us on Instagram at Dr. Fantasty, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel, the number 1.
Yo.
And follow Last Podcast on the Left on all of it at LP on the Left. And I'm not getting on Vero.
What is
I don't give
Vero?
a fuck what anybody says. It's a new social media platform.
I'm pretty much already dropped out of all the rest of them. I don't want to have
Vero?
to get to another one.
Vero
Yeah,
sounds
I'm
like
not
a
doing
man
another
who steals your girlfriend. Vero.
It is.
No,
it is. You will lose Brooke to it. Hail Satan.
Hail yourselves, everyone.
Helgeen.
Hail me as well.
And a magustalations.
To one and all.
Hey, what's up, everyone? How are you? Thank you all so much. It's time for Patreon shout-outs. Hail yourselves. Shout-outs. All right, should I begin? I'll start it off here.
Begun.
All right, we got this one fella. His name is Scott Harris. Kayla Champagne, thank you. Kelly Lyons, Daniel Raitt, Damian Ramirez, Jesse Cooley, John Park, Alicia Libertor, Will Harvey, Tinsel Wolf, Rich Wren, Arula Cotton, Amy Pohanek, Dylan Doherty, Spencer, Security Alert, Hannah, Nick Corrado, Gia Gelmete, Kelly Levine, Laura Green, Grant Withers, Paul Patton, Kevin Wilson, Thomas Norton, Colin B., Katie Erdahl, thank you, Nathan Anderson, Marcy Scherzer, George Geiger, Simone Bishop, Zacharias Lopez, Lenny B., Stephen Lee. A couple of rhyme moments here. That's fun.
I like it.
Yes, John Marker, or John Marcux, or John Marker. Georgia Grace Hayes, Sean Doherty, Andrew Springer, Madeline Hoffman, Alexandria Upton, Matt Ray, Genevieve Barlow, I hope I pronounced that right, Anthony, Jacqueline Brothers, and Spencer Hughes. Jacqueline Brothers and Spencer Hughes going in together. Bunny, Sibohan Thompson. It's Siobhan.
Siobhan. That's Siobhan.
Is that Siobhan?
No, it's Siobhan. Yeah.
Is it? All right. Yeah. Thompson. Corey Duvall. Brittany Phillips. Zach Brown. Kyle Andrew Mooney. Taylor Lynn. Drew Johnson. Rachel Way. Jennifer Seafrain. Rowan Peterson. Road. Road. Remember that?
Roads.
Roanne Peterson.
Roads.
Ashley Curtis, Noel White, Andrew Novak, Kevin Packer, go Pack Go, Kevin Packer, and Gary Smith. Hail yourselves.
Kristen Bates. Ross Roselle. Madeline Gagger. Madeline Gallagher. I don't want to say Gagger, I'm sorry. Jacob. George Reynolds. Haley McQuiston Zirkle. Britton Jean. Sirius. Christian Just. Wellington Hutzier. John Rivet. Evan Hill. Rangerfer. Claire Teasdale. Allison Grigoletto. Meredith Berry. Anders Lull. Andrew Adams. Jamie Vigil. Claire Fitzpatrick. Amanda Potter. Carrie Kurtz. Flantus 23. Gabriel Olson. Brian Hughes. Mikey Bloomberg. Jansky Scott. Vincent Kenny. Jay Hess. Rachel with an AE, 2 AEs in it. Saray Hale. Leslie Lowry. Charlotte Coifo, or Chufo. Deborah Eichstadt. Anna. Alan Yee. Christian Story. Lena Cadora. Stephen R. Walden. Kevin P. Liz Long. Jennifer Kelly. Lauren Jonquil, who we met in Omaha, who's been a longtime fan, and she's awesome. We had a great time.
Thank you.
We talked quite a bit. She sat next to us while I was slapping that burger in my mouth.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I was there.
alright.
I was there too.
Yeah, she was very nice. Matthew Lazarenko, Patrick Daniel, Calum Edwards, Lindy Lou, Dylan Green, Kevin Esposito, Jonathan Bouchel. And I'm done.
I got Evan Wishman, Elise McMullen, Glenn Williams, Amber Shorrock, Carly Jerome, Sarah McKagan, Andrew Boyer, Nathan LeMay, Stephen Taylor, Matt Temple, Juanita Cucaracha, Samuel Mitchell, Madeline Vate, Amber Fordyce, Nima Alizadeh, Rainbow Robocup, Helen Hemley, Dakota Zambito, Josh Smith. Went to high school with a Josh Smith.
No kidding.
It's a very common name.
Josh Smith.
Maximilian Murray Hill, Caitlin Polhamus, Marianne Wentworth, Corey Kozitz, Sam Grantham, Patrick Clausen, Justin Gray, Erica Lopez, Ellen Swindle, Shane Bronson, Tucker Scoos, Ryan Callahan, Marilyn Metz, Sarah, Lindsay Saunders, Asher Thornton, Tyler Jordan, Kurt Johnson, Jennifer Odom, Shannon Negan, the She-Devil,
Whoa, yeah, see, watch your footing around that lady.
Aaron Scott, Derek Thompson, Leanne Ondick, Corey Dubois, Rook Errant, Leela Rees, Paul Jordan, Teresa Jontz, Suji Choi, Stephanie Wolf, Carla Savard, Marlo Payeha, Scotty Herod, Tahara Cook, Dear Nagard, Lauren DeHaas, Shanna Sanders, Sarah Lutkenhouse, Andrew Carla Wood, and Lear Ozaeta.
All right, I've got Leah Moynihan, Carol Homer, Brian McLeod, or Bryn McLeod, Jennifer Bagwell. Hey, Jennifer. Caitlin, Victoria Mallory Myers, The Wicked One, Scott Mills. Oh, look at that. Scott Mills. John Pierce Ruland, Ricky Jones, Dennis McCusey, Jenilyn Weiss, or Jenilyn Weiss, yeah, there it is. Elliot Boswell, 27 raccoons. Well, that is a lot of raccoons.
A lot of raccoons.
It is.
Ronald Barbus, I could say that a bunch. Ronald Barbus. Griffin Silby. Katie Amy Earl, Reagan Garside. Peter Junkaj, Torsten Nasenberg. Thomas Baphomet. Is that your real last name, Thomas?
Forget it! Yeah,
Drew-
fucking dead, metal day!
Drew Bailey, Akil Dude, a chill dude. It's a chill dude.
chill
All
dude.
one word.
You sound like you
chill
had a
dude.
fucking brain aneurysm.
Yeah, a chill. It's all one word. A kill dude. A chill dude. Emily Simmons, Rachie K, Kit Oates, Hunter M., Meredith Moore, Thomas Bentley, Eliza Gramling, Coily and Cute, Phoebe Ballard, Simon Dacombe, Chelsea Halverson, Brandon Petrie, Mary Van Ravensway, Alex Lowe, Ari Hashimoto, Victoria Crawford, Erin Enya, Tara O'Brien, Band Library. So that's unfortunate. We shouldn't do that. Band Library, Aiden Pinar, Christopher Rousseau, Matthew McDonald, Paul Palmer. Look at that. Paul Palmer, Matthew Douglas, Paige Danner, Hank Bullington. I like that. Bullington. Allie Sharp, Adam Robson, Alan Lindsay, Aaron Osborne, Spencer Latour, Chelsea Hoolan, Lauren Blem, Chu Toy McCoy, Jenny, Rebecca Schwartz, Trillian Astra, and Emmy Lou Musgrave. Hail yourselves. Thank you all so much.
Liz Flannery, Greg Cody, Pat Lowry. We have a couple of people that I know well, or either through the internet or in person here in a row for some reason. Colby Speaking, who played 666, very on brand.
Oh.
We know her. She is fashion forward. She's full of it, and she's giving it. Hail Satan, Colby. And Naomi Rose West. Also, hope you're feeling okay. Hello.
She's got a GoFundMe, so look at that, Naomi Rose West.
Yes. I hope you're doing good, girl. Mandy and Jake Donaldson, Ken Thompson, Anna Ryan, Corey Felt, Roxanne Davis, Zach Chapman, Elisa Jackman, Mars Budzuski, Stephen Morris, Alex Alexis, Rashna Sutaria, Wes Hazard, Will Kitely, Alex Alexis, Stacy Grillo, Adam, Andrew Weisbeck, Brittany Ely, Harrison Nelson, Daniel Gillette, Alexis Den, Anaxamander, Kyle Grody, Cassandra, Patricia Duty. I'm sorry if that's ruined your life. Nick Owen, Spencer, James Rose, Claire McDonald, Brian Robinson, Jeff Ladd, Casey Gresseth, Neil Hehe, it's two H-H-E-H-E, Katie Wolfus, Paul Miller, John or Jan Savage, Tyler Duncan, Lauren Sidney Colson, Lorraine Hinkle, Einhorn and Hinkle, Hinkle and Einhorn.
I think it was Finkel.
Is it
Lorraine Hinkle. Lorraine Hinkle.
Went to college with a Lauren Hinkle.
A lot of people reminding you of other people.
E.J. Harden, Matt Kelly, Humdidi, Sylvia C., Samantha Standridge, Tyler Osborne, Max Bones, Alexander Marquise, Natalie, Savona Abondo, Adam McWaters, Alicia Ford, Alex Schmidt, Emily Podwini, David Gashaw, and Patrick D. Gartner. Hail Satan, and thank you for your money.
Well, rounding it all out, I got Lily Germeroff, Amanda Woodbridge, Ruth Kaleke, Ethan Hermer, Megan Mers, Holly Ellis, Jane, Chris and Christine Cannon, possibly brother and sister, Chris Highskull, Russell Martin, Bethany Brazel, Patrick R. Fay, Hewan Kim, Asia Kibbe, Percy Jabroni, Sydney Saint, Mike Drozd, Jay Trest, Elon Elias, excuse me. Connie Lingus.
Yeah.
Rachel, Christopher Horton, Rosemary Moore, Chris Leonard, Jesse Edwards, Samuel Lanicombe Oliver, Sven Stormbeard, Aaron Jensen, Nick Halverson, Molly Hollinger, David, Stephen Machuga, Marika, Anthony Beamer, Jack Stone, Sam and Mandy Moody. Sam and Mandy Moody.
Cool.
Holly Keese, Khaki Gorton, Sam Walker, Desiree Pebworth, the Jacketless Wonder.
That's the funniest superhero ever. Just like hangs out in a warm climate. Doesn't have a jacket.
I like it when it's 65 and over.
Sarah Kinsella, Hunter Young, Dan Sanchez Silva, Suqua Madik, Hannah Grabner, Carrie Berger, Anthony Carbajal, Zoe Duck, Billy Sim, Trent Nielsen, Tom Gore, Brooke Tolay, John Mangrum, Don Cribb, Alan Tracy, Lindsay Barnes, Charlotte Azeltine, Jack Hansley, and Stephen Petrosky.
All right.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you all so much.
I think someone put a suck on my deek in there. I think that's a suck on my deek.
Sucka Madik.
Yeah.
Let me.
I'm pretty certain.
Let me just do a quick little check here.
That's a Colbert joke, but it's very funny.
That could go either way.
Hail Satan, again, thank you for your money. We love you.
Yes,
Is
thank
that
you so
good?
very much.
Yes, thank you all. Hail yourselves. We'll talk to you soon.
Pete Yawn for Nancy on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant.
Hello
Carl
there.
Pilkington. Steve, you got any other toilet-related anecdotes?
Rick, my life is just full of toilet trauma.
Yeah.
And Carl, you may not realise this, but a while back I used to host, this is bizarre, I used to host a radio show on the BBC World Service, right? Now, if you want someone who's the voice of integrity, the voice of intelligence, the voice of a nation, you're going to come to me. That's obvious. And I was broadcasting to, now they've got listeners of something like 50, 60 million people around the world. It's mental, the listenership of the World Service. And I used to host this show with someone
It's a big place, Steve.
The World?
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. And anyway, so I had to be into Bush House, where they broadcast from, 10 o'clock every Friday morning to broadcast around the world to 50 million people, right? And one week, I went to the toilet in my house, right? Everyone had left. I got there a bit late. I got up a bit late. Already against me. The clock was already against me. Had to be there at 10 o'clock, broadcast around the world. And we got two toilets in our house, downstairs one, right? And the door had already been a bit dodgy. It was one of those doors where you had to give it a bit of a kick as you went in. It was getting a bit tight. I don't know what the wood was expanding or something. You know, I'm in there. And same thing again happens. No toilet paper. I think, oh God, I'm gonna have to somehow kind of make it up.
Why don't you check first?
I normally do, Rick. I normally do. It's just on certain occasions when I'm bleary-eyed or something, I forget, or occasionally I forget. Normally I do check.
Right.
And you've got to bear in mind that it's not like this is happening every week. This is over the course of many years that these incidents have accumulated. So
you've condensed them
for the purposes of this anecdote.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes. And great. You're just brilliant to keeping the pace up of an anecdote there, Rick. You've just drawn in. I don't know where I am now. Anyway, I know where I am. I'm trapped in a toilet with no toilet paper.
Yeah.
That's where I am. And I'm thinking maybe I peel off some of the wallpaper, things like that. But there's nothing I can do. I got to go upstairs. Well, exactly. But I got to have to go upstairs and find
toilet paper. Was there any?
There wasn't.
There wasn't. Oh.
I'll have to go upstairs and maybe find a notepad or something like that. And so I try the door. Right, the door's wedged. And I'm pulling on the door, and I can't get the door open. It's just like it won't come open, and it's already. And I knew it was going to come to this at some point. Like this is like the clock's ticking. I'm trying to pull the door open, trousers around my ankles again, and I'm thinking, well, what I could do is I could open the window, I suppose, and like try and climb out, but not really because I got the trousers around the ankles. And that's
or if it was raining, just stick your arse out. Two birds with one stone.
Sadly, it was a beautiful day, Rick.
I call it the World Bee Day.
And so what I'm thinking is, I got my mobile phone in there, luckily, because it's in my pocket. I'm thinking, well, maybe I could phone. I was seriously
Kleenex.
Maybe I'll phone the fire brigade.
By this point, I mean, it just dried.
No, it hadn't. It was.
Hold on. Was that little puppy not around? Because sometimes you can call that. It's got a little bit wrapped round it.
Listen.
Or just use the puppy itself.
There's 50 million people around the world going to need to hear my voice in 30 minutes.
Exactly.
And
where's Steve? He's not locked in the toilet again, is he?
Exactly.
Oh, no.
So I'm thinking about phoning the fire brigade, and I'm thinking, like, if I do that, it's gonna be the first call that goes straight on the speakerphone.
Yeah.
For like the entire fire brigade service.
With
everywhere.
a butch hero carrying you down over his shoulders with your trousers around your ankles.
Exactly.
Can I just not pull him up? No, you've got to be taught a lesson.
Yeah. But I imagine the idea of phoning up and going, hello there, I'm trapped in a room in my house. Oh yeah, which one is it? Oh, I don't need to know.
It's quite small. Is it?
Yeah. It's not the toilet, is it? Because we don't want to come out and rescue someone who's trapped in the toilet.
Which service do you require? Paper.
So I think I can't find the fire brigade. The clock's ticking. So then I think one of my housemates is still in the house, but still asleep. So I phone the house number. Right, phone rings and rings and rings for ages. And eventually, he answers the phone, right? Gets out of bed, answers the phone, yeah. Hi, it's Steve. All right, what's wrong? I'm
what are you
downstairs.
doing? What are you doing? All right, yeah. Oh, I didn't wait. I don't know. What are you doing? Oh, I'm just in the toilet.
I'm just downstairs in the toilet.
Oh, yeah, what are you doing? Oh, Well, I've finished what I'm... Have you got any toilet paper?
Any bog roll.
Yeah.
So he had to kind of scrape together a few bits of paper, you know, and sort of tinfoil or whatever he could find in the house.
A cactus.
Come down
Oh, no.
Pass it underneath the door, right? And then I said, can you move away from the door because I don't want you to hear me as I'm, you know, wiping the... And so
You
he
didn't
did
say that?
Yeah, well, I didn't want him to, you know, that's
What, sorry,
that's embarrassing.
What were you wiping it with? Not tumbleweed. What do you mean? What
No, but
noise?
I know what you mean.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Right.
So then I say, right, can you smash
Why
this-
was he hovering? Why didn't he want to walk away? Will you keep your what was it outside with a glass to his ear?
Yeah. Thankfully, there was a window in the door, but it was frosted glass. You could just see my semi-naked body moving around. And so eventually I said to him, look, listen, I'm going to need you to sort of kick the door in. He said, well, I don't want to kick the door in because you're going to have to pay for it, aren't we? I go, yeah, but I got to go to the World Service. Well, yeah. And he was a lovely man. He's the weakest man you've ever come across. It's like if there's one person you don't want to have to throw their body weight against the door, it was him. It's like he'll snap before the door will. So he's smashing against
This
the door.
sounds like a fetish to me, though. He went in there, and there you were naked with lots of toilet paper. And you go, oh, you've broken the door down, and there I am naked. Again.
Oh, you've rumbled me, Rick. I wish I'd not told that embarrassing story on the radio. Like it wasn't embarrassing enough, you've just got to make it slightly more seedy.
Oh, so did he get it down?
He did it, yeah, and I got to the World Service with like minutes to spare.
Oh.
And interestingly, I told that story to 50 million people around the world.
Joking.
Yeah.
Did they understand?
I think so.
I mean, is that a bit of a problem when you're on the World Service, like thinking of things that everyone can understand?
Yes.
Because you can't.
It's a bit
just
like
talk
when
about-
talking to you.
Yeah, exactly, Carl. I think you're on thin ice there, worrying about people understanding what you're saying.
No, but you can't talk about stuff that's on the telly and that because some people say, "Oh, we haven't even got a telly here."
Oh, yeah, you're listening to XFM 104.9. Play a record. Nirvana, All Apologies on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, obviously, with me, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. Well, Steve, I met up with... I know it's forbidden, usually.
I don't know why you
Let
keep
me just
doing it.
explain to the listener. Me and Steve have got a little bit of a pact. We're not allowed to talk to Carl during the week because he comes out with too much dynamite, and we want it to be fresh, and it's just unfair. And if he sees us laughing, he clams up a little bit because he knows something's wrong with his head. So, I was in a pub, and Carl called. He was returning a call. I'd called you earlier, and I said, "Oh, I'm just across the road. Come over." And he came over, and we had a conversation. And I kept saying, "No, save it." And I can't remember half the things he was saying, but I do remember one thing he said. He said that the human eye never grows. He said, unlike your ears and nose that keeps growing all your life, he says the human eye never grows. Now, there's a little bit of... He says, no, you look at a baby, it's got big eyes. It's got the same size eyes as it will have.
When a
it's
baby's born, everyone always goes, "Oh, look at its eyes," don't they? Because that's like the main feature.
Yes.
They're quite big. They don't grow. They don't get any smaller. They stay the same size.
What you mean, once you become an adult, you've the same sized
No.
eyes?
Soon as you come out of the womb, your eyes, the size they are as a little baby, they stay the same size.
Until
Just
you
like
die.
the sockets.
And I pointed out to him, right, I said, if that was true, Steve Merchant, when he was a baby, with these eyes he's got now, would have looked like a hammerhead shark.
All right, calm down. You don't want to go lay into the eyes.
Do you know what I mean? Just to prove my point.
I didn't laugh when
Good.
he said that.
Respect.
Do you know what I mean, though? Imagine...
I've got the eyes are the windows of the soul, and mine happen to be enormous
French
plate glass windows. Yeah. But nevertheless, they're beautiful. Many people find them beautiful.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah, many people do. But
Do you know they don't have kneecaps either?
My eyes, or
what?
Babies. When they're born, they don't get kneecaps until they're about 2.
They don't get kneecaps.
Is that true?
Yeah. And
What
also,
are you
it might be
talking
true,
about,
it might
Carl?
be
That's,
true.
but isn't it a little bone in? It's part of the.
Well, no, but all
the leg bone.
you've got lot more bones when you're born than
yeah, you got
eventually.
300 when you're born, then 205 when you're an adult.
Yeah, they all fuse, don't they?
Do they?
Their head's got to be all soft to come out.
Right.
As we said earlier,
I would know. I'm a shark.
Oh,
So
God.
what did you say when he said about my eyes being huge?
Okay, get off it.
So that isn't nice, considering
Yeah.
he's not here.
Yeah,
So I
talking about
wait
him
until
being
he's
on
here when I slag him off.
Yeah, very well. No, nice one, Carl. You're an honourable man.
Oh, well, I know, you see, the thing is, right, that made me think that it might be a little bit of truth in this.
There is as well,
that-
the ear thing. Have you seen that with old
That's
men
true,
who
yeah.
have really long ears
Yeah,
and big noses?
yeah.
You mean
Do
that-
they eat buns and walk around in the jungle, these
I don't
old
understand.
men?
You mean that the ears and the nose carry on growing?
Yeah, they do, that's true. That's true, it's cartilage.
Yeah, but it's not like sort of Pinocchio.
No, after you're dead, you leave a body lying around, he's got a huge elephant type
Really?
ears.
If you left him long enough?
4-foot nose, that's what, yeah. No,
remarkable.
but you see, it's about the focal length in your eye, you see, because it's like a big lens. So it makes sense that they couldn't change that much. Because an owl, do you know why an owl turns its head round? Sort of like 180 degrees?
No.
Because it can't move its eyes, because the eyes take up the whole, it's the biggest eye in the animal kingdom. The eyes take up the whole of its skull.
Really?
Yeah, and it has to move its, yeah.
Has it got a brain in there as well?
It's got a brain in there, yeah, above the eye, yeah. When I say the whole of the skull...
Quite, yeah. There's also some space for the brain.
What I meant is the two diameters of the eye is the diameter of the...
You've lost me
skull.
there with diameters. And
You didn't like maths, did you?
no, don't like maths. Never understood it. Couldn't get to grips with maths. I don't know about you, Carl.
Did you do maths, Carl?
Now, how did you do in your exams on the maths? Did you turn up? I bet yours was rather like my theory, which is why do you need to figure it all out when you've got a calculator?
Exactly.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah.
You're
And
right.
I agree.
Well, let's play a record, and afterwards I'm going to be testing you on your homework this week, Carl.
Could we do White Van Man first?
We could do... Oh, just to... No, they've got to
No,
know
just to
what
remind
they're
people.
dealing with, yeah. Carl's homework was to read all about, as you know, Che Guevara.
Absolutely.
Last week he did well on Rasputin, didn't he?
Did very well on Rasputin. Yeah,
and
passed with flying marks there.
So let's have a bit of Wu-Tang, shall we?
Then let's have White Van
Carl.
Man. White Van Carl. Nice.
Yeah.
Don't erase none of that good shit.
Wu-Tang Clan there, Steve. XFM 104.9 on the Gervais with Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington. Now, I just remembered something else Carl's in the week. I know it's forbidden to talk to him, but I'll tell you this. He was very excited about the Friends reunited. He was a bit nervous at first, wasn't he, last week? But he was really getting into it. And in the pub he was talking about the people, and he said, I'd never go on a reunion, though. He said, I'd never do that.
What, a school reunion?
Yeah, and he wouldn't want to see anyone. And I went, well, I said, wouldn't you want to see those two lads with the big heads and the webbed hands?
Oh, yeah, these were people you went to school with, weren't they?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't knock about with them. They were in the class.
What were they called?
Right.
Okay.
And he said, no, I wouldn't want to see them. He said, because what could you say? Oh, you haven't changed much. Right? And he said, and they wouldn't go anyway, would they? I said, why? He went, well, they didn't have any friends.
Right.
And I said, well, weren't they friends with each other? And he went, no, that would have been too obvious. Like, they passed each other and went, no, I know it's tempting, but let's not.
Everyone would think that's just what we were going to do. Let's not do it.
Yeah. So they didn't even hang around with each other.
No.
See, I must say, in my head, I've got something like it's like some sort of extra thing from Blake VII, that they're like some sort of lagoon monster, but they just had slightly oversized heads, did they?
See, does your head grow? Your eyes don't, does your head? Because maybe they've got to a point now that it's all sort of caught up with each other.
Well, at the time, the eyes were very small and the head was huge.
Just a very big head. And
Yeah.
the fingers aren't going to change, that's not...
They had
not funny.
webbed fingers.
It was like the penguin in Batman.
Really? Are you sure?
No, honestly.
Are you sure they weren't wearing mittens?
No, seriously.
Yeah, it wasn't home economics. They weren't getting something out of the oven, a very hot dish, were they? Every time you saw them.
But why were there two, but they weren't related and they weren't friends?
I don't know, I suppose it's like asthma and that, innit? Some kids have it. And it just was a
Yeah,
coincidence.
but asthma's quite a common thing. Webbed hands, Carl.
Yeah. I don't know, you don't think of it, do you, when you're a kid? You just sort of...
Oh,
when,
yeah,
when you first see them.
Yeah.
There goes the frogmen. Anyway, Carl, look, let's have a little quick session of White Van Man. For those that don't listen to the show regularly, the Sun, as you may know, has a section called White Van Man where a member of the public gets asked their opinions on the week's big political and social hot potatoes. Carl, we just thought it would be fun if you answered some of the questions. It's not so much questions, it's just your views really on these big news stories. What do you make of Olympic ski hero Alan Baxter testing positive for drugs?
What did he do?
Well, he won a gold medal in the Olympics, and
For what?
he was a skier,
Right.
and he won gold medal, and they've just tested him positive for some kind of illegal drug.
But what... if he did, why take drugs to ski?
Why?
Because all you do is balance.
But imagine, it'd be amazing if you were stoned, like going down a hill.
Yeah, it's not like you have
But
to...
it's not going to help you, is
No,
it?
it's
not
just
like-
gravity that's doing all the work, isn't it, with skiing?
Yeah, but it's often to do with your athleticism, isn't it? It's to
No, but
help
it'd be
you.
like saying, and we've just found out the people on the toboggan were on crack. It's not going to help them. You sit there and you go with the flow.
Yeah,
And
could
you hold
I
on.
say, the drugs he was
Apparently
taking...
that's his defence,
Probably, he probably wasn't jacking up H or, dropping a few E's or getting stoned. He was probably taking more sort of,
Steroids.
performance-enhancing drugs, as opposed to him just, like, scoring some shit around the corner from someone,
that
getting off his tits and jumping in a toboggan. Doesn't mean that, does it?
He wasn't off his nut.
Yeah. You tested you pissed out your head.
But why doesn't he just say, don't be stupid, why would I do that? It's just not going to help me out.
But it is, isn't it? Because performance-enhancing
Oh,
drugs
no,
do.
wait a minute, Steve, wait a minute. Carl, right, look at this way. Okay, look at me, yeah? Have I got his attention?
Yeah, the lights glinting off your ring there.
Yeah.
You're attracted to.
Okay, right, no, keep concentrating. Right. Some athletes, you're aware they take drugs, that's to build up
Swimmers
muscle.
and stuff.
Yeah, swimmers. For
Runners.
example, runners, yeah. Not only do they help build muscle, right, but they can actually, give them a boost performance-wise,
Yeah.
sort of like steroids and all this sort of stuff. Right? So that's the sort of thing we're talking about, okay?
Right. So again,
He wasn't
why
on a bong
would that help
before...
you?
What?
Why would that help you when all you've got to do is balance on skis?
Not when you're at the Olympic level.
Yeah.
There's a lot to do with, your body and your
No,
legs.
it's practice, isn't it? It's like, if you've skied for years, then you've got good balance after a bit.
Oh, do you know what, Carl? Do you know what? You've made a mockery of drug taking. Well done.
Yeah.
Right, next one, Steve.
I hate this bit. I hate this.
I don't know if you saw it. What did you make of Posh Spice's Warts and All documentary?
Yeah, I saw a bit of it.
What did you make of it?
I mean, people are slagging him off, aren't they? Saying, she's daft and that, but
Don't make you.
she's. I think they're all right, honestly.
Yeah, I think they're all right.
She's all right. I mean, I think David's really a decent bloke.
Sure.
Would
you agree that he's quite a simple man?
Yeah, but he's a footballer. He doesn't need to be. Do you know what I mean? It's like me.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I only got an E in history. Sure. But knowing about the Tudors doesn't help me press these buttons and put the next CD on.
No, sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, good luck to him, and he's done well out of it. And it's just jealousy.
Yeah.
I remember, though, when I was back in Manchester, I was in Piccadilly train station, and he was there, right? Not as big a star as he is now, back then, but he was stood there, and I was so close to going over to him and saying, did you go to my school? Because I recognised his face, but I didn't know who he was. Do you know when you sort of go, sure, I went to school, it's not the one with the big head.
Yeah.
But I do recognise him. Then my girlfriend got off the train, and I said, I'm sure I know him. She said, yeah, it's David Beckham. And I was so
thank
close
God
to
for your
going over.
girlfriend. Does she get an awful lot of scrapes, does she?
She does, yeah.
Okay, what about the fact that the pension crisis is going to force Britons to work into their 70s, Carl? You might have to carry on working into your 70s before you can claim a pension.
I think it's a good thing. Because you see a lot of old people who look bored.
Okay.
And I honestly think if you keep your brain busy, you'll live longer.
Yeah.
It's only when you actually shut down, right, that's when your body sort of dies because it doesn't feel it has a purpose. Yeah. It's like if you've got flu, keep going to work. If you have a day off, you just feel worse. You'll mope about at home. It doesn't do you any good.
What about where do you draw the line there? What if you say lose a finger? Pop into work?
Depends. If you can't concentrate because it's painful.
But what if you're a typist?
You're not going to type as many words, but you'll do more at work than you would having a day off at home.
Sure. Okay. Tony Blair turning trendy with his Paul Smith designed naked lady shirt. I don't know if you've seen this. It's the one with the pictures of naked ladies on the cuffs.
And, I mean...
Okay. And finally...
see, this is what annoys me about this feature. It's just, what's that? So what?
Yeah, but it's the Prime Minister of this country wearing a trendy shirt with naked ladies on the cuffs.
All right.
Okay. And finally, what do you make of the fact that Top of the Pops have banned Will Young singing both tracks on the #1 slot, and consequently he wasn't on there at all? They had to show the video. The first time anyone's ever made this demand. He wants to sing both the A and B side.
Well, he can't.
It's double A, yeah.
Double A side.
That's what he wanted to.
That isn't how it works, is it?
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
And the thing is, which one... I mean, at the end of the day, loads of people have bought it, haven't they? And it's like one of the best... So it doesn't really matter what it does, because people have got it, they can listen to what song they want at home. It doesn't matter about what Top of the Pops do.
Yes.
And it's just annoyed me now. It's...
Who's annoyed you?
Just what goes on in the world. I'll tell you, you're better off not knowing. It's better being in my little world If that's what people are talking about on the streets and asking the white van man, do you know what I mean?
I think you're right, Carl. I think you're right.
Jeez.
Shall I play a lovely song for you? Because you're getting all stressed now, aren't you?
I've not had a good day.
No, I know. We tell you about it later. It's not a good day. Well, I'm going to play a Neil Young track here of Harvest. It's Alabama. It's beautiful, and this is for Carl. Athlete, West Side. I still like that one.
It's a good track.
Yeah, I was worried it was a bit novelty. It would go off very quickly, but it's good.
No,
Very
it's not
melodic.
bad at all.
On XFM 104.9, I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. Steve.
Well, we were talking about the news just now, and there was a story I heard in the week. I think it was on the radio, and I don't know all the details. But what I heard was that a number of, I think it was Falkland, maybe Gulf War veterans, were, I think, suing or complaining to the government because they wanted compensation for post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but it seems to me that if you're in the army and you're a soldier, a certain degree of trauma is kind of inevitable. I mean, after all, if you're any good at your job, you are going to see people getting killed. So I don't understand what the ins and outs of it are. I don't know why.
Nobody came back and Tony Blair met him and go, all right, well, not really, no. Go on, what's the matter? Well, if there was people shooting at us and everything, it was all muddy. Well, calm down, don't cry. Well, I will.
There was a drill sergeant just kept shouting, saying, "Look at you, stupid boy! This
he's
gun's
got a
not
train,
clean." Well, I
hasn't
just
he?
cleaned the gun and it was fine, and now he's telling me to clean it again.
Yeah, and the boots, they were shiny.
Fine, he was
Well, he's
showing.
got to do that. It's more
His
distant.
neck was as big as his head.
Well, yeah, but you don't know what they,
I don't know what the ins and outs of it are, but
what you got to do is make sure you know what you're going into. That's what I do. You got to check the small print. So if I was, going over to like the Falklands or the Gulf, I'd put my hand and go, will it be horrible? I go, you at the back, yes. Will it be horrible? It will be horrible. Yes, it will be horrible. There will be shooting and lots of death and everything. I go, right. I'm not going to go. And they go,
Exactly.
okay then. Okay.
That should be fine. Yeah.
Should be fine. Yeah, just like go. Is anyone else scared about this? Pretty much all of us. Okay then. Well, we won't send anyone then.
Exactly.
My brother went into the army, right? Because he couldn't get a normal job, and my dad said, if you don't get a job by such a date, that's it, son. You're going in the army. So when was the Falklands? Was it about
81?
Right, and he joined back in like 81 or something. And he I don't know, he was in Aldershot or something.
Oh yeah.
And he wrote back to my mum saying, a bad time to join, bad time in this. So she wrote.
What bad time to join? That's so sweet, Carl, isn't it? That's like, dear Dad. Yeah, well done.
Don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah. I was on the dole, that's for sure. Thank you for joining. A month before the Belgrano.
Anyway,
go on.
My mum called up, spoke to the sergeant, and said, "Can you leave him out of this one?"
Can you leave him out of this one? What, the Falkland War?
He's only just joined, and she called him Chuck, which he got done for. Like, she's one of them, I think it's a northern thing, like saying, "How are you, Chuck?"
Yeah.
And she called the sergeant Chuck, and the sergeant said to my brother, "Your mum, she's called up and asked if you can not go," which, of course, we'll see how it goes. But can you tell
What
her?
do you mean? Why did the sergeant even entertain this?
Well,
Pilkington, come here. Your mum's been giving me a bit of earache. Now listen, tell her I've told you, but can you call her, because she called me Chuck and everything. Can you call her and say you don't mind? Well, not really. Oh, please, because I've promised her I'll say you want to go. No, please, say you want to go. Why was he entertaining this phone call?
probably because he was new.
What?
Because he was new to the army, I suppose.
Who? No, I mean the sergeant.
I don't know. Maybe they do that.
So what happened? He didn't go in the end?
So he didn't go, no.
You can't do.
But that's ludicrous.
I love it. We went over the top. Pilton, I've got a note. Yeah. Is this really your mum? Yeah. Okay. No, this seems to be in order.
Because I noticed it says, I do not want to go into the army. I don't want to go and fight. And it's crossed out and it's good. My mum says don't go. Now, you didn't write this yourself.
No, my mum wrote this. Okay.
You definitely wrote this yourself.
Your excuse. You're going to have to fill envelopes.
No, I'm sure if he was needed, he would have had to go. But I think they made a bit of a special effort. They sort of said, "Oh."
Well, it wasn't conscription anyway. Oh no.
But were the other soldiers going around just going?
Pilkington.
No, he ended up being a mechanic in there for a packet of fags in a tank.
What?
Now wait a minute. Do you mean he nipped down the shops in a tank?
Yeah.
I don't believe that, Carl. You've made
Honest
that
to
up.
God. That, and he went off with the sergeant's wife. So that didn't help, and he ended up getting kicked out.
Sorry, your brother's a genius.
I love this. First of all, he gets a call from his mum, go and let him up, and goes, oh God. Then he goes, where's Pilkington? His mum's on the phone. Where is he? He's near your house, Sergeant. Near my house? Well, why is... No reason. Well, when he comes back, when he's finished, tell him his mum called. And can he get me a packet of fags? Tell him to walk this time.
Wow.
This is ludicrous.
So the sergeant found out that he was sleeping with his wife?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Did your mum phone up and say, let him off?
Let him off this time. Can he... Yeah. That's fantastic.
But he misses it. I mean, I haven't seen him for about 11 years. But ever since he came out, he's just kept getting into trouble and that. And the army, you know, people slag it off. But I think if you're a certain type of person, it's good for you.
It didn't straight him in, how did it?
No.
He was going down the shops in a tank, he was shagging someone behind their back.
It's really weird. It's like back then, he was like a proper adult, and he had a house, and he collected crystal with his wife and that. And now, he hasn't got any of that.
Has he got the wife?
No.
Has he got the crystal?
Don't think he has.
And he hasn't got the house.
Seriously, I haven't seen him for about 11 or 12 years.
Carl's stories always start off nice and funny, and then they just leave me empty and slightly depressed. I don't know whether to hug him or shoot him, put him out of his misery. Can we take Carl to the... phone in if you think I should take Carl to the vet and have him put down. Because it's just too stressful. Hyde's main offender, XIII 104.9. Wow. It's that time in the show where I test Carl on his
homework.
Yeah, for the week. History, the re-education of Carl Pilkington. As you know, we found out last week that he'd taken one GCSE and he'd got an E, and it was history.
Do you know, Steve, I haven't told you this, went shopping on Sunday, buy some new jeans. Was in a shop, saw an old lad who I haven't seen for about 2.5 years. Went, you alright, mate, how are you doing? First thing he said, sorry to hear about your exam results.
God. Had he listened to the show, or someone had just told him?
Yeah, he was on a train listening to it on the way to a football match or something.
He knew that you were on the show, did he? He was a regular listener.
First thing he said,
wow.
So sorry about your exam results.
Haven't people have been coming up to you in the station going, you alright, do you want to talk about it, or...?
God.
I know.
Well, you did take it pretty badly for a 29-year-old man.
Just a bit of a shock, because it annoyed me that...
It wasn't a shock. You knew you hadn't got any.
No, I thought I'd have got a bit more than that. I wasn't expecting, you know...
But you didn't even think you took history, so that must have been a bonus.
Yeah, that's what my girlfriend said.
Yeah.
So, well,
but didn't she say something quite philosophical, which was like, you know, you didn't even have an E this morning?
Yeah, she said yesterday, you know, you didn't have anything today.
Exactly.
Which was good.
Yeah.
Mm.
But anyway.
Anyway, okay then, well, you were tested on Che Guevara. Right, Carl.
We should just remind people what happened, because
this is a little series. I've got lots of these little books, right? They're about like 2.5 inches long by about 2 inches wide. Those tiny little things you see in the sort of on the front counter of Waterstones or Smiths, and it's the Life and Times. It's a series of all the greats in history. Last week you read about Rasputin. You wasn't impressed.
No.
This week
this book's a little bit thicker than the Rasputin one.
No, it's the same, I think. Was it? Maybe the writing's
so you're writing or something.
But okay, Che Guevara. Who was Che Guevara? Just now, you learnt to pronounce it, right? And how do you remember? You told me the week how you remembered what his name was.
Che is like shake, and his surname is like guitar.
Right.
Guevara.
Okay.
But anyway, right.
Tell us what you know, and we'll ask.
Right. First of all, his name isn't really Che.
Right.
It was something else, and Che means buddy in wherever he's from, Argentina.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right, that's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, so anyway, he was born, and he was...
By the way, Carl's not reading this from a book now. This is all out of his own head.
This is not pre-planned notes.
No, this is. I mean, I know it sounds written, but he's just riffing on this.
Here we go.
Go on.
He was born. He had bad asthma as a kid.
Right.
Which I thought was quite interesting, because they didn't have cars and that back then, and that's what they're blaming asthma on these days. The bad build-up of traffic and that.
Well, they did have cars, Carl.
Not as many as they have now.
Okay.
So that was something I picked up early in the story.
He had asthma. Yeah.
His dad was into he wasn't a politician or anything, but he was, they were into the politics.
Sure.
So he sort of grew up around a family who was into, watching the news and that and keeping up to date on what's going on in the world. So that sort of rubbed off on him. He went to school. He was doing stuff on medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to be a doctor, or he thought he did.
Yeah.
Anyway, he learned really quick. He did 6 months work in about 3 months. So he could have some time off school or something.
Right.
So he took that time off and went to travel South America with his mate.
Okay.
On a motorbike.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he saw all this bad going on in the world. And he thought, oh, this is bad, this.
Yeah.
I could do something here. I could change this, make it a nicer place to live. So he said, what I'm going to do is join a gang that sort of is against the like the government.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Am I right so far?
Yeah. You're doing very well.
Right, and the woman who he met, who was running this gang, is a woman called Hilda, who he later married.
All right.
And Hilda introduced him to Castro.
Right.
Who was the head cheese of the gang.
Right.
Who wanted to change things.
Okay.
And so she said this is I think his real name was Engelbert or something like that.
Ernesto.
What?
Ernesto.
She said, this is Ernesto. He does medicine. Should have him in our sort of army. So when there's injuries and that, he can make people better.
Yeah.
So he said, yeah, all right then. So he joined the gang and they went went to sort of. I'm chopping it down a bit.
No.
Oh, sure. You're condensing it.
It's not in real time.
No.
So anyway, so they go.
It feels like it.
You see, this is why I just wanted you to ask me questions.
Well, listen, let's cut to the chase then. So, obviously, he made his name as part of the Cuban Revolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what date that was?
About. No, I don't.
Okay. And obviously, so he was a big involvement in that.
Yeah.
In which country was he caught?
He was caught in Bolivia.
Yeah. How did he die?
They executed him.
Yeah.
They shot him, and his last words before he died, right? The guy's there with the gun, and he wasn't scared. He wasn't crying or anything. He said to the bloke with the gun, he said, "Go on, shoot me. Be a man."
Yeah.
He said.
Yeah.
And they shot him.
And did it tell you what happened to him after that? His dead body?
No, but Suzanne was telling me about this the other night. She said there's more to it than that. They stuck it in a glass coffin, didn't they?
Well, no, but before that, they cut off his hands and his feet
and sent them to the.
No, and because they buried them in different places, and then they buried the body. I think they might have sent the hands to Fidel, but they buried him in an unmarked grave because they didn't want anyone to start using his grave or his tomb as a place of martyrdom. But of course, that just made him even more of a martyr because no one knew where he was buried. So it just meant that he was even more of a.
Yeah, but that wouldn't work anyway, because if they did find out, that's more places people can go and sort of grieve. Do you know what I mean? If you've got all these different graves...
What, with different parts of his body?
Well, you've got a foot over there, and it's like, well, oh, God.
His head over there.
Thanks for what you're doing.
Yeah.
No, so all in all...
essentially, what's your summary of Che?
Yeah, you like him more than Rasputin, don't you?
A lot better bloke than Rasputin. I can understand why he gets one of those little books. Well worth knowing about, and good bloke. Did a lot,
Crammed a lot into his short life.
Yeah. But, interesting bloke.
But just on the subject of Che Guevara, Steve called me up in the week because he was going through the duty log. We love the complaints on the BBC duty log, and someone had written in because one of the Blue Peter presenters was wearing a Che Guevara T-shirt. And what did the bloke say? Yeah,
this is a series of people can phone in and write and complain to the BBC about different things.
Why would you complain about wearing something?
Well, this was the thing. Is you can phone in, but the best one. I mean, there's been some amazing complaints.
Oh, there's some great ones.
The best one, my favourite one that wasn't a complaint, but was actually just someone had to phone in, was what an excellent edition of Kilroy this morning.
Yeah, but there's lots of that. There's things like Esther was superb. Woman call one.
Woman called. There was a brilliant one I remember once, which was Robbie Williams was wearing a Nike T-shirt on Top of the Pops last night. Product placement on the BBC.
It's just all things like that. Yeah.
But anyway, this was one phone call. There was a presenter on Blue Peter. She was wearing a T-shirt with Che Guevara's face on it.
Right.
And someone had written in and said, or someone had phoned in and said, very worried to see a presenter wearing Che Guevara's face on a T-shirt. Are you trying to turn my children into communist revolutionaries?
Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine who's thinking that. Who's bothering to phone up with that information, Carl?
Yeah.
Who knows what they're going to say about this show?
Yeah.
I mean, you've been championing the work of Communist Revolution.
Luckily, no one listening to this show can either write or operate a phone. So I think we're pretty safe. So thumbs up for Che Guevara.
Yeah.
Well done to Carl there.
Yeah, no, I thought it was
I did
brilliant.
all right, didn't I?
But the thing
Yeah,
is, Carl,
that-
you keep saying to us you don't understand why history is interesting, and yet you're clearly interested by that. You remembered that
Carl,
information.
I've got another.
Yeah.
I've got a few in the series. Can I give you your next week's homework?
Go on.
There you go.
Oh,
Read it out.
Hitler.
Hitler, the life and times of Hitler.
1889 to 1945.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know much about him?
What's the significance of that last date? Why did he? What was that last date, Carl? Why do you think he died in 1945?
End of the war.
Yeah.
Which I'm interested in. So this will have stuff about Anderson shelters and that.
It might not be covered in the Hitler biography, the Anderson Shelter, but
Just check if there was a special Anderson chapter, Anderson Shelter chapter.
Well, I'll look forward to this.
Yeah,
It'll be interesting.
Powdered Egg is page 4.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, we're going to play a hip hop.
Yeah, it's time for a hip hop hooray. People are absolutely in love with this feature, Rick, as you well know, and I know you're somewhat jealous of it.
Yeah.
This week, I know that Outkast are currently on the playlist, aren't they, with their new single "Whole of the World"? Is that all, the whole world? Anyway, this is a track from the big compilation Outkast. It's just a sort of compilation of all their greatest hits, and this is a good one. It's called Rosa Parks. Play it, Carl. From their greatest hits album, that's Outkast, and a track called Rosa Parks.
Like it.
Yeah, enjoy it.
Now, we just had a call from someone impressed by Carl, and Carl's very pleased because this guy has actually done a PhD on Che Guevara. So, in theory, whatever subject he chose, in theory, he's probably one of the there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello, what's your name?
My name's David.
David, now where did you do your PhD?
Did it at UCL.
Did it at UCL, mild college. And what was the actual title of the PhD?
It was Che Guevara's influence on class struggle in Europe in the 60s.
And what did you think of Carl's performance?
I thought he did really, really well. The only thing I'd never heard those last words before.
So Carl actually knows something you don't know.
Yeah, possibly.
Although you presumably not take that as verified information. You probably wouldn't take everything Carl said as gospel. You'd probably look it up yourself, would you?
I probably would have a look, yeah.
Did you know about babies' eyes?
Sorry?
Did you know that babies' eyes don't grow?
I didn't know that.
You see, that's why you shouldn't take things Carl says as gospel. Because it come out with something, vaguely intelligent, and then say, did you know about babies' eyes don't grow?
Any questions that you'd want to test Carl on? Any thoughts, any things he missed there on the history of Che Guevara?
I think he did really well, and I think he should be congratulated.
Because Carl has problems with understanding why people are interested in history, and even though he's been reading these books, he keeps saying, why does anyone care about history? Why is it important? What would you say to Carl?
I think he should maybe then look at who Che Guevara did influence and why he still influences people today.
Yeah. Well, he knows that he influenced Citizen Smith, and he knows that if McDonald's ever wanted to swap Ronald McDonald for Che Guevara, it would cost him an awful lot of money. So he is trying to apply it to the modern world. He is having a go.
Well, maybe you should think like why Rage Against the Machine have him on their T-shirts.
Good point, Carl. Why do you think of that? Why do you think they have him on the T-shirts, Carl?
I don't know. Maybe that was the design of the T-shirt. Maybe they wanted another T-shirt.
Maybe they wanted Ronald McDonald,
but didn't have any in.
Sure.
And they said, "Oh, we'll have that one there." Then.
Well, thanks very much, Dave. Just before you go, do you think Carl would be an interesting subject for a PhD?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you're not.
Well, hopefully one day you'll become a professor, and you can maybe set that as some coursework.
Could do, yeah.
Carl Pilkington. Imagine that.
Cheers, Dave.
Having an MA in Carl Pilkington. Thanks very much, Dave.
Okay, bye.
Cheers, bye.
That's good. My teachers never did that.
What encouraged you in that way?
Never said well done. So
really?
Yeah.
But you never showed up.
Yeah, you have to be in the same room.
They were
really.
too busy saying, "Who are you?"
yeah.
No, but Mrs. Matthews, me head teacher.
Oh, let's not lay into Matthews again.
Not Matty Matthews, not Grimble Matty Matthews.
I'd never be a high flyer.
If she could see you now. What did she say? You'll never be a high flyer?
She said that to me, mum and dad.
Really?
On a parents' evening.
And
that was after I'd played the drums in Little Donkey.
She clearly didn't know what she was talking about. The picture sold.
R.E.M. with Orange Crush on XFM 104.9. Well, nearly through, only 20 minutes to go. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve and Carl. Carl, what did you point to me then?
Just reminded me.
Go on.
Orange Crush. Do you know we were talking the other night about contraceptives?
No, you said to me, I've got to do lots of homework. You look up how they used, in the olden days, how they used to use elephant dung as a contraceptive. And I went, what? And he went, no, look it up. You give me those things. I said, I don't know. Was it they put, when you're running around with dung on the end of your knob, no woman really wants to go near it. Is that how it worked? And he went, come on, you give me things to do.
If you've just written a PhD on how to use elephant dung as a contraceptive, please get in touch.
And
I'll give the number in a minute.
It's not elephant, it was crocodile.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
But, yeah, orange
Sorry,
crush.
no, you can't. No, whoa.
What?
Back. What do you mean? It was crocodile dung. How did they use crocodile dung as a contraceptive?
I don't know.
Right, go on, Orange Crush, yeah.
So Orange Crush, what it was, I was trying to look up that thing about crocodile stuff, using it, and I came up with another one saying that they used to use a lemon, sort of shaped right, and the put it on, and the citric acid in it would kill the sperm.
Right.
So they would wear the lemon on the end of the knob.
Was that erotic?
It works.
Listen, I'll try anything, Carl, mate. If that works.
yeah.
If the ladies like that. I mean, could it be anything? Could it be like, a melon?
Kumquat?
Yeah, maybe. In my case.
What's those hairy ones?
Yeah.
Anyway, it just reminded me when Orange Crush.
Well, thanks very much for that, Carl. It's and that I didn't even ask him to.
No.
Research that. He just...
So Orange Crush reminded you of the lemon contraceptive.
Mm.
Okay. Jolly good.
You could use it as a little lemon squeezer, couldn't you? It could be like a novelty lemon squeezer. You just stand in the kitchen, and then when someone wants to just come along and go on the end of your...
Did you make this lemonade yourself?
I did. It tastes funny. It tastes funny. Okay, yeah.
Anyway. Carl, this is a quick question to you. Would you ever sort of find yourself in a situation where you might confuse a woman's breasts with mountains? Is that a concern for you, do you think?
No.
Not a problem for you?
Well, not if they're small and humble, I wouldn't.
That's what I'm hoping. That's what, fingers crossed.
If they were small and humble, then I'd pretty much not confuse them with mountains.
Thank God. But I mean, if they were large and sort of pendulous,
and with like quite rocky with snow on top,
exactly.
Then I'd go, hold on, love.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, love. I was into this, but now
exactly.
I feel like I'm alone.
Carl, do you know what we're talking about?
Who has done that?
I'll give you a clue. One more time. See, my breasts are small and humble, so you don't confuse them with mountains. Shakira. It's a lyric that
taking
me and Steve
the
are
nation
obsessed
by
with.
storm.
It's quite a nice song. It's got
It's very much like, it sounds a bit like Men at Work Down Under.
Yeah, it's got the panpipes.
Is this what's its kid?
Who?
Julio Iglesias.
No, it's Shakira. Consequently, the word Shakira there being mentioned.
I haven't heard of him.
Okay. She's a big Latin star, apparently, big Latin American star. And anyway, just sing it again for us.
See, my breasts are small and humble, so you don't confuse them with mountains. Which is a concern. It was always a concern.
Definitely.
A number of times she's woken up and there's been a fat bloke with a beard and a little Sherpa. She goes, "What are you doing?" And they go, "We're just trying to climb this mountain." Look again. Oh, sorry, love.
Oh, it's your tits. I didn't realise.
Oh, your tits. We thought we were in
I can't believe it.
I can't. Well, can we camp here? You can't camp on my tits for the night. No.
Well, why are you climbing them?
Well, I just
because
got
they were there.
confused. Well, they're small and humble. What are you mental? Look at Carl. I love that look at Carl. Carl is looking back and forth. You know when you sort of you go to a cat and it looks back and forth between two people. That's very much like Carl's looking at us now.
Or when like a child sees a midget or something in the street. They're just transfixed, aren't they? And the parents don't stare.
When we were pushing Ash, just our producers, in a wheelchair, and we were pushing
he's
through the
not a midget, we should make that
No, he's not a little midget. He's not tall. But we were pushing him through the VC, and this little kid just came up and just stood in front of him and looked at him.
Yeah.
I just laughed.
It was funny. Do you do that? I imagine that you get caught staring at him.
Yeah, do you go up to people with problems and go, "Mummy, is that a monster?"
Well, I was telling you one about when I used to go with my dad in the taxi.
Oh, yeah.
What
Tell us
happened?
this story.
Well,
your father was a taxi driver?
My dad he had loads of jobs, which they did back then, and they don't do that anymore, do they, people? They don't
have a
do
variety
loads
of
of stuff.
Sure.
But at one point, he had a black cab, and I used to go with him. He used to get a beer crate and put it in the front of the black cab, and sort of sit just next to the meter. And anyway, we got this call, and the guy on the end of the radio said, "Oh, you've got your son with you, haven't you?" So he said, "Yeah." So it's just like, we've got to pick up at number 11 Village Lane or whatever. And he said, all right. And it was this woman. It was like a woman version of the Elephant Man.
Wow. The Elephant Woman?
Yeah, it looked like... it was really strange, because I was in the front of the cab, and when you're a kid, if something looks odd, you're a bit scared of it, aren't you?
Yeah.
And my dad was like, look, it'll be all right. And we're driving towards her.
Look, don't worry, son, I've got loads of buns.
And just to
I think I'll just throw one down the street if you run after
You're
it.
being mean, right?
I am a little bit,
So
yeah.
how old were you, 18?
No, I was about 12 or something like that, 11, 12. And as we got closer to her, it looked like she was holding like a bag of spuds on her shoulder
for a snack.
Right.
And her head was all a bit mangled and messy and that. And my dad said, whatever you do, don't stare at her face.
Yeah.
And she got in the back.
Because you turn into stone.
Well, she got in the back, and I had like the mirror, the driver's mirror thing, and sort of having a look, trying to work out. And he said, don't stare at her face. I couldn't work out where her face was. It was that weird.
Oh, God.
So I'm not sure you're from Manchester. I think you're from, like, Narnia or something.
Yeah, you got frog boys walking around.
The Lord of the Rings.
That got, like, the claws of a lobster and the head of a toad.
Yeah.
And you got women getting in with spuds for heads. I mean, what
This
sort
is not
of, what
Manchester.
is
This is not the
place?
place you grew up. This is
Yeah.
mad.
Oh, you can't believe it in London, can you? You come down and go, look, symmetry. It must be amazing.
It must be a thing to do with upbringing, though, mustn't it? And because, again, do you know, I've said to you before, years ago, when I was a kid and didn't have any worries, good-looking lad, you go through it a bit, have a few more worries, and you look knackered. Now, back there's a lot more worries and stuff, so you get a lot more freaks. Whereas in London, everyone's like happy, aren't they?
I love the fact that stress can cause your fingers to fuse and your heads to grow.
No, but if
She must have been really stressed to have a head
Yeah, yeah. She was
Like
was she an accountant or something?
You know what I mean?
But what did she do? What did she say?
Where
when
was
she
she
got
going,
in?
by the way?
She couldn't speak.
London Zoo, please.
I think she was going to like a
the
pet
fair.
shop. Seriously, honest to God. On my mum's life, she was. Because at the end of the day, that's a good thing with animals. They don't judge you, do they?
She's not
She
an
was an
animal.
animal. She's a human
She's
being.
not actually an elephant.
No, but
You know the Elephant Man was not actually an elephant. Do you understand that? He's got no elephant genes in him at all.
No.
That was just a cruel name people gave him.
Yeah.
No, it's the name of the disease, isn't it? Elephantitis.
Look, so listen. So this woman, why was she going to a pet shop?
She was going to a pet shop. What, to find a husband?
Is this true?
No, it is true, yeah.
Oh,
But
God.
I'm not taking the mickey, because it must be really bad for
Of
you.
course it
But
is.
Carl, I need to ask.
I'm going on to you today about cutting myself shaving.
Yeah.
I was going on about that. To think that she's probably not alive now, but to think,
But you're going to say this is a worse problem than a little cut shaving, aren't you?
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I
The
think
things
you're right.
that
Carl,
we worry about.
there's a couple of key questions I need to ask. One, if she couldn't talk, how did she tell your father where to drive it? Did she have it
Probably
written on
got
a
some
note?
help
Did she
for at
point
home.
with her nose?
Yeah.
Right, this has got silly. Pick your song.
But and also, finally, where did you say she lived again?
It was like in a village, a little small village.
Right.
Just hidden out of the way.
All I'm saying is we could maybe get like some sort of coach, book some coaches, get a coach party up there to have a look at her. Take some photos.
And now
You can make some lemonade.
the offspring of a woman and some spuds. Please enter at your peril. Give me a shiny shilling.
Wow.
Oh, that's terrible. Well, I'm going to play others here. We left it very late. We've been just, rapping with Carl P here, and this is I Need Direction. Teenage Fan Club. Oh, they're a good band,
They
aren't
are a good band.
XFM 104.9. So, well, we're nearly there. So, will your girlfriend be proud of you now? You performed a PhD graduate
It's a
there,
bit annoying because she's not in London today. She's in Sunderland or something, or Newcastle,
right?
working.
So she won't know what your greatest triumph. She saw last week's and you got an E in history, and now this week you come through
Yeah.
with some great praise that Mrs. Matthews never, laid upon
Even
you, did
looked
she?
at. No.
No, just said you won't be a high flyer. Eh? You've shown them, haven't you?
You never know. I mean, I had mates who, my mate Colin Makin, who
Sure.
did the disco with me.
Pilkins making music, yeah.
Pilkey's making music.
Yeah.
He was dead brainy, I don't think he's up to much these days.
Sure.
You can't plan it.
Yeah.
Just goes to show.
Well, I mean, you can do there's a certain amount of planning you can do. I mean, driving a tank down to the shops with some fags never going to mean you're a high flyer. You know?
And that woman who you picked up in your black cab, she's in a circus now and she can fly, which is good. Am I confusing that with a film? You went to see a film this week, didn't you? What did you see?
The Monsters Inc.
Did you have a little argument? What was the argument about? Did you have an argument with your girlfriend or something?
Well, the history thing took over last weekend, to be honest, when you found out my results. That was like the talking topic of most of the weekend. And,
why? What did she say?
You brought it on yourself. You know, why didn't you take it serious? You know.
Was she annoyed or upset?
Well, she just sort of said, "You can learn. Look, you learned Rasputin.
You
know, if only you did
You've
that at
done that.
school."
You've done Rasputin.
Do you know what I mean? She said, "You can do it if you're told to." She said, "You know, it's only because Ricky's told you to read the book that you're reading it."
Does she think we're sort of like taskmasters?
Does she think we bully you?
Nah, she knows it's just a laugh.
Yeah. What did you tell your parents about your?
No.
No. Never.
Because they never even questioned where my results were, so I don't want to tell them that, you know, I didn't get any.
No. How did they do it at school?
Didn't have them back then, did they?
Right. When was that, Carl? The Middle Ages.
I don't know. Like I say, back then it wasn't about getting results and that, was it? It was just about learning trades. I mean, my dad, right? He can like put windows in his house.
Yeah.
Do plumbing.
He should. It's dark, isn't it? He's done that first of all. Right.
So he can do what? He's got a multitude of different jobs.
Yeah, he can do all sorts. Do you know what I mean? If there's a problem in my flat, I can call him up and say, you know, this isn't working. What should I do? And he'll say like,
"Is that our brain surgeon?"
He'll say, "Oh, fix it."
Sure. So what about Monsters Inc? What did you make of it?
It's all right. It is a kids' film. It sort of annoyed me.
Is it?
Okay.
I was having like.
What gave that away? Was it the songs? Was it the animation?
Yeah, the fluffy little things that squiggled round on the screen for an hour and a half.
It is annoying because like there's kids everywhere and kids don't watch films, do they?
No.
Do you know what I mean? They're messing.
I don't know why they make kids films.
And you can't,
to be honest, it's mental.
Can't concentrate properly when you've got kids, you know,
Screaming,
making
shouting.
noise around you and that.
Yeah.
So I'd say my little review. Wait until it comes out on DVD.
Okay.
What a great review that would be! Wouldn't that be great? Film 2002.
Yeah.
Jonathan Ross going, "Well, I don't want to give it away. Wait till it comes out on DVD."
Yeah.
Oh.
No, but not giving it away. It's just that you can't watch it properly when there's kids screaming around you.
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
What are you looking forward to this week? You going to go and see anything?
Just been talking to Ricky now because my missus is away. I'll probably get out a DVD tonight.
Yep.
Rounders.
Oh right. Okay.
I thought you might like that.
And if you can get, I mean, if I can get you tickets, say in the stalls or in a box for the stage version of Midnight Express, would you be up for that?
It's on ice.
I think it's the final year, isn't it?
It's lovely. It's Midnight Express on ice.
Yeah.
And it's a musical as well.
They're on roller
Do
skates.
you have any dope under your jacket? No.
Yeah.
And it's great. John Hurt is actually in this version as well, which is fantastic. He played the Elephant Man. So the universe all comes together.
Have you ever seen the stage version of the Elephant Man?
No.
You'd love that.
Yeah.
Who's in that? I have seen a clip of it. Who plays him?
I think they got a real guy with elephantitis.
Right.
Yeah.
What are you finishing on?
Let's have a final song for the ladies. It's from the album Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me by The Cure, and it's The Beautiful Catch.
Goodbye. See you next week, everybody. Bye-bye.
about here, we stopped along, and we looked up in the sky and couldn't believe what we saw.
Hello, Premiums. Thanks for joining us. You're listening to episode 71 of Mind Shots. I'm your host, Benjamin Grundy. Lots and lots of interesting stories to cover on this episode. Some really cool news over the last couple of days. And I just posted an update on the blog. I'm finally moving house this Thursday after many, many delays. I know I mentioned it like nearly a month ago now that we were all set to move, but the people who were going to come in and take over the lease of this house fell through at the last minute, so we've been searching for new tenants, and the deal is sealed this time, and the removalists are coming on Thursday, which is incidentally when I do all the work for Mysterious Universe's Wednesday night before midnight PST release. So unfortunately there won't be a pre-release for Mysterious Universe this week. It'll come out the same day as the free feed, which is before midnight on Friday PST time, and of course there'll be an episode of Mind Shots on that day as well. So just a bit of forewarning on that, and I'll keep you updated on the move and how the new studio goes. It's going to sound a little bit different to how this room sounds because it's a much bigger room. There's hardwood floors, and I've ordered a vocal booth, but it probably won't come until just after Christmas, so it's going to sound a little bit different to how the show sounds now. But anyway, you'll see on the next episode. Now let's get into the stories. This one was all over the news. The mainstream press has picked it up. It's been in all the news feeds. I read it in Sydney's weekend paper. This report's from the BBC, where they write, a US TV presenter says he and his team have found a series of footprints in the Everest region of Nepal resembling descriptions of the mysterious Yeti. The presenter and his colleagues say they are very excited, although they are not saying they definitely believe it is the mark of the Yeti. Josh Gates and his crew work on a series called Destination Truth, which follows reports of fantastic creatures. The footprints found on Wednesday have renewed Yeti excitement in Nepal. Mr. Gates said they'd been searching by torchlight at night time because he said alleged sightings of the Yeti had usually taken place at night. And Chernivog blogged about this story. It's currently on the front page of mysteriousuniverse.org. He's got links up to the BBC story we're reading from here, and also photos of the team holding up the cast of the print they've found. And Gates told the BBC the first print was a pristine right paw mark. It was 33 centimetres in length, or 13 inches, with 5 toes and a wide spread of 25 centimetres, so pretty damn big. There was also a heel print and another fainter one. An excited Mr. Gates described the main footprint as anthropomorphic, meaning it had human characteristics. He said he didn't believe the prints were man-made or that they came from a known animal such as a bear. He also said he was not sure he believed in the Yeti and didn't know what to make of it. The team took castings of the 3 prints in the US. Now, if anyone's seen this story in the papers, and most of the websites have this photo with it, you'll see Gates holding up the cast, and it's a huge print, a massive wide cast. But there was a little bit of talk on Cryptomundo that actual image was misleading because it wasn't actually of the Yeti footprint. It was another cast that Gates found in Johor in Malaysia when all the Malaysian Bigfoot news was popping up and they had an expedition down there. But there's an update on cryptomundo.com today where Coleman writes, despite the fact that the new Yeti cast found by Gates closely mirrors the one he found in Johor, perhaps I was wrong about the first image floating out of Asia of it being a stock picture. I've confirmed that it sounds like it indeed is a different cast. He's got a quote here from Neil Mant of the production company who produced the first year of Destination Truth, who said that's definitely a new photo of a new cast. It's not a copy of the Johor cast. So very exciting news for cryptozoology, some new prints of the Yeti. Although Coleman points out a rather sceptical article has appeared from AFP today, passing along vast amounts of bad data. The article has a quote from Ang Shering Sherpa, the president of Nepal's Mountaineering Association, who told AFP the footprints may be from a Himalayan bear. It is believed that Yetis have only 4 toes, but the footprints recorded by the US team have 5 toes. And Coleman points out, where does this information come from? Why is it believed that Yetis only have 4 toes? And he adds, the article goes on to say that Yetis are essentially bears. There's another quote from Lakshmi Manandar, a spokesman at the Department of National Parks and Wildlife Conservation, who told the AFP people living in the high Himalayas believe in this strange creature called a Yeti, but nobody has actually seen it. How can nobody have seen it? That's where the legend comes from, people seeing it. There's dozens and dozens of eyewitness accounts of people seeing this Yeti creature. And Coleman notes on that last quote, wow, that is an incredible piece of misinformation to be spreading. So again, check out Chernavog's blog on mysteriousuniverse.org to find out more on that story. Now, this next story might come as a bit of a shock. It's got the title, Chimps Beat Humans on Memory Tasks. It's from abcnews.com. In a memory competition of man versus chimp, Japanese researchers found that chimpanzees performed better than humans. Kyoto University researcher Tetsuro Matsuzawa said in a statement, no one could imagine that chimpanzees, young chimpanzees at the age of 5, have a better performance in a memory task than humans. In the first test, the chimps successfully counted sequentially from 1 to 9 in return for a peanut. In the second test, researchers flashed just some of the 9 numerals, then blocked them. The chimps remembered with mixed success, where each numeral was in the right order, even though some were missing. Though far from perfect, the results surprised the Japanese researchers, who reported their results in the journal Current Biology. And if you go to the show notes at mysteriousuniverse.org, there will be a link to a video report of this story, where they're showing the chimps outsmarting some of the students. The next story is from thewashingtonpost.com, although you'll find this story all over the net at the moment. The Washington Post has some excellent pictures up of the find. Scientists have gotten a rare look at dinosaur soft tissue. Paleontologists are doing backflips over this new find. A high school student hunting fossils in the Badlands of his native North Dakota discovered an extremely rare mummified dinosaur that includes not just bones, but also seldom seen fossilized soft tissue such as skin and muscles. The 25-foot-long hadrosaur found by Tyler Lyson in an ancient river floodplain in the dinosaur-rich Hell Creek Formation is apparently the most complete and best preserved of the half-dozen mummified dinosaurs unearthed since early in the last century. Much scientific investigation remains to be done, and no peer-reviewed studies of it have yet been published, but the discovery appears to be yielding tantalizing new clues about the size, body mechanics, and appearance of the reptilian beast that ruled the Earth millions of years ago. There's a quote from Philip Manning, a paleontologist at the University of Manchester in England, who's leading the inquiry. He said, when you actually look at the detail of the skin, the scales themselves are 3-dimensional, the arm is breathtaking. It's a 3-dimensional arm. You can shake the dinosaur by the hand. It just defies logic that such a remarkable specimen could preserve. Now, although it's described as mummified, it's not really like an Egyptian mummy or anything, obviously. Essentially, the dinosaur's soft tissue has been turned into mineralized rock. So they've got all these amazing details like fossilized skin, there's even fossilized muscle, and they've been able to reconstruct the muscle sizes based on everything that's been left behind. And for instance, they can see that its backside was about 25% larger than previously thought, and they estimate that it could run as fast as 28 miles per hour, which is faster than a Tyrannosaurus Rex. So there's quite a lot of anticipation on the scientific papers to be released. One of them's in peer review now, and 2 others are nearly ready for submission. So an amazing find, and again, the Washington Post article is probably the best one to look at. That'll be in the show notes because it's got the best pictures with it as well. UK is again awash with UFO sightings. This one's from thisissouthdevon.co.uk. Reports of mystery lights in the sky are flooding in. Spooky lights spotted over Teignmouth have freaked out some locals. There were dozens of reports about the strange whitish coloured shapes moving up and down the estuary early on Monday evening. Was it extraterrestrials, or did the objects in the sky have a simpler, down-to-earth explanation? So far it remains a mystery, but one woman who witnessed the display from her window high up in a hill told the Herald Express It was beautiful and a little scary. The white lights changed shapes, moved very fast, and would suddenly disappear, only to return a few minutes later. She said, I don't believe in UFOs or flying saucers, but this was very strange and made me feel a little bit uneasy. A well-known local councillor, Fred Tooley, was among the many residents who witnessed the display, which occurred between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. He said there were patterns of white lights like blobs, but changing shape that swept up and down the river between the Ness and Sheldon Bridge. I was mesmerised, and lots of other people have told me they saw it as well. I don't think the shapes were that high in the sky, and they appeared to be bouncing off low cloud over the estuary. To me, it resembled the flocks of starlings that swoop around in huge numbers, making patterns at roosting time. But this was definitely not birds, and it was really weird. Your imagination does run right when you see something like this, and I hope your readers can tell me what it was. So are these legitimate sightings of flying objects, or could it be more UFO lanterns that we've seen in the UK before? Still on UFOs in the UK, the next story came through, and I guess is a good example of unnecessary ridicule being thrown into a UFO story. It's from the expressandstar.com, where readers call in on Dorito UFO. They write that readers have been calling in their droves to tell us they saw the huge Dorito UFO in the skies over the Black Country. The orange triangle with its 3 lights was seen over Wednesfield and Dudley by scores of people who phoned the newspaper after an appeal for information. A flurry of calls was made to Stourbridge-based UFO Research Midlands UFO RM from those claiming to have witnessed an unexplained aircraft in the sky. Okay, so it was an orange triangle with 3 lights. Why don't they just say orange triangle UFO? Why do they have to call it a Dorito UFO? Local witnesses says it was strange because it wasn't making any noise, but for some reason we felt we should turn around. We all saw this big thing with lights in the sky. They added we didn't tell anyone other than our families at first because we thought everyone would laugh at us. Our families didn't know what to think until they saw it in the paper. I've never really believed something like that would be real. And the next day the paper ran a story on a local car dealer who claims to have footage of the UFO. Paranormal enthusiast Craig Lowe filmed what he says was a triangular-shaped UFO in the skies over his home. The 32-year-old from Quinton said he was in his back garden one evening last week when he said he saw 3 red lights in the sky and an object he claims was about 3 times the size of a football pitch. He says it was absolutely enormous. At first I noticed a plane on the horizon, and then I could see some faint red lights. He said I knew they were not the strobe lights of an aircraft, and they seemed to be travelling towards me quite slowly. I rushed inside to get my video camera. It was huge because it blacked out the stars, and it must have been about 35,000 feet high. The footage is inconclusive. The problem is I was filming a black object against a black sky, and my video camera isn't great quality. Now, the evidence of the ridicule and the spin this newspaper's taking becomes quite clear when you go to this gentleman's website, because he's part of an investigative group called the Birmingham UFO Group. And he has a statement on the site with regards to the latest press release. He says, I'd like to state that I'm not a car dealer, which it says in the article. I'm not a UFO fan, and I didn't say the UFO looked like a Dorito. What I did say was that at arm's length, the commercial airliner was the size of a dot, and that the UFO at arm's length was the size of a Dorito crisp. So you can see how the paper's taken one comment and twisted it into the headline of the story, calling the UFO a Dorito of all things. His actual statement on the site says, on Wednesday the 28th of November, I witnessed a large black triangle travelling from Birmingham city centre over my house, which then moved on towards Stourbridge and Redditch. Now, he noted that he's forwarded the footage on to the newspaper at expressandstar.com, and that the website will have that footage available, although I couldn't see it anywhere on the site there. Maybe it'll be updated by the time you look at the show notes. Now, lastly, just a couple of quick interesting updates. We covered earlier in the year on the British Ministry of Defence dabbling into remote viewing, where a early 2000-2001 study they did was unearthed, and the Ministry of Defence had to come out and defend this study of psychic abilities and remote viewing. So at the time, they brushed it off as just a quick study, and no results were found. Not much information was gathered from the report. But there's a new post on the Cosmic Space. As part of my research about remote viewing, I've been looking into the UK Ministry of Defence and British military intel, especially in the time period below of which there is a reference in the US CIA Freedom of Information Act documentation release, where a member of the Stargate remote viewing unit met and briefed officers from DI-55, the alleged UFO Department of UK Military Intelligence. So the Stargate remote viewing program was the one run by the US in the mid to late 70s. And this is a really interesting find. He's been using the UK Freedom of Information Act to try to release some of this info, and a recent reply got to one of these requests is enclosed on the blog, and it details that branches of British Defence Intelligence have a 1,000-page document on remote viewing and site activities. The email from the MOD said, following an extensive search of records held by the Defence Intelligence Staff and the Departmental Records Office, 2 files have been identified which contain the specified terms and acronyms in their titles. Their reference numbers are DI-51G021 and DI-51G028. It has not been possible to establish when the files were opened, but they were closed and archived in 1999, and together contain almost 1,000 pages. So the documents themselves might not be a revelation, but his point is that the UK Ministry of Defence were doing a little bit more than just dabbling in remote viewing. I mean, a 1,000-page document seems fairly in-depth. So that's one to keep an eye on. And lastly, the voting is open for the 714 Wonders of the World. This is round 1. It's on the Charles Fort Institute website. There'll be links to the voting in the show notes. So there's 3 rounds of voting. Round 1 closes on Friday the 14th of December. The top 40 candidates go through to round 2. And finally, round 3 voting will close on Friday the 28th of December. And the winners will be announced on Tuesday, January the 1st, 2008. So everyone may vote once in each round. You've got to register to vote, but it's free. Just fill out your email address on the website. And definitely check it out. This is the 714 Wonders of the World. They've got the full list here, including Area 51, Oak Island, Atlantis, Tunguska, crop circles, the Marfa Lights, pyramids. It's all here, so definitely check that out and cast your vote. It looks like from the small amount of voting that's occurred already, the Giza Pyramid is in the lead right alongside the Piri Reis map. Of course, the Piri Reis map was the very early map found before the discovery of Antarctica that essentially mapped Antarctica without the ice. And also just alongside them is Tesla's devices with 6% of the votes. So again, that's at the Charles Fort Institute. You know where to find the links. It's all at mysteriousuniverse.org. I'll join you again on Friday just before midnight PST for your extended edition of Mysterious Universe, and I might update the website with how the move's going. Wish me luck, and I'll speak to you soon. Have a good week. Now, before we start today's show, I just wanted to point you in the direction of an amazing series of articles one of our contributors, Dejali, has put up on mysteriousuniverse.org. It's about his recent trip to Cambodia. The final part in the series went up on October the 31st, so do check it out if you haven't seen it already. He basically went to Cambodia to visit the concentration camp of the Khmer Rouge, and incredible atrocities had occurred in this camp. There was 17,000 to 20,000 prisoners housed there, and virtually all of them were brutally tortured and subsequently murdered. Only 12 prisoners survived. So Dejali went on a tour, and then he ends up bribing one of the guards to let him come back to this prison at night. Of course, it's reported to be very densely haunted, and he went there alone at night and recorded his experience. So do check it out. It's an amazing series of articles from Dejali. You'll find them all at mysteriousuniverse.org, and of course I'll put links to them in the show notes for this episode. Let's get on with the show.
I find this scientifically fascinating.
All that is visible must grow beyond us, extend into the realm of the invisible.
Units code for 148 North St. Andrews, Prowler heard not seen.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hello and welcome to episode 80 of Mysterious Universe. I'm your host, Benjamin Grundy. Welcome to the show, and sorry for the late one again, but we are returning to the regular schedule this Wednesday, starting this Wednesday. Premium members will get a release of Mind Shots on Mondays and Fridays, and their extended edition of Mysterious Universe will come out on Wednesdays. Free subscribers get Mysterious Universe on Friday. So regular release days of Monday, Wednesday, Friday, going forward from this Wednesday in November. And I also want to make a few little changes to this show format. Nothing too drastic, but things might sound a little bit different in the coming weeks. So I'd really appreciate your feedback on the changes and what you think of some of the format changes we're going to make. Now, I just have to reiterate at the start of the show, if premium members would like a refund for the like shows last month, you can always just send an email to support@mysteriousuniverse.org, put refund in the subject line, and I'll fix that up for you as soon as I can get to it. Now, for the stories today, we've got a couple of political stories to kick us off. The first one is from WBZTV.com. They're talking about Democratic presidential candidate Dennis Kucinich. Am I pronouncing that correctly? He says he's seen a UFO, and he points out that in more ways than one, he's not alone. According to the article, a third of Americans believe in UFOs. 1 in 7 claims to have seen one, and that group includes the presidential candidate. They are that a lot of voters may find this the most believable claim they've heard in this race. And we've got a bit of audio from the local report. Let's take a listen.
Did you see a UFO?
I did.
Democratic presidential candidate Dennis Kucinich says he has, and he points out that in more ways than one, he is not alone.
You have to keep in mind that Jimmy Carter saw a UFO, and also that more people in this country have seen UFOs and I think approve of George Bush's presidency.
State Treasurer Tim Cahill says he doesn't believe in UFOs, and if that means he's out of touch with a third of the public, quote, I'll take the other 67%. That's enough to get me reelected. But who are you going to believe? Those guys or your own eyes?
Oh, groan. That was so cheesy. They should ban the X-Files music from any type of UFO report. It's just terrible. There's also an article from the AmericanThinker.com on Democratic president candidate Bill Richardson, who's promised that if elected, he would reopen the famous case of aliens crashing at Roswell in 1947. According to the article, answering questions at a town hall meeting on Friday, a Dell employee asked Richardson about the 1947 incident in which many people still believe a flying saucer landed near the eastern New Mexico town. He said, "I've been in government a long time. I've been in the cabinet. I've been in the Congress, and I've always felt that the government doesn't tell the truth as much as it should on a lot of issues." Richardson continued to say, "When I was in Congress, I said to the Department of Defense, 'What is the data? What is the data you have?' He was told that the records were classified. That really ticked me off," he said. And this article isn't very positive for the UFO community. They go on to say that anyone believes in UFOs are nut jobs and wackos, and then they quote the Air Force program Project Mogul as the entire explanation of the sightings at Roswell. So first of all, I think it's really good these politicians are talking about the issue. They're openly discussing it and they're treating it with some serious, even if the media and their peers around them aren't. But it's interesting to note that a lot of the research surrounding the UFO conspiracy or cover-up and reports from whistleblowers is that the president will never get any accurate information on the issue. They just don't have access to the information. They can't get access to the information. And it's also been pointed out by researchers that even the director of the CIA or the director of the NSA can't get everything on the topic. But we'll hear more of UFO cover-ups and departmentalized black operations coming up in the show, and we look at some of the new Project Camelot info that's just been released. But before we go to that, there's a new set of photos on BFRO.net, the Bigfoot research organization, where on September the 16th this year in northwest Pennsylvania, a stationary camera, one of those ones the hunters put on, they mount on trees, took some really incredible still images of what they claim to be a Sasquatch. There's 3 images up on the site. Go to bfro.net or just take a look in the show notes for the links. And according to the site, they were taken by a Bushnell trail camera with an infrared invisible flash. And they've got the timestamps on the 3 images. The first one is obviously bear cubs. There's no doubt that there's 2 bears in front of the camera there. Very, very clear shots. That was taken at 8 o'clock at night, about 4 minutes past 8. And then you get 2 photos about 30 minutes later. These are taken at 8:32. And there's this hominid. There's something standing on its 2 legs. It's hunched over. And in the second shot, it's directly in the frame. It's right in front of a tree. You can clearly see the outline. And finally, in the third shot, it looks like it's standing up and bending over. And you can see 2 huge long arms that are placed out on either sides of its feet. So it's like it's doing a stretch to touch its toes. It's just got massive, massive long arms. And people have said this looks like a mangy bear. And I don't want to rule that out too soon because, mangy animals do look pretty strange. But this is really weird. You have to take a look at this. It looks like a hominid. They say on the site that the debate about these images revolves around whether the figure is a skinny, mangy bear or a healthy primate. They say the experts they've spoken to with so far have spent a great deal of time with both primates and bears and say this figure looks much more like a healthy primate smelling the ground than like a skinny bear smelling the ground. But they add if the figure is in fact a skinny, mangy bear bent over, then it should be fairly easy to replicate the photographs. So if you have any photos of skinny, mangy bears, send them in to bfro.net. They're looking for images to compare with. I don't know about this one. You got to take a look. It really does look like a hominid. The only thing I'm unsure about is a lot of Bigfoot prints that we see are very large, but when you look at the hind legs and the paws or feet, I guess, of this thing, they don't look very long. They look like paws. I don't know, is it a bear or a juvenile Bigfoot? I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Check it out at mysteriousuniverse.org. Next up, I wanted to point you in the direction of Project Camelot.net. They've done a couple of new interviews. They've just got back from a trip to Russia, but they've recently put up an interview with Dan Sherman, the author of the book Above Black. It's quite an interesting interview, and he has some really amazing tales, but they don't sound embellished. They don't sound like there's been extra bits added on just for entertainment. According to Sherman, he was trained by the US Air Force as an intuitive communicator, a high-tech telepath, and found himself in daily communication with 2 extraterrestrials as part of the US military's preparation for a future time in which all electronic communications would be rendered useless. In this interview, Dan states, if I were to make up a story, it would be a lot more elaborate than this. I want to stick to what happened to me and let everyone else conjecture upon that. If I start conjecturing, then it sullies my credibility. I need to stick to the facts. So they write that his low-key, matter-of-fact presentation has great power in a field where sometimes stories can be dramatised and embellished. His book, Above Black, is a straightforward narrative in which further details of the story can be found. It presents a concise, clear statement of one man's extraordinary experience. And it really is true in this interview. He's very matter-of-fact and just, sticks to his story. Like, you hear with a lot of the Project Camelot interviews, they'll mention something that's not really related to the person's story. Dan Burish is like the worst offender of this. They'll ask a question related to, I don't know, just something random that appears in the UFO field, like some random piece of information like, I don't know, cattle mutilations, and all of a sudden he'll have a story about cattle mutilations and he was involved in what's behind it, and it just goes on with this winding story, whereas Sherman's accounts are quite different. He gets asked something that's not related to what he knows about. He just says, I don't know about that. But what I find really interesting is how he was first told about his past and how he was pretty much destined to go into this position in the military. Let's take a listen to an excerpt from the interview.
Maybe you could give like a short overview of who you are and what an amazing story you have to tell.
Sure. I went in the military just like any 18-year-old right out of high school, and I was in a certain job, a security police job, and at some point I was kind of led to another job, which was electronic intelligence. This job provided me access to a higher security classification, and so I got top secret clearances and SCI clearances, and so that led me into a world where to back up, the military kind of had a plan for me as it was revealed later on, but at this point I didn't know that was going on. But evidently, and it was after I had gone into this other electronic intelligence field, that I went to a school to get trained for it, and I was called into an office, a captain's office. He was in charge of the school, I believe it was, and I went into his office, and he revealed this amazing story to me. Evidently, at birth, or actually in the womb, I was genetically managed to have a particular ability, and this ability was what he called intuitive communications. And how this happened was, and this is where, a lot of people roll their eyes, and I rolled my eyes at the time, and I was like, I can't believe this has happened to me. But he said that my mother was abducted when she was pregnant with me, and the fetus, which was me, was genetically managed, and he said everybody had this particular ability that I was genetically managed for, but mine was just heightened to an nth degree. I was at the school to not only learn a certain particular procedure for my job, my regular job, electronic intelligence, but I was also there to go to another school, which was to uncover this ability that I had.
How's that for your first week on the job? Come into the office, Dan, sit down, I have a story to tell you. Your mother was abducted when you were in the womb, and you have been genetically modified to communicate with aliens. Good luck, you start tomorrow. And this poor guy is thrown into this school for intuitive communicators within the military. He goes into a lot more detail, obviously, in the full interview, so check it out at projectcamelot.net. He mentions that in that initial meeting, he just thought the whole thing was a wind-up. He thought the whole thing was a prank, because there was like a culture of pranking people in the military, and because he thought it was his first week, he thought he was getting punked, if you will, and he was waiting for someone to jump out and say, haha, you believe the alien story. But it turns out he communicated with two extraterrestrial biological entities, and he would actually sit there and intuitively communicate with them. He didn't know where they were, didn't get any sense of what they looked like, embellished, but he would basically sit at a terminal and type in the information he received. And let's take a listen to what happened when he started to ask questions.
But wasn't it that you actually found out that what those messages were was abductions that were happening?
Well, it just so happens that some of that information seemed to me to be information about abductions, and that's the whole problem with this entire experience. Is a lot of things just don't make any sense. I'm like, well, why would they be conveying that type of information to me? So maybe at some sort of future event, they were going to be using me to convey this type of information, abduction information. I have no idea, but I started to receive information, like you said, that really correlated to me, like it has something to do with abductions, because there were fields, so to speak, like when you're filling out a form, there were fields. Well, there were like these pieces of information that were like potentiality for recall. I remember that one, residual pain levels and latitudes and longitudes. And so, I mean, maybe they weren't abduction scenarios or abduction information, but it really seemed to me that it was.
I mean, at some point you developed sort of a conscience about what you were doing,
Yeah.
and I'm going to assume that this impacted why you left in the end anyway. But you must have asked him about the abductions.
Yeah, I did, and I never got any answers for that. Never. It was just communication, and then he was gone.
Okay, in the abductions, you said you got latitudes and longitudes. So what was the implication? Were people being abducted all over the planet on a regular basis? Are you able to tell us? Or was there more mass abductions? Were there mass abductions, and where did they happen?
Well, I mean, I didn't get hundreds of them. I maybe got a couple dozen or 3 dozen or maybe something like that. So it wasn't a lot of them. And to tell you the truth, I didn't really, until maybe I'd gotten a couple dozen of them or whatever, I didn't really start thinking, well, wait a minute, it didn't really start dawning on me until I had received several of them, that this might be something that is odd. And then right towards the end, and that's probably why I stopped getting them, is because I started to ask my handler about them, and what is this information? It seems like it's abductions, and it seems like there's pain, and that type of thing. And the answer I always got back from my handler was, just communicate what you're told, what is being communicated to you. Just communicate that to us and don't ask questions.
Very cool stuff there from Project Camelot. You can find them at projectcamelot.net. And the basic gist of the interview is that the military knows about some event that's going to happen in the future that is going to knock out all electronic communications. Now, apparently the only way communication will be able to take place across the globe, and indeed further out into space, will be through these intuitive communicators, of which allegedly Dan Sherman is one. So he says there'll be a network of these intuitive communicators stationed throughout the globe who can pass on the communications between world leaders and military, etc., etc. So head on over to mysteriousuniverse.org for links to the full interview. Still on the topic of black ops and cover-ups and disclosures, this article or post caught my eye at abovetopsecret.com, where Zorgon posted that a NASA scientist has been fired and yet promises disclosure. This US scientist is set to unveil NASA's secrets about cities on the moon and microbes on Mars. This is quoted from the external source. The former manager of the Data and Photo Control Department of NASA's Lunar Receiving Laboratory during the manned Apollo lunar program, Ken Johnston, has released quite a number of sensational statements recently in the US. The specialist said that the US astronauts found ancient ruins of artificial origin and a previously unknown technology to control gravitation when they landed on the moon. Astronauts took pictures of the objects that they found, but NASA ordered Johnston to destroy the images. Johnston did not follow the order. He said that the US government had been keeping this information a secret for 40 years. Johnston's startling Apollo allegations have recently appeared in a new book, Dark Mission, The Secret History of NASA, co-authored by former NASA consultant and CBS science advisor, the infamous Richard C. Hoagland, and Mike Barra, an aerospace engineering consultant. According to Kay Ferrari, JPL director of the SSA program, it was Johnston being quoted as criticising NASA in Hoagland's new book, Dark Mission, that prompted her to ask for Johnston's resignation from the SSA program. When Johnston refused, citing First Amendment protections of free speech afforded for all NASA employees, even those at JPL, Ferrari apparently decided to remove him arbitrarily from the SSA program this week without cause. So again, when I first saw this headline, I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. A US scientist is going to unveil NASA's secrets, reveal cities on the moon and life on Mars, and photographic evidence to boot. And then I saw that the external source to use here was from Pravda magazine, so not the best source in the world to use for your blog post. But it is true that Ken Johnston is the former manager of the Data and Photo Control Department of NASA's Lunar Receiving Laboratory, and we have heard from whistleblowers before that they have seen photos of UFOs and all sorts of strange stuff in those labs, only to see it be airbrushed away. According to another source here, after Johnston was abruptly terminated on Tuesday morning on October the 23rd, all evidence of Johnston's exemplary 4-year participation in the NASA outreach effort to communicate the importance of NASA aerospace programs to the public around the world had been scrubbed from the official JPL SSA website without formal notification to Dr. Johnston as to the cause. So I guess the second alarm bell went off when I heard that Richard Hoagland was hosting a press conferences and all this was coming out in his new book. Now, don't get me wrong, I like a lot of what he has to say. I think some of his research is really, really interesting, but he does tend to cite a lot of anonymous sources and, jumps to a lot of conclusions, but he's got entertaining research. So there was a lot of talk in the Above Top Secret forum on how this press conference was really just to boost the sales of the book. And of course that's true, it's not the primary purpose perhaps, but it is going to boost sales of the book. I ordered a copy. I want to see the evidence as well. So the book is Dark Mission, The Secret History of NASA. There's a new website up for the book. A lot of these claims by Johnston are in this new book, along with this alleged photographic evidence of some of these claims of buildings and life on Mars and cities on the moon that we've heard about this stuff for a while, but I've got a pretty strong feeling that all the pictures are going to be pretty blurry and open to interpretation like they always are with these moon and Mars anomalies. But definitely one to keep a close eye on. I'll let you know what it's like when the book arrives. I should get it sometime this week. And of course the manager of NASA's, photography lab getting fired after speaking about this stuff makes it all the more interesting. So check that one out in the show notes at mysteriousuniverse.org. Next up on the UFO front, there's a new article at the Center for Physical Trace Research. It's at ufophysical.com. They've had some really good stuff on their site lately. This is on the Tuscumbia landing with occupants. It's physical trace case number 196,715. This is one of the first physical trace landing cases with occupants investigated by Ted Phillips. It took place on February the 14th, 1967, near Tuscumbia in Missouri. The witness, Claude Edwards, aged 64, was a farmer with no interest in flying saucers or publicity. He requested his name not to be used, and he is long deceased with no remaining family. I have honoured his request until his death. I learned of the event from a friend of his brother. The farm was in a very remote location. When I arrived at the farm, we visited for several minutes, gaining his confidence that I wouldn't reveal his name or location until his death. He didn't like talking about the sighting at first, but became more comfortable as we discussed the weather and farming. I asked him to relive the event in real time, and we began on his front porch, which faces the large barn near the landing area. On the morning of the event, he left the house at 7 a.m, 4 minutes before sunrise. The area was already brightly illuminated as it was a clear, crisp day. As he walked down the long, rocky slope toward a large barn, he had walked 258 feet of the 310 feet between the house and the barn. It was at this point he noticed all the cattle looking out into the east field. Through scattered trees to his left, he saw a grey-green object, like a giant mushroom, in the field in front of the barn. When he reached the barn, he placed a feed bucket he was carrying inside the barn and latched the door. As he turned to look again at the device, he could see several small figures moving rapidly under the object. Claude decided something very odd was sitting in his field. He had a clear, unobstructed view and could see it was resting on the ground 70 feet away. The object was resting on a grey-green circular shaft which extended from the bottom centre. Between he and the object were scattered cows and 2 fences. He climbed over the first gate, and as he reached the second gate, the small figures started moving around behind the central shaft. The small figures were also grey-green, about 3 feet tall. They moved around directly beneath the device. As they moved, he could see arms or levers which also moved rapidly. Each of the figures had either very wide set eyes or goggles. He could also clearly see a protuberance where the nose and mouth would have been. He could see no lets or movement at the lower part of their bodies. At the second fence, he stopped and picked up 2 rocks. Pretty good size they were, he said, and went over the second gate, determined to knock a hole in the thing and keep it on the ground. In full sunlight, Claude reached a point 15 feet from the device and was stopped by an unseen force which seemed to extend around the object. He couldn't feel it or see it. It was just pressure, he said. He backed up about 10 feet and tossed a rock at it. The rock hit something at the 15 feet point and bounced back into the field with no sound. Determined, he threw the second rock toward the area above the device. The rock skipped as if it was on water with no sound into the field beyond the object. Claude was a bit upset but had to stand there 15 feet away watching it. The surface was seamless like grey-green silk. Around the lower rim there were evenly spaced oval openings. They were 12 inches long and 12 inches apart. They were displaying brilliant colours from inside each opening. The colours changed rapidly as if a colour wheel was turning inside the thing. The object, tubular in shape, extending from the underneath section and positioned in the centre of the circular base. There was no sound during the entire observation. The object had a diameter of 18 feet and was 8 feet thick. The central shaft was 3 feet in diameter and 3 feet tall. There's a couple of sketches on the site and paintings as well as sketches of the craft and the occupants. It's worth taking a look at ufophysical.com. Now it continues, as he watched the object for several minutes, it suddenly and silently rocked back toward him slightly 3 times. On the 3rd time, it lifted quickly off the ground. The central shaft was seen going into the base until it was flush and invisible to the eye. The object gained speed rapidly, levelled off, and flew towards St. Elizabeth to the northeast, disappearing quickly into the distance. He further recognised the figures as appearing like a penguin, not human, but with no visible neck. The object, he said, it just looked like a big shell, greyish-green looking outfit, and underneath there were oblong holes where the lights were coming out. They were so bright you couldn't see when you got up there. I thought I was going right up to it. I got up there 15 feet and there it was. I just walked up against a wall. The whole thing took over 5 minutes, maybe 10. I've never seen anything like it. It looked like shiny silk or something. I couldn't tell. The researcher says when I arrived at the site, the traces were still quite visible. It was 1 metre in diameter in a slightly irregular circle where the shaft had rested. The soil was extremely dehydrated in contrast with the surrounding soil. There was an imprint 100 mils by 65 mils. The imprint extended vertically downward to a depth of 100 mils with an extension 25 mils long, the depth of the imprint shaft. So an amazing account there, and again, take a look at the paintings, they really do bring it to life. And this site is really, really interesting because they only cover sightings or encounters that actually leave some type of physical trace, hence the name Centre for Physical Trace Research. There's of course crop circles on there, but there's also really interesting landing situations and stories of cattle acting strangely in weird force fields and all sorts of cool stuff. So that's at ufophysical.com, and we'll be back with more right after this. Let's take a different turn now towards some science news. There's a really interesting article on ScienceDaily.com about ancient human migration from Asia to the Americas. The article writes that questions about human migration from Asia to the Americas have perplexed anthropologists for decades, but as scenarios about the peopling of the New World come and go, the big questions have remained. Do the ancestors of Native Americans derive from only a small number of founders who trekked to the Americas via the Bering Land Bridge? How did their migration to the New World proceed? What, if anything, did the climate have to do with their migration, and what took them so long? Well, according to a team of 21 researchers led by Ripan Mali, a geneticist in the Department of Anthropology at the University of Illinois, there's a new set of ideas stirring. One is a striking hypothesis that seems to map the peopling process during the pioneering phase and well beyond, and at the same time show that there was much more genetic diversity in the founder population than was previously thought. There's a quote here from the authors who said, "Our phylogeographic analysis of a new mitochondrial genome dataset allows us to draw several conclusions." And he basically goes on to say that the ancestors of Native Americans who first left Siberia for greener pastures, well, they say about 30,000 years ago, came to a standstill on the Beringia landmass that existed during the last glacial period, and it basically extended between northeastern Siberia to western Alaska. And they were isolated there long enough, as much as 15,000 years, so that they eventually maturated and differentiated themselves genetically from their Asian sisters. The author goes on to say that the second founding haplotypes or lineages are uniformly distributed across North and South America instead of exhibiting a nested structure from north to south. Thus, after the Beringian standstill, the initial north to south migration was likely a swift pioneering process and not a gradual diffusion. The DNA data also suggests a lot more toing and froing than has been suspected of populations during the past 30,000 years in Northeast Asia and North America. The analysis of the dataset shows that after the initial peopling of the land bridge, there were a series of back migrations back to Northeast Asia, as well as forward migrations to the Americas from the land bridge, thus more recent bidirectional gene flow between Siberia and the North American Arctic. They go on to say that their data supports the hypothesis that the ancestors of Native Americans essentially peopled this land bridge before the last glacial maximum, but they remained locally isolated until entering the Americas at 15,000 years before now. The team's finding appears in a recent issue of the Public Library of Science in an article titled Beringian Standstill and the Spread of the Native American Founders. So it's very cool stuff, some of the DNA research being done now. They can trace so far back, and they can essentially see from just the DNA where people moved. It's really amazing. There's a diagram up on the site showing the migration across this land bridge to and from Asia to the Americas. You can check that out in the show notes. The original's from ScienceDaily.com. Unfortunately, folks, that's all we've got time for this episode of Mysterious Universe. I need to wrap this up and start work on some of the new episodes for this week, including work on some of the new format things we're going to try out for Mysterious Universe. And I might try some different things with Mind Shots too for premium subscribers. So lots of exciting stuff to come. Thanks for tuning in. Be sure to check out the show notes at mysteriousniverse.org. All the music that you've heard in this show is in the show notes. You can download the MP3s. It's all from the IOTA promo net at IOTAalliance.com. I'll catch up with you very soon for the next episode. Take care. Hey there, premiums. Next up, we've got an article from the latest issue of Alternate Perceptions magazine, issue number 118 for this month. It's by Brad Steiger. He's writing on Philip K. Dick's phylogenetic memory and the divine fire. Steiger is also responsible for doing some of these questionnaires on star people we featured on the show before. He writes that in my book, Gods of Aquarius, UFOs and the Transformation of Man, I introduced the concept of the star people, individuals who feel that they bear within their genes awareness acquired by extraterrestrial interaction with humans in prehistoric or ancient times, and who have now been activated by DNA memory to fulfill a mission in assisting others in their spiritual and evolutionary advancement. Sometime after the book's publication, he says, I received a letter from Philip K. Dick, who told me that he suspected that he was such an individual as those whom I had profiled in the book. He had first realized this in 1974 when his own DNA memory packet began to fire within his psyche. At that time, he told me, he was shown in a vision, in a hologram, he describes it as, the cover of my book, Revelation, the Divine Fire. A feminine voice told him that this book would help him understand what was occurring to him. He was also told by the voice to get in touch with me. Although Dick said that he did read the book and that he did receive the requisite information and comfort that he was promised during the vision, he was reluctant to contact me until he read of my research with those individuals whom I had given the name of Star People. Dick said he was about to publish a novel that would advance numerous similar concepts. He wrote, I wish to hide behind the veil of fiction. I can claim that I made the whole thing up. The revelations that I received was so astounding that it has taken me 5 years to arrive at a place where I will even put forth the concept as fiction. Apparently Dick was shown a vision of himself in a disabled spacecraft heading toward Earth in prehistoric times. He was one of the emigrants of a technologically sophisticated civilization that was undergoing vast convulsions, but the survivors of that extraterrestrial civilization feared that once contact was lost with the home planet, they might lose continuity in terms of the handing down of their culture from generation to generation. The solution was phylogenetic memory. Dick explained phylogenetic memory as complex DNA information packets distributed in dormant form. He said these dominant DNA information packets would be disinhibited in due time, depending on either synchronized inner biological clocks or pure chance stimuli, or a combination of both, ideally. Thus, even thousands of years later, the primordial civilization will be released in the minds of the astonished descendants who suppose themselves aboriginal inhabitants of the planet they now inhabit. The DNA packets in a given individual will tell him 1, where he's from, 2, what made up that original civilization, his civilization, and 3, his true nature and faculties, and finally 4, what he must do. Ideally, he will act out a series of responses based on the packet, the purpose of which is to create on this planet, insofar as it is possible, the civilization which his ancestors maintained. I evaluate the current widespread firing of these phylogenetic memory packets in those you call the Star People as a matter of supreme importance. He continued to write that in February of 1974, my own DNA memory packet was disinhibited, either by an inner biological clock which synchronized it with disinhibitions in other people, or by accident. It fired for 1 complete year. When the book The Star People was published in February of 1981, I included a number of anonymous quotes from Phil attributing them to a well-known science fiction writer's take on what seemed to be global phenomenon of men and women experiencing the awakening of their own DNA memory packets of somehow coming from the stars. During the course of our correspondence over the next few years, Phil told me that he had recognized the feminine voice that told him to read Revelation, the Divine Fire, as the one that had spoken to him sporadically since his high school had identified herself as Ruha, the Hebrew word for Spirit of God, Holy Spirit. She was, according to Phil's understanding, a tutelary spirit, possessed of a transcendentally rational mind. The Ruha spoke to him in terse, succinct sentences, and communicated most often when he was falling asleep or waking up. He had to be very quiet and attentive in order to hear the brief messages that she relayed. I had a revelation to share with Phil. The essence of the Divine Fire had been given to me in 1969 during a late-night encounter with a hooded, monk-like entity. To silence my inquisitive and startled mind, the mysterious visitor had placed me into a deep sleep, but in the morning I arose with the complete outline of the book Revelation, the Divine Fire in my awakened consciousness. The book was published in 1973, about a year before Phil received the vision from Ruha advising him to read it. I lived in Phoenix in 1982, and Phil planned to come over around the time of my birthday in February to discuss a number of new concepts which were occurring to him. Blade Runner, based on his novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, had not yet been released. My memory is uncertain on this point, but Phil either called me after he had seen a rough cut of the film or just before he was going to see its screening. In either event, he died before the motion picture was released and before he made the trip to Phoenix that would have enabled us to have that final mind meld. I was pleased a couple of years ago when Phil's widow filled out the Star People UFO mystical questionnaire that Sherry and I still make available on our website. I know that Phil's revelations are expanding with every new release of a motion picture based on his work, a film library that appears to birth another cinematic creation each year. Total Recall, Minority Report, A Scanner Darkly, Paycheck, Next. Somewhere Phil smiles upon his legacy with an even greater expanded memory packet, one now suffused with the cosmic awareness that awaits us all. So phylogenetic memory, that's a pretty interesting concept. The idea that flick of a switch goes off and all of a sudden your DNA activates all these cellular memories. If you want to check out the latest issue of Alternate Perceptions magazine, just head on over to mysterious-america.net. That's where they have all the latest articles for the issue. Now finally for today, I wanted to leave you an article on reincarnation from the Winnipeg Sun. You can get this at cnews.ca, where they write, the following story freaks out a lot of people. See what it does for you. Often with stories like this, you can't source the original person. Somebody knows somebody who knows somebody else who the event happened to, but you seldom get to talk to the original players. Not so this time. I know the family. I spoke with the mum Monday night. Here's how the events unfolded a year or so ago in a small town in southwestern Manitoba. The family has since moved to Alberta because of employment opportunities. One day, Shannon, then 22, is watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on TV with her son Reese, then 4 years of age. She says to him, I used to watch this when I was a little girl. Reese replies, I know, I used to be your daddy. I remember the shows you liked. Pardon, Shannon's thinking. Where the heck did that come from? She lets it pass as just a little kid comment, forgetting about it until a day or two later when she's snuggling with Reese, tucking him in for the night, and he says, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I wasn't your dad anymore. That really sends a chill down her spine because she knows something Reese doesn't. Shannon was 6 years of age when her father disappeared on a canoe trip, his body never found. The canoe and all his belongings were discovered along the shoreline, but no trace of him. An extensive search turned up nothing. His disappearance remains a mystery to this day. Reese knows nothing of him. The grandpa he knows on his mum's side is John, his step-grandpa. There is no way he should know anything about Shannon's real dad, what television shows Shannon watched as a kid, or how old she was when her father died. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I wasn't your dad anymore. A couple of nights later, Shannon, trying to make light of the situation, joked with her sister and said, do you mind tucking Dad in for me? He's freaking me out. In the months since, Reese has done nothing quite as overt as those original declarations, but still says, I know, when being introduced to things Shannon is telling him about. Often she'll catch herself saying, what do you mean you know? You don't know. How could you know? Then it all comes back. Reese wouldn't know, but Daddy would. Who am I really talking to here? It's definitely creepy, says Shannon, but I'm getting used to it. And it's not like Reese just said what he did and then forgot about it. A few days after it happened, Shannon's sister questioned him about the things he'd said, and he confirmed everything again, then just carried on playing. The writer then questions, has Shannon's dad come back to be with her and the family again, having been taken from them at such an early age? And I'm going to leave you there as we wrap up today's show. Don't forget to check out the website for all the links to the articles and stories we've covered on today's show, as well as the Project Camelot interviews up on projectcamelot.net. I'll join you again soon for the next episode of Mind Shots and the return of our schedule this Wednesday. Thanks for listening. butthole.
Okay, and the episode has started, and Ian started it by talking about the thing he wants to eat the most. We were all going around and saying what our favorite Thanksgiving foods are, and Ian said a man's butthole. Welcome to Cometown, post Thanksgiving edition, but little, maybe it's before. Who knows? For us, I'm here, this young Stavros, the hard dick god, with Adam Friedland, Nicholas Mullen, who don't do it.
It's
do
too
not.
late. I've already
don't
started.
No, man.
The people want it.
I was
dude.
gonna say
People
he's
don't want
finally
it.
not playing Red Dead Redemption.
Come on,
And as I was
man.
about to say it, this motherfucker picked up the controller.
The people want this.
No one wants this, man.
I'm receiving numerous
Please
letters.
stop playing video games
From people saying,
while we do the podcast.
People have been saying, please, if there's anything I want, it's you to play more Red Dead Redemption.
At least turn the volume off.
And not think about. At least shut the fuck up.
I'm sitting next to your fucking tower speaker. I don't want bullet shots in my ear.
Come on, Adam.
Let's listen. Let's hear that.
Now you're being fucking a bitch, dude.
Yeah,
It's a bitch because I don't hear
I'm
gunshots.
afraid of the speaker that I can't
don't like.
stop touching.
I don't like the sounds of war. When you used to play Battlefield at like full Dolby, like 10.1 surround sound.
Suck around sound.
Yeah, get him. You rack him.
Suck round sound.
Take that, Dolby.
Yeah, bitch.
I'm not getting Dolby.
You just got the
You
Adam
are.
Friedland special,
Yeah.
Mr. Dolby.
Come on,
Damn.
Adam. We were united about
Sounds
him
like
playing video games.
Adam
Then you had to start talking
blinded-
about sand.
Wait,
Adam
you were
blinded him
you
with
were
sand.
pro video games until I said
No,
I was against it.
anti, and then you start talking about sound like a bitch.
It's just in my ear right now. Okay, come on.
That's
This is
a-
bad radio. Let's welcome
Shut
our
up.
guest Ian, old friend of the pod.
That's
Yeah,
right.
How are
What
you?
do you don't come on.
I love the sound.
Yeah, we're making Ian sit on the floor.
Yep.
There's not enough seating.
Yeah, you're making
got a
me eat
beanbag
food out of a
chair.
dog bowl too. What is that?
You got a beanbag chair, which I love it, dude. It makes me feel youthful and good.
Mm-hmm.
I
Like
love a
I'm-
beanbag chair.
Like I'm not 30.
Yeah, it's very
Goddamn.
comfortable.
How old are you, Ian?
I'm 33.
Hilarious.
About
Damn.
Shut up. You look how old I am.
Remember when you said you were an 8? What did you say, that you were hot? Do you still believe that? Or
Yeah,
have you come to
dude.
your senses?
Every fucking day. I fucking believe it. I get fucking hotter by the minute, motherfucker.
This is the best, dude, that you actually truly believe that.
Yeah. How many rings you wearing right now?
4.
You're wearing 4 rings.
5 if you include the cock ring.
Nice.
Every time I see you, I feel like you're wearing another ring.
Yeah, I just got a new one. It's a
Yeah.
woman fingering herself, and it says "Pleasure is power."
No,
Is it
doesn't.
really?
Uh-huh.
Where'd you get
You're
it?
not actually wearing that as a ring.
Yeah.
Come
I
on,
got
dude.
it
That sucks.
from this artist. Her
sucks,
name's Leah
dick.
Ball.
That sucks dick, dude.
Yeah,
Throw it
good.
away.
No, wear it.
I'll
You'll
wear
feel
it.
powerful.
Stav's fingers are too big.
You know what? I'll take this. This is mine now.
You should wear. You should get that ring, dude.
I will.
Fucking wear that pinky ring. You look fucking dope.
I
as
do have a
hell.
pinky
He has
ring.
a pinky ring.
Do you? Why
Yeah.
don't you wear it?
Because I'm podcasting, dude. I have to stay limber.
That's
I don't-
true.
I don't need shit on my fingers and shit. I'm working right now.
Yeah,
Ian.
Ian. The reason you don't have a career is because you wear your rings at the wrong time.
Yeah,
It's true.
exactly.
When should I wear the ring?
We do a ceremonial removing of the rings before we pod each episode.
Ah, shit. I'm fucking
Probably the
up.
last time you
'Cause
went
we're
on
fucking
Nikki's show,
professionals.
there's been like a rumor going around that the last time you did Nikki's show, you showed up wearing like 4 or 5 rings and then completely nude. And the president of Sirius is like, does this guy not know does he not know clothes?
Yeah.
Mhm.
How
And
dare
he
he
had to be
put
like,
on-
yeah, he never learned clothes.
What an insult.
And then,
People
they said,
serious.
make sure this guy gets fired from
Yeah.
I thought I was
comedy.
supposed to wear no clothes, all rings.
Make sure this guy gets fired from comedy.
Yeah.
And word went around, and I was one of the only comedians in New York that was like, I refuse to do that to
That's
him.
right.
Oh, thank you, Nick. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
Everyone else
Thanks
was
for
like,
standing up for me.
yeah.
Shoot this horse in the face.
Joe DeRosa was like, I can't wait to get him fired. I honestly, I cannot wait for him to be fired.
Dude, one night at the stand, I walked in, and Joe DeRosa was drunk. It was like, Louis Katz! And refused to believe that I wasn't Louis Katz.
You don't even look that much like Louis.
I know.
Yeah,
he's just being
You're way
anti-Semitic.
smaller.
Yeah, you're uglier. Louis much cuter than you.
Get the fuck out of here.
He
Take
is.
it back.
He is.
That's
You got-
not true.
Yeah.
Intrinsically,
He doesn't
that's
have a
not true.
fucked up clown mop
Yeah.
head of hair.
Shut the fuck up.
Don't insult a man's hairs.
Yeah, thank
Why?
you.
I have beautiful hair. I just cut it close.
Yeah, you know what's real hot is that
You're like a flat-chested girl saying, "Yeah, your tits are ugly."
Yeah, you fucking Greek
You got ugly
blobfish.
tits.
Shut up.
Shut the fuck up.
I love when small
toothless
tit girls
blobfish. Shut the
pull that.
fuck
Like,
up.
at least I know where my tits are gonna be in 50 years. It's like, yeah, by themselves,
alone,
not being touched, compared to the big sweet cans that, yeah, may have had the effects of gravity, but that just means you respect them more because they've been huge for so long.
So true. I would like to say fuck both Adam and Ian.
I feel like this has been a real hostile episode. We're all firing shots at each other.
Yeah, it has been, dude.
That's why people tune in.
Let's come together. Let's
I
all
haven't
go.
said anything hostile. I said I
Yeah,
defended
Nick took
Ian.
up for me for being naked at Sirius.
Yeah, for getting fired from Sirius for being too gay.
Let's all go around and say something we're grateful for. Adam.
I want to go
First
last.
of all, motherfucker, don't ever come on this show.
Yeah,
and try
don't
to
give
be the
us
host.
subjects.
Here's what you know what though? I'm grateful that you got molested at some point, Ian.
Why are you grateful?
Because he would have been so much more boring. He would have just been a regular gay guy if he hadn't got molested.
I'm grateful for Red
He
Dead
would've been-
Redemption.
That's true. Amen,
Saving
brother.
my life.
No, this is ruining it. This is the last thing you're gonna do before you kill yourself.
No, Nick is getting back into baseball too.
Yeah, I see errant balls and a bat.
What does errant mean?
Well, me and Adam went to the park and we were. Ian just learned the word errant.
Yeah, where
That's
the
my
fuck
word
did you
today.
hear the word
Ian's
errant?
getting into the dictionary.
I'm getting into new words.
Yeah, I've decided to learn the English language.
It's so nice
the
to have
first
an
time.
even gayer guy on the podcast.
Hey.
I feel so good.
Oh, what's up, bitch?
Yeah, we went to Prospect, threw the ball around. That was great.
Oh man, I want to have a catch.
Well,
Do you have
you're
a
not
glove?
invited. You weren't
Yeah, I have a
invited.
glove. I have a bat.
We got a bat.
I have
we
a
got
desire
two
to
gloves.
have a catch.
We were just two, 30-year-old men playing.
You go to the batting cage.
Actually, we
Playing
probably
volunteers.
saw you.
We thought we saw you cruising for dick in the park. There's a guy walking. There's a guy walking alone.
Walking
just
around,
like
just staring at everybody.
making eye
like
contact by the
smiling.
dugout.
Hey, it's a beautiful day out.
What's going on? You come to the park often?
Hey, bro. I
Yeah, a
actually
lot of
made
people
that
don't come
joke. I
'cause-
saw. Yeah, I was like, I thought. I
Meet
think
me in
that's
the
Ian.
outfield.
Adam had to clarify that he made
Yeah,
the joke.
that's
No,
good.
I didn't mean
It's
that.
That's good.
important-
Nice. That's
nice
good
It's
that
important
you.
that we know that Adam made the
No,
joke.
come on.
It's
I'm
good that you
sorry.
stopped the momentum
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
riff
yeah.
to
Yeah,
let people know
I
you made it.
Actually, I made the joke.
I made a worse version of this joke 3
Actually-
days ago.
3:24 p.m.
Ian, do something worse. Please do something
I
worse.
pointed at a guy
Deflect.
that looked like Ian.
Deflect,
No,
deflect,
live
deflect,
the bomb,
deflect.
live the
Ian,
bomb.
please, bomb for me.
Guys,
Bomb for me.
Listen, I'm on the levels, and we're doing a lot of talking over. So until further notice, Adam, don't say anything for the rest of the podcast. You too, Ian. Unless we ask you a question
Ooh.
about you being
Ooh,
gay.
damn, that bullet went right through his spine. There should be, like, no story to this. They should remove all the story missions.
Mm-hmm.
If they upgrade or update the game, take all of the story out of it.
Have you not done a single mission?
I've done, like, enough that I need to get to further my clothing making.
To keep
career.
buying pelts. Nick
Yeah, yeah.
loves
Yeah.
Nick loves making fucking hats
Dude.
out of fox pelts.
Yeah, I
I'm
asked
fucking
Nick.
so
I was
into
like,
the
"What are the missions?" He's like, "I don't do missions. I just pick berries because that's what I would do if I was living then."
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't be like helping some dumb bitch find her kid. If it was
That's true.
1898, you better believe I would just be riding around collecting things.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine how easy it was to have autism back then.
Yeah.
None of the hobbies cost money.
Nope.
You just go around and kill animals.
Just
and you're like,
skin a
"All right,
raccoon.
I got all of them.
Yeah.
I got all of them.
Look at every
I'm
piece
a
of
com-
sinew.
I'm a completist.
That's right.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, dude.
Damn, shoot this guy.
Yeah!
He's dead.
I'm sorry.
Kill the horse.
Ian, what's the last video game you played?
This one earlier today.
Oh yeah, here.
Yeah, he played it here.
And then before that, I got Arkham City
You
for
figured out.
Xbox 360 and played it obsessively and opened the windows and had a fan system in my apartment and smoked cigarettes and played it for like 12 hours a day. Just like
Arkham. What was it?
Arkham
Asylum?
Arkham City.
Arkham City.
Dude, I called out at shows. I called out of plans with friends. I was like, "Oh, I'm sick," and I just like fucking played it.
Yeah.
Did you have gay
nonstop.
And then they
sex?
just like hang up the phone at the club. They're like, Ian's having gay sex.
Poor guy. I hope he stays bug free after this bender. This cock bender he's on.
Caught the bug again.
Oh fuck, dude.
I can't play video. Fucking! I had Toon Blast on my phone, and
What's
I was
Toon Blast?
obsessively playing it. It's like Candy Crush, but with cartoons.
Nice.
I was just playing it until 5
Stop.
a.m.
You like that? If you blow someone's head off with the shotgun, their head disappears.
That's pretty tight.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's a cool way to
Why
kill
are you
people.
wearing that KKK
Claim
style
that,
mask?
'cause I like it.
No, he looks like
Come
he looks
on,
like
dude.
Frontier ISIS.
There we go, Ian. That's a good one, man.
He looks like Frontier ISIS.
That was
Damn.
good.
Yeah, look at this guy. Oh, his head's still
That
on.
bit in Django about the masks, the eye holes not being good, is so funny.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I thought that was dumb. That whole
You did?
Yeah, it seemed kind of obvious.
I thought it was pretty funny.
It was fun. It wasn't. They weren't doing anything
And
crazy.
Adam is gone. He's
I
left.
think.
Oh, he didn't call fives. I'm taking his beanbag.
There's no fives, Ian.
Yeah,
you
dude,
fucking
fives is real.
33-year-old man.
Oh, this town. This town's filled with rednecks that don't like me. Much like most of Brooklyn. I
That's
hate all
right.
these Brooklyn rednecks.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
These fucking Brooklyn hillbillies.
That was such
Tell
a
'em, brother.
2012 was such a funny year in this town.
Why?
When it's like
You lived in DC.
no, I lived in Chinatown. All right, 2013.
Whatever.
Wait, why?
Good job pointing that out.
Sorry, dude. I was just confused.
He's on
Very,
fire.
Very, very.
From downtown.
I just needed
Wait, hold on.
Adam keeps pulling the emergency brake.
People rely
on
on
the
us for
podcast. All right. So
Wait,
whatever
why was
year-
it weird? Oh, yeah.
Just when that like lumberjack thing was going on.
I think it's still sort of going
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it made sense in Texas, kind of, at least the pearl snaps or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
When I lived there, but
Yeah,
here
people
it's
wearing
like,
flannels and shit and beards
right.
and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I don't have a beard, because I don't want to be one of those guys.
Yeah, me too. I made a
Yeah,
choice.
it's in your genetics to not be one of those guys.
I don't know. I miss having a beard. When I thought I was dying,
Yeah.
I just grew a giant beard.
You did have that fucked up
Just
patchy
malnourished and
fisherman
yeah.
beard.
You were malnourished and fat.
Yeah.
It was you had a funny
Yeah.
paunch going on.
Mm-hmm.
You looked like you were dying of AIDS, actually. Right.
And then I moved here and I lost weight, but I kept the paunch.
That's a cute look.
It is a good look. That's why I like this game, because it's all about looks.
Skinny
Mhm.
fat.
Aesthetic.
Yeah. Partner, do you know where one could acquire some skinny jeans?
Excuse me, partner.
Partner, I'm looking for your skinny jeans department.
Where's your finest Abercrombie and Fitch?
Where
partner?
are the skinniest dungarees that a man could acquire?
Partner, I'm trying to get to Rainbow Plus.
Partner, I'm looking for a gingham top.
Yeah. What's the deal with this Pod Save America thing?
What?
Their token conservative did was hired by Facebook to do consulting, and then he recommended
That's a headshot.
that
right
they
there.
blame
Look at his-
Soros
look at
for
that
their.
stuff. You like that?
That's good. His head is totally
His head's
missing.
just gone.
I keep getting comfortable, and then cool things happen on the screen. I have to check it out.
Just chill out, Ian. Stop.
Yeah,
you know what I
Ian,
mean?
chill. Ian, just chill.
You're being
out
kind
for
of a
it.
fucking
Could you
asshole
do us a
right
favor
now.
and just shut the fuck up, please?
Yeah, you guys are right.
Thanks for coming, Ian.
Shut up, Adam.
Shit.
You take my side over with a guest. That's your problem, dude. You keep going against the family. You're Fredo, dude.
Yeah, you did that at the live show too.
You're Fredo if I've ever seen one. I'm obviously Sonny because I'm powerful and I'm too fucking. I can't be reined in, and I'll probably die the earliest. And Nick-
Might?
huh? Shut up, Ian.
Who's gonna die
Might.
second?
Were you looking for a big laugh for that one, dude?
I'm the
Let's
sister.
ask your ball.
Ian said, "Let's ask your balls." Then he held the microphone to my balls, guys. He's doing physical bits. You're not on stage, Ian. You can't hide your horrible writing with fucking dumb physical tics.
Oh, were you at Funny Moms this week?
Huh?
Ian was at the live show.
No.
Is that what
No.
you're saying?
No, what the fuck, Adam? I'm
I
making
was
fun
confused.
of him.
Sorry.
I'm making fun of him for bombing generally, not at a specific
That wasn't a
show.
bomb. Shut up. Stop.
Making fun of Ian.
Oh yeah. Well, okay, good.
Adam, you need to settle down. You need to settle down. You're being Fredo right now. All right.
I'm not Fredo, dude.
You
I'm
have
the
to-
sister.
you-
I'm the sister who keeps getting beaten by her alcoholic
You are her.
husband.
You're her and Fredo, actually.
I'm
You're
Michael.
You're Fredo,
You're
Adam.
not Michael, Ian. You're not even in the family.
Yeah. You're
I'm Tom Hagen.
Today is my daughter's wedding.
Uh-huh.
That's good. Keep going.
What else, dude?
Does anyone need a favor?
That's really good.
That's
man.
good, dude. That's a good brand.
I would like to do a favor for anyone.
Godfather has to be like the easiest impression to do. You're so far off. You're so not even anywhere near close.
You do it. You do it.
To a Marlon Brando
You do it.
impression. I mean, I can approximate it.
Do it.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's
Yeah, it's
wedding.
higher.
Yeah, it's like
He's at
that.
least sort of there.
All right, here. I'll do it for real. You come to me today on my daughter's.
What is he, fucking Chinese and retarded also? To come to me today on the day of my daughter's wedding.
You come to me on my daughter's wedding day.
There we go. Let's get different. Now we're getting into the meat of the show. Different types of The Godfather.
You want a favor?
What? It's my daughter's birthday. You come to me and say, why can't we go? Why can't I have extra? It's like, why don't do that? You had never even come to dinner, and now you ask me for these?
Oh, why? You want favor? Free laundry?
Yes.
Yes.
Putting the button on it.
Yeah.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
There it is.
There
The
he
classic.
is. Literally,
System.
that was 3 seconds. He couldn't wait. He couldn't even just wait. We were gonna start talking, Ian. You didn't even give us time to talk.
Yeah.
Before you started sweating.
Pull the ripcord now.
Oh fuck.
So yeah, what else is going on, fellas?
Oh, I had something. I took a note.
Oh.
I had a bunch of shit, and then I forgot it.
Because you keep playing fucking Red Dead
That's because
Redemption.
you're just killing people in this game. You're not even picking berries
Yeah, I'm
anymore.
not doing this story now.
You've lost your objective.
I got into shooting people in the face with a shotgun.
Try to make more.
No, here we go.
What's that?
here's
What's
a-
that?
Go ahead. Ian.
Alcohol.
What's
that, moonshine?
alcohol?
Moonshine. Try to make more moonshine.
Nah.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, get fucked up in the game.
Here
dude.
we go. Yeah, you guys just got.
Would you do
making
that?
alcoholic
Would you do
characters.
that? A video game where you get to do cocaine in it, like to give you kind of a fix. You can like live in that world where your character is doing coke, but
Only if then I could go and just get my dick sucked a bunch in exchange for sucking dick.
Wait, in the game or
in the
real
game
life?
or in real life.
Real life.
So you would only play a game where you do cocaine and suck dick in real life. That's the only way you would play that game.
Yeah. All right, good to know, man.
Yeah, okay. A video game? Here are my demands.
Here are my demands.
Sir, there's
Listen,
not really.
GameStop.
It's not really a demand thing. You either play the game or you don't.
It's $62, sir.
Are you gonna let me suck your cock or what?
A Brooklyn man's been arrested after raping a 17-year-old GameStop employee by holding him down, tying his
out he
hands.
doesn't
with
even have a
GameCube
game
controls.
console.
Misunderstanding. He was giving me mixed signals.
Boom shakalaka.
That is such a funny kind of rape. Sucking a boy's dick while he's crying.
Jesus, stop.
That's what you would be doing.
No.
Ian's upset by that because he's gotten so close to it. He's gotten so close to that reality.
Really hits home.
Damn, you really are blasting.
How
these
many
motherfuckers.
innocent civilians have you killed?
I don't know. Well, hold on here. Innocent?
I don't
In
know
the
about
West, there is
in
no
the West,
innocence.
everyone's
There's
guilty.
no innocence in the West.
Damn, that's a lot of red dots, brother.
Innocence is a myth.
Mm-hmm.
You come to the frontier, you're part of nature, and nature has no
No
right or wrong.
rules, baby.
No rules, just right.
Just right.
It's that kind of mentality that created the bloomin' onion.
Mm-hmm.
The greatest food
Mm-hmm.
ever.
Out of
Something.
the libertarian wilderness of Australia came the bloomin' onion.
Ooh, uh-oh.
Okay, ready? Here's the thing I wanted to bring up. I saw this video.
Hit me, baby.
It's not really, not really you, Ian. So just wait for everyone else to weigh in.
Hold on, we gotta
And then-
make these gunshots go away.
So I saw a video on Facebook of Winnie the a child with cerebral palsy.
I'm listening.
Getting snuggled by he was at Disney World and a guy in a Winnie the Pooh costume was like they were like petting it was like a baby and it loved Winnie the Pooh and it was just spend like 10 minutes just like caressing this baby with cerebral palsy and he was in the Winnie the Pooh costume and I think isn't this the best way to use pedophiles? Because they
Give them
get
jobs working with children. That's genius.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Yeah,
you
hear
monitor
'em out.
them. You monitor them, but they're behind that thick ass mascot.
Look, if we're just
And
going
they
to
can't
use
jerk themselves
pedophiles, why
off
don't
if
we
they have
use
a
them
big
as-
wool paw.
Yeah, they're hard. Sure, they're hard under there, but who cares? The kid is receiving love,
And cum can't penetrate that
yes,
fur.
you make it an impenetrable layer
Fortress of fur.
Right.
without cum.
You
ma-
sew them into it so
you
they
s-
can't get out.
Teflon the inside.
And
so
if
no
you're
jizz
dry
leaks
humping a
out.
child, it's kind of like petting them.
No, there will be no dry humping.
Well, then I'm not into it. All right.
The best way to use pedophiles is the way we're already using them is like people that rapists
Bus
can have
drivers.
sex with in prison.
Gotcha. Well, that could be. I'm saying out on the outside. On the inside, yes, they get to be pocket pussies for murderers and that sort of thing. But on the outside, throw them in a thick mascot and let them pet
retarded
a kid with Down syndrome. Yeah. What's the
Cerebral
big deal?
palsy, I thought.
Yeah, but it's got more than one application, Adam.
I saw another video of a cerebral palsy kid draining 3-pointers.
Really?
And the only reason I
Draining a
saw it was
pedophile.
because someone tagged both you and I on it on Instagram, and it kind of made me feel bad. Like that's the place I have in the world.
Damn, my man just
Oh
shot
my
this
God!
guy
You
through
just
the
shot his
nose.
face off.
Wow, dude, you're really killing these people. Don't you feel remorse?
I love the juxtaposition of talking about kids with cerebral palsy solving pedophilia and having guys getting their face shot off.
Yeah, it would be sick if I could do this in real life. This is this is so satisfying. And I've been playing these kinds of games for a long time, but this one in particular, just
Why?
murdering the shit out of people is.
What
God,
makes this
it feels
different
good.
than Grand Theft Auto?
It's the same, but it's in the Old West.
Yeah,
The
but why is
Gold
this more
West.
satisfying than Grand Theft Auto?
I don't know, just like the physics of how people's heads get blown the fuck off or better.
Nick also, he wants to be in nature. He wants to be one with the world.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I like the idea of
Being in a cabin.
Picking
right,
berries.
yeah, going into the woods and then only coming in to punish society, to punish civilization.
Ian, what did you?
I didn't read Walden, but if there's a part in there where he goes into town and
murders everyone.
yeah,
Didn't that guy fuck kids? The guy that wrote Walden?
Walt
Thoreau?
Whitman?
Oh,
Thoreau.
Walt Whitman.
Thoreau, yeah,
Thoreau
Thoreau
didn't.
wrote it.
No, Whitman.
Thoreau.
Yeah,
What about
Walt Whitman fucked kids.
Henry
but-
David Thoreau?
Yeah.
Walt Whitman fucked
And he
kids.
sucked
That would
cock.
be his drag queen name.
Yeah, Walt Whitman definitely
Walt
sucked
Whitman
off.
touch kids?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Big time.
interesting.
My man loved that little
Yes.
fucking prickadillo.
Yeah.
That little unripened
What were we gonna ask, Adam?
what's the small small kind of banana plant? Is it
Plantain?
No, those are big bananas.
What's the small one?
Child's penis?
They're just called baby bananas.
No, they're called something else.
No, they're not.
Plátanos.
It's not a plátano.
Plátano.
Anyway, he wants an
Look at Adam
unripened.
trying to speak Spanish again.
Stop code switching, dude.
You know my voice that I use around Latin people.
Latinx
Yeah.
people.
We're on the
Latinx
6 train?
people. Yeah, I can't ride the 6 train
Mm-hmm.
without just
Code
going
switching?
full.
What's up,
full
brother?
Full Dominicano. Yeah.
Just start playing Daddy Yankee off your phone.
Daddy Janky, actually, that's how we say it.
Second penis, fucking my ass, I'm fucking gay.
Daddy, thank you for having so much gay sex.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Daddy, thank you for having so much gay sex with me.
And this Thanksgiving, I want
Um,
thank you for.
Speaking of the Old West and being gay, Ian, did you ever see Brokeback Mountain? Do you think that's a good movie?
Nah, bro, I lived it.
You lived it.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was pretty
Just because you
boring.
beat off in public with a cowboy hat on doesn't mean you lived Brokeback Mountain, Ian. Have you ever had sex with a cowboy hat on, Ian?
No, I've never fucked Dustin Chafin.
Have you ever put Good one. A lot of people know who Dustin is, man. Thank you. Have you ever like dressed up or worn a costume to fuck?
What? No.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
What do you mean, like role play?
You think
People do that?
the way you fuck?
He
out of
dresses
all
up
of-
and wears a costume to leave his house
every day. You're
That's what
right.
it fucking looks like. It's absurd appearance.
Do you ever take your glasses, nose, and mustache off to fuck all in one fell swoop?
Shut up, you fucking toothless monster. No, I haven't ever
Come
put
on,
on a costume.
hey.
Oh,
What are
I
you
didn't
gonna
even
do?
realize you
dude.
were wearing a mighty, mighty Boss Tone shirt.
Yeah, that's right. Are you judging
Can
me?
you
'Cause that's
apologize?
the
Wow, I didn't know
impression
you
that I
liked
get.
sell out stuff.
That was so much funnier than anything I was going to say on this episode.
What's that? What?
hey, hats off to you, Ian.
Hey, thank you.
No,
I
that's-
missed it.
Yeah,
I
no,
missed
he-
it too.
He earned his what is it called when you?
Stripes.
Yeah,
His keep?
when you're a valuable asset. when you're making up for the fact that you're holding a microphone and taking up precious air.
What did you say?
I've never
Put the
dressed
put the
up.
mic closer to your
I
fucking.
said I didn't realize you were wearing a mighty, mighty Boss Tone shirt.
Mhm.
And he said, "Are you making fun of me because that's the impression?"
That's good.
Oh yeah.
Nice, man.
No, I've never fucking dressed up, and I'm just a regular dude that just likes regular fucking gay sex.
Okay.
That's just me.
All right, let me rephrase then.
Rephrase.
Have you ever ate a trans sex worker's ass after drinking rubbing alcohol? Hand sanitizer.
Hand
I'm
sanitizer.
sorry.
Yeah, he's already said yes.
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He acted like I said something ridiculous.
No.
That he might
I
wear a fucking little
drank-
hat.
I fucking drank hand sanitizer and then went home to my ex-girlfriend. Right? Because I couldn't be with myself.
What's her name?
Okay?
What's she do? What's like her first and last name? And
Yeah, let's dox her.
Yeah.
No, dude. Whatchamacallit? No, I never dressed up or anything. I don't know.
I was thinking about buying some batting cages as a business investment.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. At first,
And then
I
you get to
at
run
first
it.
I thumbed my nose at the idea. I said,
Hey, your own
I said
idea.
buttons with that.
When you brought it up to yourself.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
no, someone else brought it up to me,
Mhm.
and I thought that's got to be extremely cost prohibitive, and it is.
Mhm.
But my new thing now is money pits.
Yeah, I love that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ooh, you should get a
Bad
laser tag.
investments.
Yeah, a laser tag facility.
Yes, that
but
would
with
rock,
real
actually.
guns. That's the thing everybody hates about laser tags is that it's fake
not
as
real,
shit.
yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You come in here, you better be a fucking warrior. It'd be nice if you could sign a contract where it's like, yeah, I understand that if I go in this place, I'll die. You know how much like suicide you could avoid and mass shootings if people could pay like, because it would only be for rich people.
Yeah.
So you would have to pay like $5,000, and then it's like a 17 square mile facility.
I like that actually.
Yeah,
And you get a bunch of school
in, like,
shooters
Montana.
to go up against each
and
other.
the last man standing for the rest of his life is legally allowed to look at child pornography.
Oh my God, that would
and
be
it's-
awesome.
And this is, I didn't see The Purge, but if this is the plot of The
Mhm.
Purge,
It is. Yeah.
It's the
best-
Hunger
It's the best
Games.
movie that
Yeah.
anyone's ever
It's
done.
the hunger for little boys' asshole
yeah.
games.
Yeah.
Purging the hard drive.
Also, me and Stav need to record our Christmas album. I posted something on the Patreon.
Oh yeah, and a
Here's-
lot of people DM me asking
It's very
about
nice
it, and
of
I had
you.
no idea.
It's very nice of you to reach out, but when I say something like, do any of you have a recording studio in New York? What I don't need is a message that's like, hey, I'm not in New York, I live in Iran. And while I don't have a recording studio, I do have an extra bedroom if you want to come here and record the podcast. It's like, okay, 2 criteria here. New York City, recording studio.
studio.
You ain't got that,
Yeah.
please shut the fuck up and don't email me.
Yes, we will, and we will be recording this in like 2 hours, one take.
Yeah.
There will be.
I think Iran would be kind of cool to go to, though.
Please email Adam with any unsolicited offers.
Yeah, I'm
Dude,
open to it.
Look, if you want to email me and just say what's up and hey, and you know you got something you made you want me to listen to for 2 seconds, I'll do it. But don't put in the subject line recording studio and then I
Yes.
read it and you live in fucking Birmingham.
Mm-hmm.
because I got a very limited time here.
That's right.
On this
Dude,
earth.
I love.
I'm about 40 hours into Red Dead Redemption, and I have gotten maybe 5% through the story.
I fucking.
You better believe that I'm going to be wearing every outfit.
He's made every piece of clothing.
Before I even begin the story, I'm
That's
going to be
right.
looking dapper as shit.
Yep.
I'm get the
Wearing-
beard as long as I can get
Wearing
it.
squirrel socks.
Wearing squirrel socks.
A cummerbund made out of fucking fox pussy hair.
Yes.
All that kind of shit. An elephant tusk
I fucking love
hanging off his nuts.
Cumtown fans because I've started to get messages on Grindr that go Ian Finance, and I go yes, and they go back on Cumtown.
On Grindr.
yeah.
Wow.
And
That makes Adam so happy.
I better sign.
Adam's
I better
like,
sign
a
up
gay
again.
safety net. Well, now I can convince myself that this is still a socialist podcast.
If it's gay, then it has
It is,
to be.
yeah. It's
That makes
that's
it
the most socialist thing.
First
we
of
do.
all,
Being
look,
gay.
I'm just trying to
2019.
I'm just trying to find some hot
final
gals.
Season, final season of Cumtown 2019. This is a Finn Goth podcast.
Yeah, no,
What's
that's
Finn
you.
Goth?
You're Finn Goth.
Financial goth. It's
What is that?
Nick's
It's a
into
thing I made up.
investments and being goth.
Yeah. It's like when you're like so sad that you have to lose lots of money
to feel
on leverage.
It's
Yeah.
cutting.
Yeah.
Yes, losing money is cutting.
Yeah, Litecoin going down is Nick slicing his arms. Yeah.
Like if there's a forum for guys like me, my avatar is that scene where the Joker's burning all the money.
That's cool. That's awesome,
Yeah,
dude.
that's my ideology is the Joker burning all the mob.
That's cool. No, but it's the guy from
Dude,
The Cure's
I saw,
face.
You
on
know
the
when
Joker.
people so I don't know if you saw that Chipotle thing. There was like some black
Oh,
teenagers
yeah.
in Chipotle,
Yeah.
and the woman was like, "Anytime you come in here, you don't have money." And they're like,
Right.
"Wow, oh my God, are you serious?"
My Twitter handle is.
Well, and they recorded it and went viral, and the woman got fired. And then they went through the guy's tweets, and he had all these tweets that were like, "Cannot wait to steal from Chipotle today." On my way to steal.
Yeah, that's fucking. See, the
Yeah.
thing is, every teenager steals like
Yeah,
from
yeah, yeah.
Chipotle. I
But
did that shit all
especially the
time.
black ones.
All right, there
And that's
we
the
go.
point Stav's trying to make.
No,
Stav
that
is
is not
Stav
my
is just,
point.
look, I think I get where you're going. Stav's saying that the black teens need
I'm
to be
saying they should not have fired that
observed.
lady.
At least
keep
followed
them
around
under-
from a distance
Yes.
until the police arrive.
That's right.
Is all Stav's asking for.
Every Chipotle needs the equivalent of air marshal. It's a
Yeah.
guy with a gun
Pretending to
eat a burrito,
Yeah.
and he's there just in case any black children get too rowdy.
And he has
Well,
14 to 18 burritos a day.
anyways, So the kid that posted the video, he's on Twitter, and I found like a reply to one of his tweets from one of those like as a black person guys, which is like they're clearly not black,
Right.
And somebody whose account was the Joker of New York,
Awesome.
the Joker of NY,
Incredible.
Because as an African American male, it's people like you that make us look bad or whatever. And it's like you click on the profile, it's clearly not a black guy.
Yeah. Right.
It's a white guy in Joker makeup.
Incredible.
Which very Joker move.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Stirring discord in the black community.
Dude, that's so funny.
Get
Can't
riling
wait to
them up.
steal from Chipotle.
Yeah, that's awesome. Just 100% guilty because of his tweets. Like 100%.
Oh my god! And the girl in the video was specifically like, "You come in here every day and you steal."
Yeah.
They're like, "Nuh-uh, nuh-uh."
No, they just called her racist, which smart move on their part.
Yeah.
That is how you defeat a manager that stops you from stealing.
Well, that was the final level of the scam because he figured he'd get free Chipotle for the rest of his life.
Yeah, one of those gold cards.
Which, hey, look, if that's where he thought this was going to end, then fucking hats off to you.
Respect to him, honestly.
Yeah.
He's the real ass dude of the week.
Yeah, just the Ocean's 11 of Somali teenagers.
Did he look Somali? Did he have that little
No, he is
fucked up
Somali.
Somali face?
No, he is Somali.
Nice.
I know that for a fact.
Really?
Yep. These are the only details I have. Like, oh, I don't know if you guys saw this. There was this story the other day about, there was a woman from China, and then a Puerto Rican man.
Yeah.
And then something happened, but then there was this guy who was, I think, Taiwanese.
Yeah.
And also there was a Chilean person there and a Nigerian man.
You also have all
what
their-
happened in the story? I have no idea.
I don't know, but here's the circumference of all their skulls.
Yeah.
Here's the one.
Here's the resonant frequency of your bones. I can tell you, I know the exact notes I need to play on a harpsichord to shatter a Taiwanese skull.
Fuck. Yeah, shouts out to that kid stealing Chipotle. You'll get there, pal.
Yeah.
We believe in you.
They're gonna give her a job back though, right?
Well, yeah, no, Chipotle's like, after reviewing the situation more, and it's
Yeah.
like, I guess
she can sue, right?
I don't know. It depends on if it's like a right to work state or not.
She should get
It's
paid
just
off
bad.
that.
It's just bad PR though for Chipotle. That's it.
Yeah, they just did it because they didn't want to.
It's some shit minimum wage job, but yeah, I mean, it's like Chipotle clearly doesn't give a shit about the details. It's like, oh, we want to protect ourselves or whatever. But it would be great if like all the Chipotle managers were like, oh, I guess it's like let's just give free food away to people.
Yeah.
Today, just to make sure
That we're not
that's
being
the best way.
racist.
Yeah, take the initiative and give away millions of dollars worth of the company's revenue.
Who cares?
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Because then if they got in trouble for that, then Chipotle would have to admit that they only give a shit about the money.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten free Chipotle before.
Because you dressed up like a burrito on Halloween?
No, because you go. Do you guys give nice smile discounts?
Ugh.
And then you
Oh my
smile.
God! You've literally
What?
done that,
Yeah,
haven't you?
I listen
That's
to this
disgusting.
thing on NPR. I swear to God, you
Shut
do
the
that. And sometimes
fuck
people
up.
give you
Ian?
discounts. I swear
On
to
first
God.
of all, on NPR, you listen.
Yeah.
That's
listen,
fucking
listen to it.
sucks.
Try it.
No.
No, you know what? You know what is a good
I will
way
not.
a scam I was thinking of the other day. You go into and stuff like that, and it works. You can go do it in Manhattan where there's a bunch of them. Just go one by one. You go, did anyone find $20? And then you just keep doing that until one of them hands you $20.
Nice.
Because people are pulling cash out all the time. Someone's bound to drop something. Some dumbass is going to turn it over.
Has that ever worked?
Yeah, I making $80 an hour ish. I was doing it yesterday. I went into probably like 4 or 5 different places. Wound up with about $6,000.
Wow. And they see you every day, and they're never like, what the fuck's this guy who
Here
asked for
comes forgetful
$20?
Nick.
Hey, I mean, try it. I was thinking about it, and I thought that could work. You just go into cash businesses and say, did anyone turn in $20?
Yeah.
I lost 20. I was in here earlier. I lost $20. Some of a lot of foot traffic.
We're gonna do that at cash.
I think
place.
I think we're overthinking this. If these black teens just got free Chipotle, we put on fucking blackface and we go to Chipotle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
that's,
accuse the manager of being racist.
You racist.
well, that's like one of those
Clearly.
Saudi Arabian social experiment videos. Social experiment.
That's right. The
Blackface, Chipotle, racism.
I think it would work. So let's actually now I want Chipotle. Fuck.
Yeah, dude, I haven't had Chipotle
there
actually
Chipotle
since
around
me,
here?
me,
is
you, and
better.
your brother got it in Baltimore. That was the last time I got it.
There's probably one up in Bushwick.
When they introduced melty cheese or like nacho cheese, which I think is off the menu now. Queso, yeah.
It's bad.
I think
It was bad.
if you're a manager at any one of these places that gets accused of racism, you should just take it upon yourself to publicly announce a free merchandise for Black People Day,
Mm-hmm.
and just give away the company's money.
Yeah.
Just do it.
That would be cool.
It would be cool, and if they got mad at you, then social media would protect you from getting fired.
Yeah. Be like, this is reparations.
Yeah, it's like, no, we're doing the right thing here.
We should do that. Let's become managers of fucking Chipotles.
We should.
All right.
I'll do it.
Will you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you could get... You couldn't get that job. No one would respect you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Ian could only work jobs that involve a bicycle.
That's true.
Yeah, I'll be the Chipotle delivery guy.
They don't have those, man.
They don't have
Fuck. I'm screwed.
Postmates.
Could you imagine, like, Ian being someone's boss? being like, I'm
He'd
not
be the
someone-
best
one time.
boss, dude.
Yeah. He'd
You
be
could
the
just
best
get one over on him all the time.
every
Hey,
single
fuck
time.
you.
For sure.
For
That'd
sure.
be me as a boss.
He'd be like, no.
Hey, fuck you.
Hey, I'm running late, Ian. No big deal. I'll do all your work. It's okay.
Don't worry about coming in.
Yeah. Oh my God, are you
It's
all
all
right?
right.
Take the whole day off.
Yeah.
Oh, your
Here, do you
gerbil's
need money?
feeling sick? Yeah. I'll float you $20.
I was a boss one time.
Where?
At for a construction company for a door-to-door home estimate thing. You had to go and get people to sign up for free estimates for canvassing.
That's not a real job.
Yeah. I was in charge of a crew of people going around being like, hey, we're in the neighborhood. Do you guys need your roof checked out?
Oh, really? And
Yeah.
then you would just give them an estimate that was like bullshit?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
it was like a door-to-door bullshit.
So it was like a low estimate, and then they'd actually start working, and then you would jack up the prices? What was a scam?
The scam was that you tell them that someone's going to be in the neighborhood doing work, and it's no big deal to swing by to like give them an estimate or whatever.
Mhm.
And it was right around the time Obama did that energy
classic.
credit.
Obama.
It was like if you get windows, roofing, or siding, you get like a tax credit to get like construction going in the economy, which was like great. But it was so funny doing it in fucking Wilmington, Delaware, and having like old white dudes answer the door and be like, the reason I don't have money is because of fucking Obama. It was like 2009. It was like, he just got in office. Like, you've been fucking up your money for years.
How was it being a boss?
It sucked.
Who
I didn't
disrespect-
like it. I had to
yeah.
fire a friend of mine.
Wow.
And it sucked.
What'd he do?
She
What'd
like
she do?
didn't show up to work, and then I like handled it so bad. She like I had her come into work, and we like drove to a site, and I was like, and she's like, "Okay, you ready to go?" I was like, "Yeah, well, about that." Like,
You made her come in?
And then she had to walk home? It was like
no,
bang
no,
bus?
and then we like drove back. I didn't know how to handle it. I was like fucking like a month sober. It fucking sucked.
Oh wow!
But I was like making so much fucking money. I paid off my DUI. It was fucking great.
Hell yeah, dude. How'd you get that DUI in the first place?
I parked in the middle of a 4-lane highway.
Parked?
The police station. My right foot was on the brake. My left foot was out the window, and the car was in drive. I had a fish fillet in the front seat. And when the cop pulled me out of my car, I asked him how he got inside my apartment. I got in the police station. I just started puking everywhere. And they were like, look, you got to get... I was like 4 months sober, and I it was my first time drinking. I like relapsed. And they were like, hey, get someone to pick you up. I was like, throw me in jail. I deserve it. They're like, no, man. We don't want you to go to jail. I was like, do it. I deserve it.
Really?
And, yeah. And then, like, my lawyer gave me a 3-page letter of, like, all the evidence against me. And at the bottom of the thing, he goes, as the saying goes, your history. I'll see you in court.
Damn.
Wait, who said? Who wrote
Your lawyer
lawyer.
said that about you.
Yeah,
He said you're
because
fucked.
I had like so much evidence against me to like go to even try saying not guilty was just like the dumbest thing in the world. So I had to get a breathalyzer on my car, and I had already moved into a halfway house, so like that helped me out a lot. And then,
Did the breathalyzer thing keep breaking because you tried sucking it off?
Yeah, he
no,
kept
but
sucking into the
I had a lot of practice.
The airflow wrong direction.
You're too good at this. Less tongue.
I thought it was a robot's penis. Damn, dude, that's fucking hilarious. You're dumb as shit, Ian.
Yeah.
Thank God you're sober now. You think you're gonna get another relapse going, dude?
No.
That's good.
I thought you relapsed a couple of years ago just because your Facebook posts were getting wild, but then I saw you like a couple of days later. And I was like, "Are you all right?"
Breakdown.
You just did some wild posts, and then I was like,
like a
famous N-word.
Couple N-bomb posts.
It happens to us all.
No, it literally does not.
No, but I don't do any drugs or nothing anymore, and things have been a lot better.
That's good, dude.
just cycling.
Just cycling, man. That's my drug.
Nice.
And sucking ding dong. The Lord's drug.
The Lord's drug. That is the naughty thing you could do as far as the Lord is concerned.
Nah.
Suck someone off.
Yeah. That's what I used to think, but now I feel better about that too.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
In your heart,
God
really?
hated you.
Mm-hmm. I used to think God hated me.
Damn, that sucks, dude.
Oh, that's so sad, Ian.
I know. I thought I was so evil.
Oh man.
Oh, it was so bad.
That's sad. That sucks. Don't
I
laugh
was
at
the
that.
You thought he was evil because he was sucking off little boys when he was a teenager?
I did. It was terrible. So I used to jerk off and pray for forgiveness the entire time
while you were doing it.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
like when you're cooking and cleaning it while you cook. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
taking care of you're taking care of it. The mess afterwards.
Taking care of business.
You're like cleaning up while you're cooking a meal. Like you're done with a pan
Instead
and
of
you like
waiting
wash it
afterwards.
before you eat.
Oh yeah, I do that.
Jerking
That's how I
off
cook.
and begging for forgiveness while you're doing it.
Yeah, it's funny because I think God hates me because I'm a bad person.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, nah, probably not.
Yeah.
I'm probably fine.
Yeah. No, but Ian is because he's.
No, I try to be like a really good person, and then there was like that one thing that I couldn't help that made me feel totally evil.
Your
and
cock
wrong.
thirst.
Yeah. My insatiable need for more penis.
Well, if we are being honest, it is
evil.
Very much
It
a
is
sin.
disgusting.
Yeah,
But all
letter of the
sex
law,
is.
it's a sin.
All
Good.
sex is, though, to be fair.
No, that's not true.
How can something so good be so bad?
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
As
Changed my mind.
the expression goes, you're what is it? You're finished. I'll see you in hell. Whatever he said.
I'll see you in hell,
Yeah,
faggot.
your lawyer.
Whatever
when you
your
get to
lawyer-
the pearly gates, your
whatever
lawyer
the
just
thing your
has
lawyer said,
pictures of
but
you
it-
sucking every man's cock that you have, and been like,
That's
you're
what you see before you die.
And it's had so much evidence against me.
Pages and pages. Just, animation flip book.
Yeah. Your life flashing before your eyes. It's beautiful, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good, man.
Yeah.
I'm glad you don't think you're evil anymore.
So who's
Nice,
excited
bro.
about the new Toy Story?
Is there?
Ooh,
There
what?
is, dude? I'm actually.
I'm so excited. I
No,
love
not
Yo,
anymore.
I watch
Never
Monsters.
mind. I was excited, but now I've decided. I'm
Oh,
not
come
excited.
on. Be excited with me.
Wait, there's a new. I
Yo,
didn't even
I
know
saw
about that.
Monsters, Inc. a couple weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
Incredible film.
The first one?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good one.
There's
So
a new
good.
one out recently.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, the girl's all grown up and
Gross.
you know,
Toy Story,
she-
incredible franchise.
She fucks.
She fucks. Yeah, Monsters U.
Monsters, Inc. is just the name of his
She
penis.
fucks monsters.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Big.
Just huge
huge
dicks.
black eyes.
Yeah. It's just black.
Huge monster cocks.
Yo,
it's black.com.
Blacked Raw is a great franchise.
Black Raw. It's true.
Yeah.
It is.
It's incredible.
It's a totally different
Holy
aesthetic,
shit.
and you
What's
can't figure it
Black
out
Raw?
at first.
Is
but
that-
it's that it's nighttime. That's the only difference.
What is Black Raw?
Oh,
I
Basically-
understand why Ian knows what this is, but
Yes.
Adam, why do you know what this gay black porn website?
It's not a gay website, first of all.
It's an interracial website where black guys fuck white women and you pretend that you're the white woman.
I don't know about that.
yeah, that's what makes it great.
Adam's Greatest Secrets Revealed. How about a show called Adam's Greatest Secrets Revealed, and it's Ian in the masked magician mask, and it's like Adam's been beating off the porn that's for closeted gay guys.
No, it's not
Adam's
gay.
like, that's not true.
I think that sometimes when you
That's
watch
not
porn,
true.
Yeah.
sometimes
It's
when you
called
watch
black
porn,
because
you
that's
want
what you do to those
It's
images.
not
in your
true.
head.
sometimes
Cut
you
it
want to
out.
see a genuine reaction, and there's no choice but to have a genuine reaction when it's a massive black
What the
penis.
fuck are you talking about?
Sometimes you want to see. You don't want to see girls
Now you've like
acting.
got, now you've
This
gotten
is
farther than
truly
Ian.
gay, dude. Yeah, your take now is actually being much gayer than the joke.
What are
Ian
you
was
talking
making.
about?
What are you talking about?
You just want to see, like, sometimes you just want to see a small white girl just get absolutely pummeled. I don't think that's like.
Yo, my man's
I don't
gay.
think there's anything gay about that.
What you said was sometimes you want to see a genuine reaction
Out of the girl, you don't want to see her acting and faking an orgasm. Sometimes
Yeah,
you want
wanna
to see her
hurting.
in. Sometimes you want to see her in pain.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes that's the only thing that can make you come.
Yeah.
After you've seen a lot of porn.
Yeah.
Average.
You see this little white
take.
girl in a black dress, and you're
Yeah.
wearing the same black dress, and you have high heels on, and you've got pearl earrings.
Adam's wearing his mom's clothes. He's brought the entire
And you're sitting on-
desktop computer into the closet.
You're lubing up a flashlight and sitting on it.
He's just in his parents' bedroom, and the walk-in closet door is shut, and the cord to the desktop computer is going out to the wall under the desk. And his dad's like, Adam, where's the computer? Someone's broken into the house and stolen the computer. There's an extension cord snaking through the entire, from the living room
Why
all
does
the
it
way.
smell like your mother's perfume
What's
in here?
going on? And Adam's panicking, just stuffing more
I don't
clothes under the
understand
door.
this riff.
To try and
I don't understand this
trying
riff
to
at
prevent
all.
the door from opening. He's wearing full makeup, masturbating to blackraw.com.
I'm not saying I jack off to
Your
it all
dad's
the
like,
time.
what the fuck is it? Why is the entire computer in the closet? Why didn't you put her clothes on and then go into the living room?
The fax machine.
And he's like, why is my entire office brought in? I wouldn't be a business lady.
I would never do that to my family. But I have watched that.
I just
porn
love the
before.
mental image of the wires coming out from under the
is pretty
closet
good.
I
door.
love the image of him pulling everything into the
Yeah,
closet
right, yeah.
beforehand.
This will be worth it. It doesn't make any sense, but
No.
It doesn't make sense, but it's funny.
good for me.
Yeah, it is funny.
That's really all I understand is things that are funny. The physics of it, why it's funny. Don't ask me any of that shit. I just hope I die soon.
I am a big fan of that one library. The way I ended up on Blacked was the library girl.
The library
Kendra
girl.
Sunderland.
Yes.
Yo, she jerked me off with her fleshlight.
What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Where you went to
Not
like
at
a
all.
convention or
No,
something?
he said this last time on the podcast, and I got real quiet and upset.
Did I?
No, I don't think
so.
you did.
I think
No.
maybe you just told
So
me.
she's part of that network of porn sites called Vixen, and
How do
Blacked
I-
is one of the sites.
Okay. Let's figure out how I get to get jerked off by her.
with a fleshlight
fleshlight.
though.
With her
That's
fleshlight.
fine.
Where
That's
were you at?
fine.
Like an event or something?
No. It was on SDR. With yeah, the SDR podcast.
Good God, what's going on with these other
That's
podcasts?
awesome, dude. Fuck.
Yeah.
Can we have her on and I get? Can
You
we
could
just
probably
say,
get her on.
And we'll
She's
just say.
fucking so dumb.
Is she?
I kept making jokes about her.
She
like
went to college.
spitting in her mouth, in my mouth, and she was like, "What?" I was like, "I'm kidding."
Oh yeah, this is a story. Ian tries to tell a story about how dumb this woman is, and the story's about how he lacks
His
the
jokes
most
bombed.
basic level of confidence that he can't make a joke about spitting in his mouth to a porn star without immediately retracing. Like I'm joking. I'm just joking around.
Shut up.
That's how dumb she is.
Yeah, this woman that was paid to jerk us off on mic. I was too shy around her with my spitting in her mouth jokes.
That is a great
Did
video.
she jack you
though.
off to completion?
No.
What do you mean? So you got hard?
No. It was this thing where like
So you're sitting next to Big Jay Okerson with a hard ass dick.
Jay and Ralph went into Ralph's room and they had to like get
Mic closer
they had
to
to
your
get like
mouth.
blowjobs while they while they were like singing karaoke.
Yeah.
Good God.
It's called like blowy-okie or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
that sounds awesome. Good for them. I mean, seriously, that's
and
a
they
great.
like
I just hear this shit and I immediately have to play Red Dead. Imagine that
Nick's
I'm
like
in the
pissed.
wilderness and sneaking back into society to murder people like you. This is you, Ian.
I want to do blowy.
and they couldn't do it. So then,
Who was blowing them?
these two like fucking C-ray porn stars
Okay.
or whatever.
As long as they weren't
So
getting
then
blown by
Kendra
Kendra.
Sunderland was there, and they were like, "Ian, will you do it?" And Kendra was like, "Well, I'll jerk you off with my fleshlight." And I was like, "All right."
Yeah.
So I went to the room to get hard, and this is so pathetic.
You went into the room to get hard.
I went in the room by myself to get hard.
not
so I
where
put-
Ralph and Big J were getting sucked off.
No. I was.
I
by
went in the
myself.
room to
And-
look
and
at
dude-
Ralph's cock.
I went to get hard by watching
I was
Ralph
watching this
get sucked off.
42-year-old man with his ears pierced to get hard.
So
And
you're pulling up gay porn on your phone.
so
to
I
get
pulled
hard.
up porn. I won't tell you what kind on my phone, and I love eating pussy. So I took her fleshlight and started to like pretend that I was
Good
eating it because I
God.
thought that would like get me hard.
You actually did that?
No, we've
By
done
yourself?
that. We've done that as a joke on the show.
We've done that
before.
as a bit, yeah.
You were alone and eating a fleshlight.
I thought, dude, I was panicking. I
It
was
was
trying to get
erotic.
hard.
That was
my
erotic
God,
too.
Ian.
I was pulling at strings, buddy. I didn't know what was working.
You
I
got
was
hard from
panicking.
that?
No, I didn't really get that hard. That didn't work. So then I looked at porno.
I can't imagine
kinda
that not
worked,
working.
And then she came in and she started jerking me off with the thing, and it was like hard to get hard. It's like a weird situation, and at the same time, I had to sing fucking We Will Rock You. So I'm like, buddy, you're a young man. And she's like jerking me off, and it looked like she was like stirring soup. And I was like, this
were her
fucking
titties out or
sucks.
anything?
She didn't take her titties out, no. And then after a while, it was just like, they were like, all right, time's up. And I was like, okay, well, see you later. It was so anticlimactic.
Damn.
Yeah, it sucked.
Bummer. If her titties were out and you don't get hard, that's crazy.
Well,
consider the source, pal.
What do you mean?
Huh?
It's not crazy.
It is. Ian's not full. He's bi, right?
No, yeah, I fucking love titties.
Yeah, and she has like
She has the kind of titties that even gay guys would get hard for.
Yeah,
Like those titties are unbelievable.
I don't like. It's like I don't care how dumb she is. That's the kind of I would like be in a relationship with someone like that for 2 years.
100%.
Every single word they said, I would be like, God damn it.
Yeah, I know.
Please shut up.
Of course.
And then
easy.
hey, every night you get to see that fucking sweet pair, and it's like, you know what? I guess maybe
I love you.
What else am I gonna fucking do?
That video is one of the only like return. I'm like.
the
one of the
one of her
only
in the
videos
library?
that I've jacked off to multiple times.
Oh, really? Not blackraw.com? Not the
slender South African
black
woman
guy's
gets
penis?
fucked by
Yeah.
a black man.
Adam search started.
I don't understand how you
black
got
penis,
to me wearing my mother's clothes.
genuine black penis.
Genuine.
Authentic.
Vintage black penis.
No,
he has specific years he likes. This one's a 1973. You can tell because of how long the doors are. You can tell. Look at the B pillar on that cock.
I'm not afraid to say it, dude. I've jacked off to many races of people having sex
brave.
with each other.
Is that,
And if you think that's
what are you afraid to say?
What am I afraid to say?
A good joke. Thank you, Ian.
Got him. Looks like the man has been gotten.
Got him. He's dead. He's gay. He's dead. And we're sucking his dick.
Now he's dead.
And now we're giving him head.
That's insane. Did you get to see your titties?
At any
No,
point?
he said he didn't.
At any
He's
point?
playing video games.
Never.
You're not listening.
I am listening.
And then I
he said
took her
she didn't-
flashlight home, and I had to put it
Hold
on the back
Adam.
of my bicycle.
Hold on,
and
we
ride
have to
it home.
resolve something real quick.
He said that she didn't
Hold
take her
on a
titties
second,
out.
Adam.
Yes, stop the record.
Hold on.
Hold on, we have
Hold
to
on.
resolve something real quick.
Let's
As the
resolve
main
it.
host of this podcast, let's give Nick the floor.
Don't ever think I can't multitask. I used to make $11 an hour while playing video games, working at a fucking call center. I would do this high out of my mind. Sure, it was Lego Indiana Jones.
And sure, he was horrible at his job
I was
then
bad
as
at my
well.
Yeah.
He got fired quickly, and
I
now
was
no
never
one can
fired,
fire him, unfortunately.
Even after calling a customer a retard, they still did not fire me.
You call a customer a
Because
retard?
they have such high turnover.
Oh shit! How did you
Anyways.
call a customer a retard?
I don't.
Because
I think
it's
I
on the phone.
I
You can just hang
used
up.
The word retard. I don't
Yeah, what do you mean how, Ian?
Yeah.
Like in what context?
I didn't actually call anyone a retard. I used the word retard.
Oh.
I used to get in trouble for saying shit like just not even thinking about it. That's not the kind of appropriate shit to say to like a customer of a business.
No shit. You, of course, dude.
Anyways.
Anyone that made you work customer service or like deal with customers is so fucking stupid. Here's the front face of our fucking
Yeah.
company. The first line of defense.
Oh,
Oh,
whoopsie
nice.
daisy.
Oh, damn, you fucked him up.
You have not completed a single task.
You run up a $290 bounty there, boy.
Yeah. Your horse just tripped.
That was great.
Oh, why are you wearing that mask?
Can you rob a bank?
So they don't know who I am, dumbass.
Just wear the bear mask.
No, they're
That's
gonna
not a
find you.
mask.
ass,
Get 'em.
dude.
It's not?
Get his ass.
Oh, damn, my man is fucked up. Damn, his horse said, fuck your body.
We'll send him back to the rest of the police. I would love to shoot a police officer in the face.
Do it.
And then send him back to his friends on his fucking horse.
Mm-hmm. That would
Message.
Go, you fucking bitch. Ride like the wind. Anyways.
Suck like my dick.
Anyways, no, I listened to every fucking word of Ian's story. What Ian said
Yes.
was that she did not reveal
Her
jumbo
titties.
yum
Her
yums
breasticles.
during the hand job, but he did not say that he never saw her tits.
That's true.
Yeah,
in
I
a
guess you're
podcast
right.
like that, you're
Now,
it's very
if she
possible
were
you
to
see
do
titties.
our show, we're not like those depraved retards over at Legion of Skanks.
No, not at all.
And which is, I think, what I said to the customer.
Trying to buy tickets to the Baltimore, the BSO.
Yeah.
Wait, so did
trying to get tickets to see Isak Perlman. I was like, listen, we're not like those retards over at the Philly.
Wait, so did she take her tits out that whole time?
See, now who wasn't listening?
Wow.
Because Ian said that no, she wasn't.
Well, it was
and then
Playing
you
a
just
video
said,
game, Adam?
yeah, you just said, oh, you weren't listening. He already said no. Once again, the Adam Friedland self-dunk.
What do you mean? A self-dunk to just do
To
a dunk?
accuse me of something and then you do it.
I think you
That
just
is,
accused
that is
me
a
of
classic
dunking.
move in your repertoire.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Accusing Nick of doing
Damn,
something.
you just
and then
got
doing
black.
it.
When has that ever happened before?
It's happened a bunch, dude.
Yeah, whatever.
Just right now.
It's
for
a good
example.
website. You guys should check out Black.
Anyways, if she did our show,
Yes.
we would be respectful. And I would say, thank you very much for your contribution, Kendra. And then she would say, I feel like a lot of people don't understand you.
Yes.
And I'd be like, that's true. A lot of people don't. I don't care how good the tits are. And then I'm out.
Dude, you could definitely get her on the show.
I don't know.
Does she live in New York?
I know.
No, but her publicist Lainey.
We had Michael Douglas on this show.
Yeah, actually.
Of course, we could get
Hold on a second.
Kendrick Sutherland. or
Who's at the
whatever.
door? Knock, 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 knock.
Bing, boom,
Hi.
Boom, 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 boom.
Come in.
Hold on. We have to listen to my expensive doorbell first.
Okay.
Boom, 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 boom.
Wow, it
Boom,
sings.
boom, boom, boom.
Come in. Come in. Come in.
Boom. It's not done ringing yet.
Hold on. Sorry.
Boom,
Stay out there.
boom. Boom, 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 boom. Like, you gonna answer the door? No, I got this novelty doorbell that's the entire soundtrack to A Man for All Seasons. I'm going to listen. The doorbell's not worth it unless you listen the whole song. An hour later on the phone with Amazon customer service, I was here and they didn't deliver the package. You fucking cunt. And I'm not calling you a cunt, I'm calling Amazon a cunt. But you're the one on the phone right now, cunt. Oh, I'm so sorry, package did not arrive as expected, but we will have that redelivered as soon as possible. Okay, thanks, cunt. Okay,
Kendra's
thank you, Mr. Murray. Is there anything that we can help you with?
And what is your name? Cindy.
They have
Their names
Anglo names. That's what you know. Yeah.
Come in.
Kendra's
in.
still at the door, guys.
Yeah, it's not with Kendra. It's gay actor Michael Douglas. You
Yeah.
fucking idiot.
Hi, it's me, gay actor Michael Douglas. Hi, I'm gay actor Michael Douglas. The Great Fire in California has burned 600 people beyond recognition. Please look into your heart and reach out.
Many of them.
Donate anything you can.
Many of them with beautiful penises.
I'm gay actor Michael Douglas, and I'm teaming up with the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Fuck. So funny.
Yeah. Yeah, that one gets
How
me
much
good.
money have you raised so far?
$69 million.
Yeah.
For what hurricane was it?
For hurricane relief.
Mhm.
Gay actor Michael Douglas has raised over $20 million.
That's
for
right.
Katrina.
For penis rejuvenation surgery.
That's crazy. There's some. I was looking at Lauren Lavoie's Twitter.
Who?
Lauren Lavoie.
Sean
that?
Savoy's mom.
Sean Savoy's mom. Lauren Lavoie was that girl that did the Eraser video on Vine.
Uh-huh.
The reason Erasers don't
Oh,
work is who you are, who you're born
She
to love.
rules. Yeah.
Isn't a mistake.
God damn.
She's
Yeah.
the. It's like she's the worst
I would rather
Like,
watch.
she quit social media back in August, and she's like, I can't deal with this harassment. I can't. She's like, you have to understand. This is like, I'm an actual human being, and you guys are like this abuse. I can't fucking take. She's like, this is really destroying my life. And then she posts like, I get messages like this every day, and she posts a screenshot of the message, and the message is, the reason erasers don't work on your heart is because who you are, who you were born to love, isn't a mistake. And it's like, that's not harassment. It's literally just what you say.
Yeah.
It's just a thing you say.
You made the worst video of
You're
all
just
time.
repeating.
Yeah,
it.
you're just repeating. You're having your own
stupid
words
idiot.
repeated back to you. That's not fucking harassment.
Yeah.
It's not, they're not posting your address. at
I
you.
get cupcake and a candy bar to this day.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
funny.
yeah.
I mean, it's fucking annoying, but I
Yeah,
like
it
to
is
say,
funny.
Like, oh,
It's
I
not
can't
harassment.
handle this.
I mean, but she's just embarrassed because it's the worst thing of all time.
She just makes these like trying to be inspirational like videos online, and they're just all like the worst.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember why I brought her up. Oh yeah, she was retweeting this GoFundMe for some Canadian hockey, like I don't know, hockey team or whatever.
Mhm.
They got into like a bus accident.
Oh damn!
And they raised $15 million on GoFundMe.
Yeah, Drake
Christ.
got behind that too.
Really?
I think they all died, didn't they?
The Canadian guys?
16 of them died.
Yeah.
Damn, that's fucking sucks dick, dude.
Wait, did you guys
fuck
hear
her,
this?
though.
This is kind of old news by now, but one of the people that got shot at that bar in the
yeah.
San Fernando Valley
They survived.
was a survivor of the Vegas
Yeah,
shooting.
that sucks, dude.
Well, it was a reunion for survivors of the Vegas.
Was it?
Yeah, dude.
Oh my god,
It's horrible.
that is so awful.
I know.
Jesus Christ, man.
That's some bad luck. Did that guy know that going in?
No, he was like, didn't he like post in the middle of it? He's like, people are gonna say that I had a motive. He's like, I just did this because like I was bored. He's like, yeah, I just did this just because I can. Yeah, that was fucking miserable. Terrible, man.
Really, that mass shooting was bad. Adam?
To get two,
In my
to go
opinion,
2 for 2 is sucks dick, dude.
Mm-hmm. It's like that Nagasaki Hiroshima guy.
Oh yeah.
He was at both?
Yeah, there was a guy that was like in the first one, and he's like, "Whew, really dodged a bullet there," and he just drove.
Oh my god!
yeah.
That's
You're like, I guess I'll
brutal.
go stay with my friends.
Can
and-
you
Yeah,
imagine?
I'll go hide out in safe old Nagasaki.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Can you imagine what you think the world is for the rest of your life?
Uh-huh.
Just
It
that
would probably
people
take
are
like
trying to kill me.
15 years to just be chill.
No, that you're ruined forever.
Yeah, probably.
Suck my hardest dick.
So what are you doing? What did you do for Thanksgiving, Ian?
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
You have nowhere to go, right?
No, I went home.
The graveyard.
to Delaware.
Go take a go swing by the old graveyard.
Just went to a bunch of graves. No, to Delaware to see my old mom.
Nice.
Oh, that's
It'd be pretty
nice.
sick to go to a graveyard and try and pick up girls there.
Just goth girls
Goth
taking
girls.
photo
Yeah.
shoots.
Yeah.
doing
Yeah, just like
Financial
a
goth
woman
at the
putting
graveyard.
flowers on a grave. Just
So
walk
what's
up from
up?
behind the tree. Hey, what's up?
What's
Hey,
up?
what you up to?
Yeah. What's going on?
Hey,
Yeah.
Ma, what's up?
My name's Chiz.
Come here often.
C-H-I-Z-Z.
Every holiday and anniversary of the death.
The extra Z stands for was up.
Yeah, it stands for the one of the middle Z and was up.
Yeah. Remember that? Remember Budweiser, bitch? What's up?
What's
Just going up to
up,
girls.
bitch?
What's up? How you doing? Name's Chiz. I'm from 1998.
Bum, bum, ba-da-bum.
You're killing me, Small. What did people say in 1998?
I love Third Eye Blind.
No, what did they say? Don't just mention something from
What
1998.
were the catchphrases?
They were like it was as
Twins?
if, as if.
Whatever.
As
Is
if,
is
yeah.
this real life?
Talk to the hand.
Talk to
Yeah.
the hand,
Wow, da bomb.
Yeah,
Da
da
bomb.
bomb.
All that
All
in a
that-
bag of
yeah,
chips.
all that in a bag of
Oh
chips.
yeah, you still say that.
Yeah,
Ian.
talk to the fucking hand.
Talk to the hand is that needs
Don't
to
go
come
there.
back.
Yeah. Can you imagine how funny it's going to be in 10 years when we remember Adam saying stuff like low key and high key and
Lit.
and talking like a black teenage girl as a 32-year-old Jewish.
I don't say
Plantanos?
I don't say low key or high key.
I don't say any of that shit.
Yeah, I don't
I
say
use
it either.
I use.
You say
gender
low key.
I say gender appropriate words. Like
Like
good
what?
day to you, sir, and madam.
Classic.
Madam.
Swag. Swag is for boys.
What
class
is-
is
Ma'am, are
for
these
men.
fellas bothering you?
What is the sir or ma'am for people that are they, them?
Sir or
Dear
madam.
they or them,
Yeah, dear they or them.
to
Dear
whom
they.
it may concern.
But they don't
I
have
think
their
you
own
left
sir
your
or
penis
ma'am.
at her. What? I think you left your ma'am.
Excuse me,
is this
ma'am.
Ma'am, I believe you left your penis in my
Ma'am,
cock.
is your penis bothering you?
Ma'am, is this penis bothering you?
Well, that's right. That is
Man,
correct.
let me take this penis off you for you.
Great.
With my mouth.
Kill shot.
Eddie Sir Motors. Your
dick's your penis. Did Eastern Motors make it to Delaware, Ian?
Did what?
Eastern
Did you
Motors.
know about Eastern Motors?
They have that in Delaware.
I think it was
what's that?
Baltimore, D.C.
Yeah, DMV. Shouts out to Eastern Motors.
Eastern Motors was like the
official used car
it was a-
dealership of Cumtown.
It was a second chance financing car dealership that it was just like all
It had
over.
a jingle.
Yeah, it had, they had
they had
like-
Redskins and Ravens players always.
Yeah. Their commercials were
Mhm.
like pretty recognizable in the area. Them and Senate Auto Insurance were
I would say Eastern is even
more so. But back in the probably the mid '90s, Senate was all over the place.
Said it was out there, but Eastern Motors
Call
is
him up
iconic.
and tell him, "Kiss my bumper, just kiss it."
Mm-hmm. Black guy dressed as an old lady.
Well, yeah, he's a comic. His name is like Howard G. That was his
That's
name.
right.
You remember him?
Fuck, I'm getting a phone call.
Is that you?
Yeah, you getting a phone call?
Where's my phone?
Who is
That
it?
sounds
Your
that sounds
boyfriend?
serious.
It's a hot.
Here it is.
It's a hot guy. Can you hand it to me, Ian?
Let me answer it.
No.
There we go. Let's check out Howard G. on
At Eastern Motors. Your dick's your penis.
at the old Comedy Factory. Remember that
oh,
spot?
hell yeah, dude. My man, Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the one that was above. What's it called? Bear. Why do I always forget the name of that fucking restaurant?
Yo, someone keeps calling me from Morocco. This is some kind of scam, dude.
Yeah, probably.
They probably have a recording
What was the
studio
name of
for
that goddamn restaurant? Burke's.
Yes,
Burke's.
I never was there when it was in front on top of Burke's.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just got the old power plant location.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I liked it. I liked that spot. The club itself sucked to perform at,
Yeah,
but that spot was cool.
yeah. The factory sucks dick. They're in a
Yeah.
they're in a bus depot now.
Oh yeah. Yep, we got Adam on his phone over here.
I just got a voicemail. Hello, Daniel. I'm calling because Jan Johnson put you down as a personal reference.
Call it up.
Hello, Daniel.
right now.
Hello, damn Daniel.
Oh,
Hello,
that's
damn
good.
Daniel.
Hello, damn
Daniel is something that people are gonna be making fun of people for saying for sure.
What was that Lena
damn
Dunham
Daniel's
tweet?
gonna be around
With that
for a
Lena
while.
Dunham tweet that was like, "Damn Daniel is low key one of the like the highest pieces of gay art of all time."
What?
Yeah. I remember that. That was a good
What
one.
a fucking idiot.
I kind of feel bad for her at this point. I feel like
Never
Cares.
had
She's
a
rich
fucking
as
mind,
shit.
dude. Fuck her.
She's gotten everything handed to her. Her show's mediocre as shit.
I feel like everyone hates her. It used to
Finally
be like,
watched Damn
whatever,
Daniel.
man. You get
I
to be
feel
rich
it's
as
some of the
shit.
most important queer performance art of our time.
what an idiot. Oh, wow. What an idiot.
She's never seen Ian just go about life. That's queer.
His queer performance
Ian
art?
living is queer performance art.
Ian on a bicycle.
What are those?
That's right.
I saw she had a video that was like she was doing the Drake like Kiki challenge and like and it got like super low engagement. She has like 5 million followers. It got like, 400 likes or something. And then all the at replies are like, "You raped your sister while she was a baby."
What did you say? She put like pebbles in her sister's pussy or something?
Yeah, in her book, yeah.
Yeah, when her sister was
One time I was
17.
hanging
Oh,
out
this
with
is funny. This is DW from Arthur with Down syndrome.
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
That's a good photo.
Have you seen that?
That's a good Photoshop.
Have you seen this? No, that's hilarious.
One time I was hanging out with
I love that. I really like that a lot.
Nick's now put down Red Dead Redemption to look up pictures of Arthur characters with being retarded.
With
though.
Down
Wow.
Yeah,
really
no, hold on here. I gotta see if there's more of these.
DW is a cunt, dude.
That guy with the.
She was really rude to Arthur.
Yeah, I fucked her.
Damn, Daniel.
I fucked.
One time I was hanging out with Nick and Randy and Sarah, and it was right after the Lena Dunham I masturbated in front of my baby sister and put pebbles in her pussy thing came out. And Nick's face just went completely blank for 10 minutes, and he was like looking at his phone, and he just wrote this like perfect fake page of her book. But it was like, and then I kissed the baby softly. And
I remember that.
But we were like, what are you doing, Nick?
Yeah,
And
that
then
was
he
a good
just,
post.
Like, came out with like this perfect art.
That's right.
That was great queer performance art.
Yeah, I used to like put effort forward into the things I put out on the internet.
What are you
but
searching now?
One time-
Arthur Downs aardvark.
One time I watched gay porno and this guy was getting fucked and he goes, "Oh, Wreck-It Ralph."
About his ass?
Yeah,
That's pretty
That's
funny.
great. That's funny.
That's a good bit. Salute to him getting his ass
Dude,
tore
gay
up.
porn have more jokes.
You want to talk about authenticity, Adam? You
Yeah.
should watch gay porno. You can tell when the guys are really
When
turned
he's in
on.
pain.
Well, they get hard-ons. You can tell when they
Oh, if
enjoy
he's
it.
getting fucked
Yeah.
in the ass. I've tried to watch
No
gay
faking
porn.
in that, pal.
Everyone,
I don't know.
did
They
you
posted
like?
the
I watched it when
aardvark
I was
thing.
like 15, and
Or
I was
the
like,
Down
it's not
syndrome
good.
DW
I lived
thing.
it, sister.
You lived it, yeah.
You watched it when you were 15. You didn't.
Yeah,
like
you
it?
just like, am I gay? And then you like, oh, let's
And then
look
you-
at what
yeah,
gay porn
every
is.
day you watch it.
Every day
You're
you
like,
watch
am I
it.
gay? I gotta
It's a
make
lie.
sure.
Like a Clockwork
If anyone
Orange.
says,
maybe twice
if
a
anyone
day.
says, I've never seen it, I will never see it. That's
Wait,
like,
hold on. I won't say that I've never seen gay porn, but I've never ever once in my life looked at gay porn to see if I like it.
when you're fucking 14.
Absolutely never have I done.
All
that.
right, I guess you knew. I guess you didn't have any like you never thought one time like, am I a gay guy?
I had a fear that I was,
Of
but
course.
never was I like.
I had a crippling fear.
After coming, he realized he's
well,
not.
I remember. Yeah, I remember. Like, I
I
remember.
think that's pretty normal, personally.
No, it's not.
I think
as a
you're
young adolescent to like
on the
not
spectrum.
know. What? You think I'm a little bit gay?
I think
probably am.
there are dudes that are 110% straight that have never really ever questioned, maybe have been like, no. But I think there are a lot of dudes that are like, am I? Maybe. But I think to say that every single person has always, that every single person thinks that they're gay, I don't think that that's true. I think that there are definitely people that have, but to think that everyone does, I don't think that that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam takes his own life and then goes, everyone does this.
Yeah, of course.
I've certainly looked at trans pornography
Have
as
ya?
an ally.
Hell yeah. As an ally. I jerk off in allegiance with my brothers and sisters.
No, real for real though, and you'll say it's bullshit, but and this is gonna be a candid moment, but like, I have been looking at the amount of money that I lost and I've been beating off to. And fuck, I love it, dude.
You truly are Finn Goth. Dude.
You're Finn Goth.
Now that I got the money, I mean, yeah, maybe I do want to be Finn Dom. That's just cool, dude. I would love to have like just a hot girlfriend, and it's like you don't care that she
Who
fucks
doesn't
other
fuck
people.
you.
It's like, yeah, I don't give a shit. It's a fucking write off. To have a human being that you can care about that little, that they're just sort of around and you have sex with them occasionally, but mostly it's just like an expense.
That's what
like a
prostitutes rule.
bookkeeper.
Yeah,
no,
just-
beyond the prostitute, because a prostitute isn't enough. A prostitute's too intimate. They need to be removed to me. It's like a fucking like a rotating housekeeper service where it's like, yeah, I don't remember what her name is, but oh right, yeah, that bitch comes by at 2. Like that to that level.
I gotta get home.
And then
The
you
bitch is
buy-
coming by.
Yeah, and then you buy her things.
No, you don't even buy her things. She just has like a credit card that you don't even fucking check.
That's so gross to me.
Yeah, I know, but once you have the money, it's like,
Oh.
yeah, no, because it's, you know what it is? It's like, it's a level of power where nobody can really take anything away from you. Because the thing is, like, the people that are like,
yeah, you don't care
like,
about
oh, these bitches
pussy,
are
you don't
gold
care about
diggers.
money.
It's like,
Yeah.
oh, these bitches are gold diggers or whatever. It's like, well, if you have enough fucking gold, it's like cost of doing business.
Right.
Who gives a
Mhm.
shit?
Yeah, I'm not there, but I will buy
Oh, I'm not
girls
there
stuff.
either. You need
Yeah,
like
Nick,
millions
don't you
and
ever
millions of
say that
dollars.
again.
I'll
Don't you
buy
ever
girls
let
stuff.
that
I want to
woman-
watch girls enjoy things that I've purchased.
No, you don't even watch them enjoy it. You're not even aware of it.
I want them looking
What?
cute.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I want
You
them
just
looking
know in
cute
the back of your
outfits I
mind
copped.
your credit card's getting blown up.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't matter because you still
Because
make.
it's not even a drop in the bucket.
Well, does
Yeah.
it turn you on?
Granted, look, I'll never be that guy. I'm terrible at investing. I've lost so much fucking money. This is like it's like only those Wall Street guys get to do that shit.
Do you think
'cause
they come looking at their bank account balance, like seeing the difference, like
I
knowing
don't think they
that they've
come at all.
spent the
I think
money?
that's why those guys like they gotta have like cigarettes put out on them, and it's like, well, do you want me to jerk you off? It's like, nah, just get the fuck out of here. I gotta go check my. I gotta see how my shorts are doing.
You gotta
Well,
see,
yeah, but those
you gotta
kinda
see how
guys,
your
that's
dick is
what-
doing.
Mm-hmm.
When you can have
everything.
everything, when you can
I
have
don't even
everything.
get what you're talking about.
What?
Check my shorts. That's your cock.
Oh, instead of your investment.
What about that guy Dan Blizzarin, or what's his name?
Bill Zarian.
Blizzarian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to kiss him? Do you think he's cute, Ian?
Do you like his guns?
If he was shaved and black, then I'd be into it.
With like a little hairless gorilla.
yeah. Then I'd be into it. Then I'd have him hold me.
You do love black.
Is
cock.
Dan Bilzerian short?
I don't know.
He's probably your height.
So yeah, he is.
So
short.
yeah.
So yeah, he's short.
No, I feel like when you can get anything you want, like if you're like a rich guy, being denied things is like the only thing.
I never want to be
that can
denied
turn you
anything.
on.
I hate being denied things. I like when I get stuff that I want.
Don't go on Grindr.
Thanks, man.
Little,
you're like one of those dinosaurs from the Flintstones, but about gay shit. It's a living. Don't go on Grindr. You just have your little catchphrases ready to go.
I don't get the reference, but that's very funny.
Thanks, Ian.
You don't get the reference of the Flintstones.
I don't remember. I know the Flintstones, you fucking jerk off, but I don't remember the dinosaurs specifically.
Were they?
Then you don't know the Flintstones. Everything, all their appliances are just animals.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that about the Flintstones.
Yeah.
And they
At the
do-
construction site, the animals are like the construction equipment.
Right.
You don't remember
But
that?
I didn't know they had catchphrases.
Yeah, and then like the bird will be like as a telephone or whatever, and then they go, "It's a living."
Ian liked that.
I like it. All right. I love the Flintstones.
All right, man. Well, this has been our beautiful Thanksgiving episode. Well, how much time was
Post Thanksgiving.
Post Thanksgiving.
Is
Oh
that-
yeah.
You ready to get out of here?
Black
This is fun.
Sunday.
Let's go. Let's go get free
I'm
Chipotle.
gonna go clean my room.
Damn,
get
here,
Chipotle.
smell me. I smell like
I
a
don't wanna-
pussy.
I don't want to
Oh,
smell
do you?
Yeah,
Let me
No,
smell.
I do not want to smell you.
Dude, that smells dank.
Oh, damn. Smells like you've been doing yoga.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
We hope you enjoyed your holiday.
Funny Moms is tomorrow night.
Funny Moms is tomorrow. We got a really good lineup. Ian will not be on it.
Ian's
Ian
not
will
on.
be on it.
Oh,
But we will be reading Ian's tweets to the audience.
Ian, hey.
You want to go throw the ball around? Maybe take a couple of
Right now?
cracks at, take a
Ian will
crack
also
at
be
it?
at House of Blues
Where,
Boston.
Von King?
November
Von King?
30th.
Let's go.
Let
Laugh it
Ian plug his shit.
House of Blues Boston,
Me and
November
Adam
30th.
will be at Von
Laugh
King
It Up Poughkeepsie,
playing
December
baseball.
1st. Caroline's on Broadway, December 19th. Come out. Caroline's on Broadway.
Okay, and if you want to see
Wednesday,
someone who's
December
good at
19th.
comedy, I will be in Long Island on November 30th. I'll be at the DC Draft House on the 7th and 8th. Please come out to those. I'll be in Indy on the 13th, Cincinnati on the 14th, Columbus on the 15th, Cleveland on the 16th, and then
Atlantic City, December 6th.
My
Philly,
dick is-
December 7th.
Nope, don't go see Ian. Go see me. I'll be in LA on February 2nd, Pittsburgh on the 11th.
And then once again, if you want to play catch with me and Nick, we'll be at Herbert Von King Park
Herbert
practicing
Von King
baseball.
Park practicing baseball.
I'm
Also be
gonna.
in
You guys
Phoenix
want
on
to play
the
Pepper?
19th.
We got baseball practice.
We're going to be
I'll
getting.
hit some balls to you guys. I'm a good coach.
I think we're good, just the two of us.
I'll be in the park cruising.
We'll see you in the park.
Yeah, I think we're okay. Just
Been like, what's up, bro? Oh, hey guys, didn't see you there.
Want to throw some balls around?
Hi, I'm gay comedian Ian Fidance.
It must have been nice when that was what being gay was going to the park all the time.
I still
The
do.
park's nice.
Do you ever cruise at the park?
Yeah, I cruise.
The park,
Really?
The park was
Cruising's fun.
How do you know how to cruise?
You're saying you have gay sex in like public bathrooms and
It's kind
shit?
of built into you, you know?
You can tell. You can
your
tell. If
DNA.
you can tell if someone else is cruising.
Yeah, dude.
How can you tell?
It's eye contact, a look, a feel, a
You ever
touch.
gotten it wrong?
This gay guy hit on me at bar, but like clearly like he was new to being gay. It was like some nerdy gay guy. It was at this bar one time. We were both waiting for the bathroom, and he's like drunk as shit, and like he looks at me and he's like, "Oh, you got the same shirt," and like we both had like brown shirts with stripes on them, but they like clearly weren't the. Yeah, I guess, or whatever. And he's like, looks at me. He's like, "Do you want to like get out of here?" And I was like, "Excuse
And
me."
you're like, yes.
And I was like, "Excuse me," and he goes, "Do you want me to get out of here?"
Ian, you ever get it really wrong? Think someone's cruising for gay sex, but they're like just trying to enjoy the park?
I got turned down the other day.
By cruisers? By fellow cruisers?
By a cruiser or just by a guy that's like,
So some depraved homosexual was trying to suck cock in a bathroom stall.
Oh, is it a glory hole?
you got turned down at a glory hole?
Where are the glory holes?
Wait, shut up. Are you serious?
Wait, your dick got turned down, not
No,
even the
no,
rest
I
of
didn't
you.
pull my dick out yet, but
Wait, your mouth got turned down?
no. We didn't get to the fucking hole yet.
That's
It
the
was
whole point of a
outside the
glory hole.
No, there's a misconception about glory holes.
What the fuck is you meet the guy and then you see it, you look him in the eyes,
you
then
make
you
eye
suck his dick?
contact, you give each other a little nod, and then you go into your little chamber, and then you stick it in the hole.
I would think that defeats
You
the whole
don't just
purpose.
you don't just go in. Some people go in willy nilly and just wait.
I thought that's the point.
I don't just stick my dick into anything. I like to kind of know
Yes, you do.
who it is on the other side. No, I
100.
got standards, motherfucker. I'm a fucking New York 10.
No,
right?
you're so
I'm a
ugly, dude.
New York 8.
You're ugly
I'm
as
a
shit.
fucking handsome American.
Just admit you're ugly. It's fine.
I'm a fucking
I'm ugly. It's
New
no
York
big
7,
deal.
Delaware 10, fucking glory hole 20.
You're out of
right?
your mind. Well, apparently not, motherfucker. You can't even get your dick sucked out of glory
Well, this
hole.
fucking Nigerian was out of his mind. All right?
Wait, what happened?
Totally wrong.
Where was this glory hole? You can be
21st and 8th.
I didn't want to fucking
21st and 8th. Where's that? Chelsea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got them all
An
around.
old Chelsea glory hole.
Any
Sounds
porno shop you
classic
see,
gay.
they got them in the back.
Really?
Yeah.
Every
it's a
porno
good
shop.
It's a good slice
I
of
feel
old
like
New
you
York.
don't see porno shops anymore.
Oh, they got them, baby.
They still have porno shops?
You're not interested in this conversation, Nick.
No.
Ian getting his dick sucked at a glory hole isn't interesting to you.
No, I'm
I
being
think it's pretty
texted
funny.
about Kath and Jake mentioning me in some, I don't know.
Oh, in Red Scare or whatever?
No, I guess they got a problem with something that fans of the show are doing.
That's
but
gay.
I do not give a shit about what either of them have to say.
Yeah.
What happened? Oh, Jake.
It doesn't
and
matter, man.
Jake,
Keep
it
talking
doesn't
about the
matter.
glory hole.
What?
Keep talking about the. So you got turned down at the glory hole.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
That's all right, man.
Keep swinging, dude.
Yeah.
Suck your way through it.
Suck
what
my
I'm
way
saying?
through to the other side.
That's right. When shooters are in a slump, they just shoot their way through it. Have gay sex through this gay sex
Yeah,
slump.
man. You get 3 out of 10 hits, you're in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
You suck 3 out of 10 dicks at a glory hole. They put your mouth up at the.
Mm-hmm. Finish it.
This has been a good show, guys.
No,
Let's go
where
have a
do they
catch.
put your mouth up? Where do they put your mouth up? Go ahead.
They
You're
have
onto something.
Your mouth up at the store. I don't know. Your jersey up. They fucking.
All right, folks, that'll do it for us. Thanks so
Black.com.
much. Blackraw.com / Adam Friedland wearing his mom's clothes. Goodbye.
Uh-oh, indeed. The episode just started on an uh-oh.
Oh, no.
So
That's a bad omen, boys.
I bought a gimbal, and I'm looking for ways to use it. Okay?
Okay, I'm
And
listening.
And the only... well, Amber's on a mic, but she
What's
just...
a gimbal, Nick?
People know what a gimbal is.
Yeah.
People know what a gimbal is.
No, we're industry. That's why people might not know if they're not
a
industry.
gimbal, it's like a thing you put your fucking put your phone or a camera in it, and it stabilizes. You
You can run around and
yeah,
shit.
it's,
like a steady
it's got
cam.
gyroscope. Yeah, it's like a little handheld. thing. And the only thing I don't know why I bought it, but I know that from the tutorials I've seen online, it's really good for shooting like long tracking shots from a car.
Oh, let's redo let's recreate the Goodfellas.
No, not
tracking
Goodfellas.
shot.
We're gonna do the Wire Sopranos intro.
Oh, yeah,
dude.
woke up
We can
this
do that.
morning. Yeah, great.
Put on my Raven shorts.
Woke up this morning.
Yeah, but I still don't know how to.
Sucked my father off.
Yeah, I still don't know how to.
Sucked my father off.
How to edit audio. All right, so I guess I have to turn the TV completely off because the screensaver is going to distract Adam.
I'm like a cat, yeah.
Those are some beautiful ass
But
images
you're not
you've
a
robbed
cat.
me of, Adam.
You're a human being that has a job to do.
You're
doing
on the
my
clock,
job right
bitch.
now.
Yeah.
What do you?
We had riffs going beforehand. We had zings. We had riffs.
I was part of
we were
the
zinging and
things.
zopping and
I mean, I was
sucking
more of an object of the things, but
You were
I like
getting-
to think that I'm part of that.
You were getting trolled pretty good.
Yeah, well, you know, if I wasn't here, I wouldn't be able to be trolled. We just have to talk about important things, you know?
I've been having a rough week. First,
What's up?
everyone was mad at me for being. Somebody called me a crypto Nazi.
Oh,
which,
nice.
to be honest, sounds pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Isn't that what
that's
the
what
gay
you-
guy called William F. Buckley?
Yeah, Gorbachev called Buckley that.
Gore
But
Vidal.
crypto Nazi is when you punch a Nazi and they die and then they come back.
Oh,
Because
like
like
from
the
Tales
Crypt.
from the Crypt?
Well, yeah, from like Black Ops 2.
I hate Jews.
That's good.
We have a terrifying story about all the banks and who controls them.
My screenplay was rejected because of the Jews.
Yeah, that kind of shit. So I'm one of those guys. I'm like a cool Nazi zombie.
Yeah.
And if you try me,
Call of Duty.
I'll fucking eat your goddamn brain.
Yeah,
Oh,
nice.
you know?
Sick. That's cool.
What did you do to get called the crypto Nazi?
Well, there was a story that came up on my news feed about it was Nat Geo. And I like Nat Geo now because that's like one of the only places where you can just go not read bad news.
Right.
Even fucking science is trying to get in on it. Like every science article is about like, oh, look at this fucking meteor that almost destroyed Earth. I wish it did.
Click.
It's
Click.
like
Click.
science, shut the fuck up. Just go back to like, what if we all lived on Mars and we weren't bullied for being faggots? That was the science news I could get on board
The
with.
science news I want is just how to make fucking ice cream with nitrogen or whatever the
Yeah,
fuck.
that
Remember
shit's
that
cool.
shit?
Yeah.
That was the best
Yeah.
part of science class every year.
Freeze-dried food?
Freeze-dried food. Some fucking guy
That's
would
what
come
the
in and make ice
astronauts
cream.
eat.
Yeah.
That's that good shit, dude.
Yeah, dude.
And
Although
what are astronauts Jews? They're Jews from space?
Astronazi Jews.
I've never understood that. They're Jews from the moon? Is that what the Chinese Jew is?
Yeah.
Is astronauts Jew?
That's an old Mel Brooks joke, man. Jews in space. You know, never mind. Okay.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't remember
yeah.
that.
I'm sorry. A lot of us weren't forced to watch Mel Brooks in Sunday school.
I
so.
had to watch it in synagogue. That's what we're gonna watch all the Mel
Welcome
Brooks
to
movies.
synagogue. We're watching Seinfeld from 8 to 6. And then from noon to 2, we're having bagels with coffee. And then 3 to 4, we're going to be watching Curb.
So you're at Nat Geo.
Oh, yeah, Nat Geo. And there was an article that came up that it said chimpanzee, a former leader chimpanzee cannibalized by his former followers. And so I see a joke about a leader who's being eaten alive by his former followers.
Yeah.
Which is like Hillary's camp has been blaming Obama for her loss. And that was happening at that moment. So I'm like, R.I.P. Obama, which obviously, I understand the chimp thing is racist, but there's it's not just any chimp. That's what the joke is.
He was a leader.
That you find
he was a leader of
because
chimps.
let me explain humor to you, you fat fuck. It's like
I know what humor is, bitch.
Yeah,
No,
sure.
no,
It's all
let
pussy
me
eating joke.
explain.
Blackface by itself, not funny, right?
Yes.
Accidental blackface, hilarious. Like
Yeah.
a guy who said fucking, gets soot all over his face and then accidentally stumbles into a fucking
Very funny.
NAACP meeting. It's very funny.
That's a great bit.
And that's what the fucking idea is you just want to make a joke about a former leader, but then you ignore the chimp element. And that's I guess the genesis of
Sure,
So you got called a crypto
Okay,
Nazi?
it was
yeah,
funny.
crypto nazo for that.
And then what else happened this week?
Oh, I guess now the Nazis are mad at me because
So
I
the
don't
Nazis-
care about that UC Berkeley thing because I think it's retarded to call somebody a fascist for macing somebody in the face when they're surrounded by police officers wearing fucking full riot gear,
stormtrooper outfits.
Yeah, stormtrooper outfits,
Yeah.
and you're rooting for the state police to fucking murder people. That's not. You're wrong. That's not who the fucking fascists are.
Yeah. Well, wasn't it also at Berkeley? No, it was at UC Davis where that famous picture from Occupy of like the cop wearing, riot gear, macing those kids sitting on the ground.
Just nonchalantly.
Yeah,
giving them a spray.
I think like left or right, no matter what, you should be anti-cop, dude. Like remember where you come from. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1.
Absolutely, dude.
You know?
No,
F
right is
pigs.
officially pro-cop now.
F the pigs.
Nah, dude.
Officer Dick, remember that? Remember the hidden character in
don't
Tony Hawk
remember
Pro
that.
Skater? Who
Yeah,
was-
Officer Dick.
He's, he's a
You had
cop,
to
but
unlock him.
He's a dick. Yeah.
Was he fat and did he eat donuts?
he's a
a fat guy. You could
hung
skate
out.
as him.
Yeah.
Was he good?
And then if you beat Tony Hawk 2, you could skate as Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And that was like a promo for
the Spider-Man movie.
The Spider-Man
Could you
movie,
web
yeah.
sling while skating?
Yeah. It was
For real?
sick, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
That's
really
tight.
cool. And then my cousin erased my fucking memory card after I beat it.
Oh, damn.
And we fucking got in a
I used to
huge
spend-
fight.
I forgot about memory
I used to
cards.
spend hours.
Fight.
I would enable that unlimited grind cheat, and then the moon physics.
Oh yeah.
And then you just like I would sit and you would do one trick for like 4.5 hours, and like the fucking score meter would like just break at a certain point.
I literally did
And you're
that
like, hell yeah,
for
dude,
days.
this is the best
Yeah.
trick. I'm doing the sickest trick in the world. Just high as shit. I remember I got my wisdom teeth pulled, and I sat there eating cream of wheat for a week, high as shit on Percocet, just playing Tony Hawk American Wasteland.
That's a nice cream of wheat. My mom used to make that shit, dude. Throw a little sugar up top. How do you prepare? How do you like your cream
Brown
of wheat?
sugar. Brown sugar
dude.
butter.
Brown sugar.
Grits,
What
you go
is
hot
cream-
sauce
cream
butter.
of heat?
Huh?
Wheat.
Cream of wheat?
Yeah.
That Uncle Ben shit, dude.
Is it like porridge? Like
Yeah, sort of.
okay,
It's pretty good.
cool. Yeah, we had oatmeal growing up in my house.
Fuck oatmeal, dude.
Now, oatmeal's good, but I mean, there's different kinds of breakfast. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You gotta sample all of them.
I do like the fake banana oatmeal. I like fake banana flavored shit, dude.
Oh yeah, me too.
Like a
dude.
now fake
That gets
banana now
shit
and
on.
later.
That gets shit on the banana
Yeah,
flavor.
it doesn't taste like actual banana.
Who cares?
It's like some other flavor.
It's better than banana.
Like grape shit. That's not what grape.
Grape
tastes
shit.
like.
Grape shit.
sucks.
No,
That's
Grape
not
shit is
grape.
officially the worst.
What?
The only grape shit I like is Dimetap, the children's.
That was awesome.
I
I
used to
remember
fake-
drinking extra.
I used to fake.
You ever
being
drinking
sick.
Delsum to get fucked up?
Delsum tasted good too. That orange shit.
Yeah.
I didn't know it fucked you up.
Yeah, there's I think there's dextromethorphan in there.
Oh shit! I got some in my home, dude. Let's dextro trip.
The
Delsum trip.
DXM I would take a lot of was Coracetin cough and cold. I would eat like an entire.
When I did it, I did the Robitussin gel caps.
Those are the best.
Yeah.
Because they don't have as much of the acetaminophen in them. So it's like it's almost like pure DXM, or at least it's not listed on the active ingredients. So it was like a cleaner trip. But I probably have fucking holes in my brain.
That's how I like to do it, dude. Trip clean.
Trip
bro.
clean, dude.
But
Trip clean.
Well, my eldest, when and like one of his friends, when they took Molly, they took like fucking 40
Speed.
vitamins and like
Oh,
they
yeah,
just
yeah,
they,
afterwards.
like real like adults taking fucking ecstasy. You have to do like this whole regimen.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Afterwards.
I had a group of friends that were taking like nothing but fucking cough medicine for months on end every single day.
Jesus, how old?
16, 17. And then I remember, a couple people are like, yeah, dude, like, Brandon really fried his brain with that shit. He's like retarded now. And it's like, yeah, but he was kind of retarded before.
To get into
you have to be
taking
retarded
cough
to do-
syrup
yeah.
every day
Robitussin.
for months.
Yeah.
You have to be stupid
It's like,
as
oh,
shit.
wow, all of his prospects are ruined. I mean, those guys' lives were going to suck anyways.
He could have been in the
real
league,
tragedy
bro.
was me. I was the one.
Yeah,
I was
dude.
ruined by
Nah,
it.
dude,
You're back, dude. You're
Think
30
about how,
now.
dude,
you got a podcast.
I'm 38 years old. I'm not 39 yet. I'm 47 years old.
Yeah.
I've got the world's.
We're all 40.
World's.
I'm about to be 30 for real, though.
Yeah.
You know where I'm going to go for my 30th birthday?
Brooklyn. You gonna
Nope.
stay in Brooklyn?
Nope.
Where?
That suicide forest in Japan.
Yeah.
Go kill
Good.
yourself.
About fucking time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you
About
fall in
fucking
love with one of the samurais.
Yeah,
You become his fucking little boy servant.
To bring him back to my parents, and they're like, "Oh, again."
Another domineering Asian.
Speaking of,
oh yeah, that's hilarious. The woman who broke Adam's heart is DJing a block on his block.
On my block tonight. Physically,
we should fucking go.
She came to Washington, D.C. to DJ in
New York.
Physically, or New York, from Washington, D.C. to DJ in physically the closest possible place to DJ to where I masturbate.
Her and her husband are gonna fuck outside your room, and
they're gonna literally fuck in my bed.
Drift it right by the window.
Just knocking on the fucking window.
You just hear dubstep at 2 o'clock in the morning. They got a booth set up in the hot air balloon basket.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious. I'm gonna go. I was telling Sav in the car over here. I'm gonna call the police.
Yeah, that would be really funny to just do noise complaints.
Hello, police. There's a whore DJing on my
Police show
block.
up and shoot everybody.
A lying whore.
Do you feel bad about it?
That would be so funny. You set off a fucking riot. All those woke DJs are fucking think it's their time to shine.
Oh yeah, dude.
Reach for a cop's gun. Do you guys ever want to reach for a cop's gun?
All the time, whenever I see them. But it's to the same degree
100%.
that I want to push people in front of the train, and
I got yelled at one time.
Dude, to just grab.
Do you ever go to one of those?
Just shoot him in the fucking head.
I mean, no, that would be cool. You think about it, but again, because it's like, how much trouble would I get in?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember I was at my
immediately you go to 5 stars.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
dude. I was at my friend. My friend was a cop. A good friend of mine. He was graduating.
Not a friend of mine, dude.
He was graduating. I know, it was weird because he was like, we would get fucked up as shit. I remember like he was the kid who would just like for Halloween he was a gay werewolf once, and it was just like he puts on werewolf fucking shit and just short shorts, and then just ends up naked just on a sidewalk, and he's like 2 years later he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be a cop now. You know what I mean? It's just
So he
out
got
of
raped?
nowhere. Huh?
You got raped as the werewolf?
That's why he became a cop, dude.
That's what that story sounded like.
Dude, you know what happens?
Said
You know what happens at
for
the
Halloween,
academy?
He decided to be a werewolf, and then he woke up naked on a sidewalk somewhere.
No, I'm saying he's a
You know what
fucking
happens
mess.
at the academy? They rape you in, dude.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It's
that's
blood
how
in,
you
blood
become-
out.
Blood in,
It's
blood out,
the way-
dude.
It's the way you, as a woman, you have to get into the bloods as they rape you. But anyway, I went to his fucking graduation, and it was nothing but fucking cops, dude.
That
And all I
happens,
wanted to do
dude.
was just grab
guys.
a gun.
Guys get raped. My friend told me a story about some kid he went to college with, and he like went out drinking, and then he like woke up just one night in some guy's like bed. He didn't remember anything, and he just couldn't find his shoes. He was just
Jesus
in somebody's
Christ.
apartment. And he told me that story. I'm like, holy shit, that is fucking hilarious.
Jesus Christ.
Funniest shit I've ever heard.
Jesus Christ.
Your friend got raped by another man? No, I'm just saying, it doesn't happen that often.
I'm sure that they always talk about how male on female rapes are so underreported, but I'm sure male on male rapes are even more underreported.
That's a Chappelle joke, Mister. That's a Mel
is
Brooks
it?
joke.
Sorry,
yeah.
sorry.
Chappelle took a break, and then he came back, and his first joke was about they caught some male on male rapist in Houston who apparently has raped 3 different men, and he's like, that means that there's 1,000 men been raped by this guy.
Well, apparently fucking, I was talking to Milner, our friend Chris was visiting. He was saying that there was just, in D.C., there was a fucking a rape van that would snatch up people in like Columbia Heights or some shit, just snatch up white dudes and just gang rape them.
Mm-hmm.
And just
Holy
like
shit.
Just you get fucking kidnapped and fucked majorly
Good.
in the back of the van.
Punch Nazis. Good. I agree with that. If Richard Spencer is allowed to talk, I totally think that rape van should be going around gentrified neighborhoods.
Honestly,
that's how you get back to gentrification.
Yeah.
That was actually a measure passed by the DC City Council to curb fucking Whole Foods and
DC's
Columbia Heights.
DC's gentrification was so lazy though. Like every time there'd be a new restaurant and the theme, it would just be different like things they'd put on the wall. Like, oh, this one's a circus one.
Yeah,
this
yeah.
one's a fucking. This one's like a aviation theme.
I didn't really spend much time in fucking DC. I just popped in and out doing spots of Rooney's, but it just felt like they just took shitty neighborhoods and just completely whitewashed them. Like,
Oh, yeah.
all of Petworth and fucking.
Well, you remember
all that shit.
last time I was back, that place, the DTLR, the fucking sneakers,
Hell yeah,
the
dude.
place
Downtown
you-
locker room.
the place you get all
You
your
can buy
lugs
mixtapes.
and Averex and shit, is a Soul Cycle now.
No.
on 14th and U. Yeah,
DTLR?
DTLR is a Soul
Fuck,
Cycle.
there was
now.
only like 6 of those.
Which is
They're a
funny
Baltimore
because, like,
DC chain, PG County too.
It's funny that like Soul Cycle has the word soul in it.
Yeah.
It's like the only, it's one of the only non-black things.
You're
that has the
welcome
word
to Soul Cycle.
Soul Cycle. A bunch of black clown midgets just on unicycles trying to get. That's what Soul Cycle is. Fuck.
Did you see Soul Plane?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I haven't.
I saw it in
I
high
felt the
school.
responsibility to as a white man.
Yeah,
You know,
it's part of the
Engage in
reparation.
their
I've gone too far being ignorant of other cultures. It's my responsibility to watch Soul Plane. Fucking Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah, how
You know?
Stella
Don't Be a
got her
Menace is
groove
actually
back.
pretty good.
I love that movie.
Soul Plane.
Don't
isn't
Be a
good,
Menace
though,
is
is it?
hilarious.
Yeah, Don't Be a
dude. It's
Menace
one of
is
my
good.
favorites.
You know what's a great movie that no one talks about anymore? Undercover Brother.
That is a
Oh,
good
it's
movie.
great.
Which was
It's
which
so
is
racist.
where the fucking mayonnaise joke came from.
100%.
All these fucking idiots that are like, you know, you
really?
mayo
You're
ass,
right.
crack ass white
Yeah,
boy.
yeah,
shit,
yeah.
you're right.
It's like
Yeah.
that's a fucking Undercover Brother
That's
joke.
an Eddie Griffin joke.
Yeah. So comedians came up with that, which makes me I'm more of that than
We
you
are the modern day philosophers.
I'm closer to that guy than you are, so I'm allowed to say the N-word. I feel is what that means.
He would really like that.
I'm sure
My
he would.
close personal.
You know what
friend,
I watched
Eddie
the other
Griffin.
day? Friday After Next. Great movie. Christmas movie.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
favorite
yeah.
Christmas movie, perhaps.
You know what mine is?
What's that?
What?
Die Hard.
Oh, it does take place
a
during Christmas.
This is
movie.
someone else's bit. Again, somebody
Really?
else does
I
makes
think
that
it's
point.
like a plane is
joking.
made out of the black
yeah,
box.
I
thing
know,
at
but
this
somebody
point.
there was some whole thing that happened recently where somebody was making a case for Die Hard being the best Christmas movie. In fact, I think it was Matt Christman. I don't remember.
Oh, I'm joking.
No,
because
I
it's
think he
become
was
such
doing
a
it as a
thing.
bit because it's like now become like a different kind of foot long, and it's
Yeah,
like one of those
exactly.
jokes where like people say it like
okay.
thinking like they're
being
first person.
smart.
Yeah.
No,
I can't
mine is
remember
actually
who did it.
Christmas Vacation.
Oh, is it?
I fucking love it, dude.
I don't know if I have a favorite Christmas movie. I don't think
Home
there are
Alone
any
2,
good
dude.
ones.
Christmas Vacation is good as shit.
Friday
dude.
After Next. Christmas Vacation's great.
You know what I used to watch a lot as a kid is that silent British animated short, The Snowman.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's about some.
About Frosty the Snowman?
Yeah, it's about a snowman. that
Frosty
comes
the
alive.
Snowman is so sad. He dies at the end, right?
Yeah.
When
He's made
it's
out of
during
snow.
summer.
It's fucked up. It
He's
made me.
made
It
out
made
of
me sad
snow.
as shit as a little
That's
kid.
fucked up.
Yeah.
It was like he just dies.
Everyone's yeah. Why
Put
does
him
he
in the
move
fucking
somewhere where
freezer.
it's always
In fact, I
winter?
think one time I put a snowball in I put a little piece of my snowman in the freezer, and then my dad was just like, "What the fuck is this shit?" And just
Yeah.
immediately threw it away. But yeah, man, that
Murder.
shit.
You're not
fucked
allowed
me
to be
up.
gay. You're not allowed to have feelings in my household.
And boy, did that backfire, Dad. Because
You're not
now
allowed
I'm
to have
gay as
empathy or connection with inanimate objects.
Yeah, you're not allowed to show emotion unless it's for your other Greek male friends in the
watched
coffee shop you hang out at.
I watched The Accountant last night.
Oh, hell
Is it good?
yeah.
It's no, not really.
Someone
It's
told
about
me it
an
was all right.
autistic
It's
hitman, right?
exactly
Yeah.
that's exactly what it is. It's all right. There's a whole like a fucking just a whole section of the plot I didn't really. Maybe I didn't follow it enough, but I didn't understand why they're investigating him the whole time, and the investigation is never resolved. There's no real development with the characters investigating him. They don't explain what's going on with that or why they're investigating him, and then it turns out the lead investigator knows who he is, but that's not a conflict for whatever reason. And then he's like blackmailing one of the other agents, and they don't really explain why he's blackmailing the other. You know what's so funny is it's a movie where it's like, hey, autistic people, not only they're not bad people, they can sometimes be good in the sense that they could be murderers.
Yeah.
But I feel like they designed a movie that if an autistic person watched it, they would be like, what is going on? I don't understand. Like, it doesn't make any fucking
Well,
sense.
there was that part in the middle of the movie where he opens up a clock and just watches the gears turn for a half hour.
Yeah.
So they'd probably like that part.
Yeah,
a lot.
well, the opening shot of the movie is him dumping out a puzzle. which which is about as autistic as he gets. I mean, because
having autistic protagonists was like big in the last 2 years.
I mean, I don't think Ben Affleck's a bad actor, but it's like unless you,
I do sometimes,
sometimes, but I don't think it was a particularly good performance comparatively. He, I don't know who's there. I don't know who's ringing the doorbell.
Someone's phone is ringing.
Yeah, my phone is ringing, but it's not someone who's downstairs.
Okay.
Anyhow, I don't think he does a particularly good job of pretending to be an autistic person. Talk for a second.
Did you see Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal?
I did not.
That's another movie where it's an autistic protagonist. Which is
he's
like
autistic in that?
Well,
he's just weird, dude. He's not supposed to be autistic.
I think he's pretty much autistic in that movie. But like that's another one where it's like, oh, they can do anything. Like be bad guys, like create crime so you can get it first on.
What would be a good role
camera.
for a positive role for the autistic?
Like remembering a lot of numbers.
Rain Man.
Yeah, well,
Rain
in
Man's
the
best.
accountant, he is an accountant or whatever. But then it's also stupid because it's like he's the accountant for all these like mobsters, these international criminals, and all these international criminals are like, this is the best guy in the world. You know, I mean, nobody's a better actuary than him. And it's like, I'm sure that's not true. Like it's not a complicated. I mean, it is complicated.
You
it's
get
hard
a
math.
computer to do it.
It's hard math, but like plenty of people can do that. Just requires a smart person.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You know, you don't need an autistic guy to handle all that.
Yeah, there's definitely in the world. There's definitely at least 10 more accountants.
My problem with it is he's supposed to be autistic, and really he's just kind of quiet and a dick. You know, because he's doing things like smirking. You know,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
like that's. He
Gym
wouldn't-
face?
Yeah. And he talks quietly. He isn't like, actually, that's wrong. You know, he doesn't do that kind of stuff. Actually, you're incorrect. And also, this girl's just desperately trying to fuck him the entire movie.
She's probably got that good, dude. That good fucking honking autistic dick.
Does he ride a train at all?
You think
in the
there's
movie?
autistic people who are autistic for pussy? Who just fuck?
Me.
No, you're autistic.
No, you're
for jokes.
autistic for tools and jokes, bits and tools.
Like is the best guy on the world
podcast.
What's that? Autistic
Bits
for
and
jokes.
tools.
Bits and tools.
But do you think there is a guy who just fucks so good because that's his autism?
I don't know. Have you heard the term sex nerd before?
Yeah, I think we've talked about it.
We've talked about it.
That shit's fucking stupid.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
I'm just a sex having animal. I'm not a nerd, baby. I'm a sex jock. That's me.
Yeah,
dude.
I'm
a sex jock.
I'm a sex prep.
My
dude.
Letterman jacket.
I like have a
just says-
popped collar when I eat pussy.
Yeah, you're a sex prep. I'm a sex jock. It's
I
the
only
Breakfast
wear
Club
Ralph
but for
Lauren.
sex. Yeah. I lettered in eating pussy in high school.
Yeah,
so.
I'm a sex freak actually.
Oh, you're a sex freak.
Yeah, I'm like the Judd. What's his name? Judd Nelson.
Judd Hirsch.
Yeah, I'm like Judd Hirsch. Nick's making a phone call. The first phone call we've made since the David Cross episode, actually.
Who we got? Is David Cross coming back on?
I have a voicemail.
Oh, just checking it now.
Checking his voice.
Yeah, I'm a sex. Who's the other one?
The
hot redhead,
the quiet
Molly
girl.
Ringwald.
I'm a sex bitch.
I'm a sex bitch.
I'm a sex foreign exchange student.
Dude, I would love to. I fucking would love to smash Molly Ringwald, dude. Back in the day, maybe even now. She's looking pretty good these days.
She still looks good.
She's still keeping it tight. She was on an MTV something award on some kind of nostalgia thing, giving out like best teen movie like a couple years ago, and I remember thinking, okay, Molly, I see you.
Sorry.
Would you fuck Molly Ringwald, Nick?
Back in the day, yeah, maybe give her a pity fuck. An ugly bitch like that. She's got red hair. P.U., folks. I only fuck dumb blondes. You're smart. Don't be smart at me. Strike one. Strike two. Tits aren't fucking huge. They need to be. Ladies, look, I don't support your right to get an abortion. You know, but
no, you only get an abortion if you also get a breast.
Yeah, that's
breast
how it works.
implants. Yeah.
You need to have emergency breast implant surgery, and that's the only type of socialized healthcare I support. If I'm walking down the street and I see some bitch who's got a man's chest, what, I'm supposed to throw up to death in the middle of the street and die right there? I'm supposed to be disgusted to death? No. You need to fix that so I can keep my meals down, get my calories. I weigh 482 pounds and I'm 5'6".
Yeah, what was that fucking that NYC Guido voice tweet? You was like, a broad's gotta have the right proportions, body type.
I'm gonna get
clown
back
from
into that
Spawn,
account, dude. That's
Who
the
is
only
the
real
avatar?
outlet.
It's a union
It's
guy.
Joe Ligotti.
I cannot believe
he was
he's
on
a real
Fox
guy.
News. Was
Yeah, he was on. That's the first I ever saw him. It was some tweet where it's like that picture of him. And he's got a cigar and there's an American flag behind him.
I
It's
thought
like,
that was
props to
fake.
Fox News for finding the most union guy. And then it's fucking on the lower third. It says Joe Ligotti, union member at Logan International Airport.
they're just trying to make unions look like
Oh,
bad.
always.
Yeah. Well, there are going to be no unions after 4 years, so it's going to be a thing of the past. We're going to be able
Oh,
to
is this another classic Adam Friedland prediction?
There you go, dude.
Say everything with vocal fry and a sort of impotent confidence that only Adam
vocal
can.
fry.
Yeah, you definitely
do
have
actually
vocal fry.
do have vocal fry.
Yeah.
There's
gonna be no unions in 4 years.
It's a
Yeah.
You sound pretty gay, dude.
Yeah, you do. Vocal fry. Invented
do
at the
legitimately.
Glendale Mall, where GameStop turned me down for a job.
There's a Glendale Mall in Maryland.
No, it's in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
You tried to get a job at GameStop in LA?
Yeah.
We haven't talked about the LA.
I couldn't find a job anywhere, dude.
That was
In
a tough
LA?
time. What happened? You were like, things were going good, and then you went there. And
No,
you were
things
just,
were going bad.
But when
things
you
were going
moved,
bad
didn't you
for
have
me.
some heat?
No, not really.
No.
No, I just knew a couple more people in LA than I did in New York, and I knew LA was a little bit cheaper.
So, but
I got into
you
a
were in
car
Austin.
accident. Yeah, I was in Austin, and I had saved up a bunch of money working at like a call center,
Mhm.
and then I moved out into my own apartment where my rent was still only $600 a month.
Jesus.
But I had been making like $11 an hour working at home.
Right.
And then like I would cook at home.
Right.
And this is for the majority of the time I was living there, I was 20, so I couldn't go out to bars.
Right.
So like I had no
Mhm.
expenses, and there's no income tax in Texas. So I was paying our full rent for the apartment, which was like $725 a month, and then keeping Chris's half of everything in cash just in a drawer.
Nice.
And I moved out, and when I moved out, I had like $9,000 saved
Okay.
up or something. And then I got into a car accident, and like the adjuster just looked at the bumper, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll give you like $2,000 for it."
Nice.
He just like wrote me a check, and they didn't fix it. I'm like, I didn't know that's how car accidents work. That's pretty sweet. And then and yeah, so I had like money when I moved out to Los Angeles, but I immediately lost most of it.
Damn.
My car broke down, I had to fix it, and then the car died, and I had to throw money down on that. And then,
So you were only 21 when you moved to LA?
No, I was 22.
22. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I just couldn't find a job.
Damn.
So, yeah, it was literally I would go door to door, business to business, like, "Hey, I really need work," and like
It must be hard in LA too, because I feel like every shitty job you have to speak Spanish too. Like half the jobs. It's
yeah, and that's we're gonna make America great again. Go ahead, let California secede. Enjoy it, California.
Calgs it, bitch.
Are they Calgs-ing?
Calgs it, bitch.
Yeah, I love how all those smug assholes that were laughing at Texas 8 years ago. They're like, they want to secede. Good luck with that. And I was
Yeah.
like, the president's going to make the rainbow flag illegal. We have to make our own country with 8 rainbow flags in the shape of a dick. And it's going into a mouth. That's where our economy will run on. I'm sure they have a very strong economy. They do a lot of agriculture. But
I think they actually
Agriculture.
Yeah,
they
do a
have
ton
like
of shit.
tech, and they have Hollywood, baby.
Tech, Hollywood, agro. They
Yeah.
got almonds. All our almonds come from fucking.
Isn't their agriculture kind of fucked because they don't have water?
No, they'll take
but
water, dude.
Hollywood would move.
You know what I would do?
You think
I'd
so?
Yeah, if
they
To where?
seceded, they
Because-
would move.
Yeah.
Wow, those guys aren't
Why would
moving.
they stay in some shitty tiny country that's going to fucking tax the
It's
shit
the
out of them?
5th largest economy in the world.
What,
First of all, they're not-
California
Yes,
by itself?
by
It
itself.
actually is pretty big.
And if that would continue if they
Yes.
had no trade agreement with the United States and their own nation. If you don't, I mean,
That's true.
any state
They
seceding,
trade with China.
any state
China.
seceding would
China.
immediately destroy the state's economy. They would need to
Why?
develop. First of all, they would have to like completely rework their infrastructure. They would need to have a whole new financial system. They have
I mean,
to
it
create
does
their own
feel
version of the
retarded.
SEC.
Don't get me wrong.
Their own markets.
They'd have a bullet train from San Francisco to Disneyland in
Yeah.
20 minutes, man.
Mickey Mouse would move, dude. They would all move to Texas.
Nah, dude, they're not going to Texas. They would move to fucking.
Dude, the film
Facebook
industry is
went-
constantly looking for tax reasons to fucking.
Yeah,
move
they go
in.
to
That's true. They go to
Louisiana.
Either shoot shit in fucking Louisiana or Michigan
or Canada
or Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always going to be.
But they like living in L.A., La La Land.
Yeah, dude, they got
Maybe they'll move to Vegas,
coffee
actually.
bean and tea leaf coffee.
Hold on, it's just gonna be Vegas.
Oh,
They'll just
hell
take o-
yeah,
they'll just
baby.
Take over because L.A. was fake as shit, right? Like it's all a desert anyway. So why not just move it further into the desert?
Well, they got they got a coast. They got Malibu. Dude.
I guess they do have the coast.
The thing is with like productions, sound stages don't actually have to be that big. You know, you watch these movies and they're like huge in scale, but like when I've worked at Silver Cup and you go in some of those studios and you're like, oh, it's just a fucking room.
Right,
They just shoot all this in a fucking room.
Wait, Silver Cup is the one in Greenpoint?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
There's
Long
one in
Island
Astoria
City.
too. That's where
Yeah.
they do motherfucking Sesame Street. You guys trying to get on Sesame Street?
Hell yeah.
They do it in fucking Astoria, dude.
Yeah. We could just cover you in feathers. You just walk on. They're like, yeah, the puppets are real now.
I'm just completely nude, but feathers
Yeah.
all over me.
Yeah, this
Just
is
feathers everywhere
this
but
is
your
Bondo.
dick.
He's blue and he likes the letter F. And he spells things with it. Yeah, it's Bondo the monster. Well, what's controlling him? He's like, I don't fucking know. Yeah.
Give me all your money, kids.
Yeah, you do kind of look like a Muppet, like a
Sexy ass alpha male Muppet.
like an alopecia Muppet.
No, like a sexy, like a
Just
a
like a strong
commanding,
calves.
strong calves. Absolutely.
Yeah. Really
quads,
strong calves.
dog.
Quads.
You know, don't fuck with my quads, dude.
Dude, let me feel.
Feel them.
That's pretty strong.
That's me slapping my quads, dude. That's a fucking meaty ass quad, bitch.
Yeah,
I got a nice lower
from
body.
being extremely heavy.
Listen,
Having to go up and down stairs.
that's why I'm fat. I'm always doing squats, bitch. I'm always got a weighted vest on.
Yeah.
You guys aren't
Mhm.
really about this fitness
Mhm.
life. You think I could not be fat, but that's how much I want my lower body to be strong. I stay fat.
That's what Navy
Strong.
SEALs do.
Yeah, exactly.
I like
Most
to imagine.
Navy
I like
SEALs
to
are
imagine the
obese.
Navy SEAL that shot that 8-year-old and then died in Yemen last week was the fat one. He was like the Barney Fife of the crew. Yeah.
Just
Wait,
shot
who's-
my-
Boys, wait for me.
It was SEAL Team 6, right?
Yeah.
It was the
Oh,
same. It
damn.
was the Bin Laden guys. It was the best we got.